In the misty mountains of Appalachia, they say a word can be sharper than any blade, and a more potent than any rattlesnake's venom. They tell a story of a young man lying on his deathbed, not from fever or from battle, but from love. And they whisper the name of the woman who put him there with a single cruel sentence. Her name was Barbara Allen. Most folks have heard the song, a sad little tune about a hard-hearted girl. But here, in the isolated hollows, that song became more than music. It became a legend of a heart so cold it could freeze a man's soul. It raises a question that still echoes in these hills. Can a person truly be killed by a word? Today, we separate the ballad from the chilling folklore it spawned, to look into the icy heart of Barbara Allen and ask the one question the mountains have been asking for centuries. Was she a monster, or the most tragic victim of them all? You have to understand what life was like back then, in those hidden pockets of the Appalachians. It was a world carved out of the wilderness by sheer grit and stubbornness. Life wasn't measured in the turning of pages on a calendar, but in the rhythm of the seasons, the spring thaw that swelled the creeks, the long hot summers of planting and tending, the autumn harvest that decided who would eat well and who would go hungry through the biting winter. The mountains weren't just a backdrop, they were a living entity, providing everything you needed, but also capable of taking it all away in a heartbeat with a flash flood or a sudden blizzard. In the heart of one such settlement lived a young man they called Sweet William. The name wasn't just a convenience, it was a description. He was the kind of man who was first to help a neighbor raise a barn and the last to leave a campfire. He had a strength that came from working the hard soil and a laugh that could cut through the thickest mountain fog. He was the future, the promise of another generation surviving and thriving in this unforgiving land. Everyone loved him because he was the best of them, a reflection of the warmth and community that was the only real shield against the cold and the dark. And then there was Barbara Allen. If William was the warm hearth of the community, she was the frost on the window pane. She possessed a beauty that was almost painful to look at, sharp and perfect, like a shard of ice. But it was a remote beauty. She lived with her mother in a small cabin, keeping to herself, her silence often mistaken for arrogance. The other girls whispered about her pride, and the young men who tried to court her came away feeling as if they'd tried to warm their hands on a marble statue. She was a mystery, an outsider in a community where there were no secrets. Yet, as it so often happens, the fire was drawn to the frost. William saw something in Barbara that no one else did. Not coldness, but a guarded sorrow, a strength that had hardened into a shield. And she, in turn, saw in his open-hearted nature a warmth she'd never known. Their courtship wasn't one of public pronouncements, but of stolen glances across the clearing during a Sunday service, of a wildflower left on her doorstep, of two people from different worlds circling each other like the sun and the moon. For a brief, hopeful season, it seemed that William's warmth might just be enough to melt her icy heart. But this world was as fragile as it was harsh. It was held together by unwritten laws of respect, honor, and pride. A person's reputation was their most valuable possession, more precious than land or livestock. And in a place where life was a constant struggle, a wounded pride could fester like a snakebite, turning the promise of love into the certainty of a grave. The community, watching the two lovers, held its breath, sensing that this was a story that could only end in one of two ways, with a wedding or with a tragedy that would be whispered around their fireplaces for 100 years to come. The turning point, the moment the future split into what could have been and what was, didn't happen in a dark forest or with the flash of a knife. It happened in a place of celebration. The harvest had been good, and the community gathered in the largest clearing, the air thick with the smell of roasting meat, wood smoke, and the sweet, sharp scent of homemade apple cider. Fiddles were playing, people were laughing, and for a little while, the harshness of mountain life was forgotten. At the center of it all, of course, was sweet William. He was in his element, surrounded by friends, his voice booming over the music. Flushed with cider and the simple joy of the evening, he raised his wooden cup. "A toast!" he shouted, a wide grin on his face. "A toast to the beauties of this valley who make the work worthwhile and the winters warm." Men cheered, and the women, both young and old, smiled at the compliment. It was a simple, clumsy, heartfelt gesture from a young man who loved his home and the people in it. But in a shadowed corner, one pair of eyes didn't smile. Barbara Allen had watched him all evening, a rare warmth in her own heart. She saw him as hers, a private treasure. And in that moment, his toast felt like a betrayal. He hadn't toasted her. He had thrown her into the common lot with every other woman there. To his mind, it was a harmless, all-encompassing compliment. To her proud and guarded heart, it was a public declaration that she was nothing special to him at all. It was a careless flick of the wrist that to her felt like a slap across the face. She didn't scream or cry. Her pain was a cold, quiet thing. The light in her eyes simply went out, replaced by a glacial hardness. Without a word, she stood up, smoothed her dress, and walked out of the clearing, vanishing into the night. Her departure was so silent that at first only a few noticed. But a chill followed in her wake, and soon the whispers started. William, seeing her empty place, felt a knot of dread tighten in his stomach. The laughter died on his lips. He followed her, of course. He went to her cabin that night and the next day, but the door remained barred. He sent friends to plead his case, but they returned with shaken heads, speaking of a coldness they had never seen in a living soul. The community watched as a wall of silent, unforgiving pride rose between the two lovers. William's careless words had been the spark, but Barbara's wounded heart was the tinder. A fire had been lit, a slow, consuming blaze that wouldn't be put out with apologies. It was a fire that would demand a sacrifice. William's life wasn't being taken by disease. It was draining away from a wound no doctor could see, a sickness of the soul. His servants, loyal and terrified, saw their master fading like the last embers of a fire. In desperation, they went to the one person who held the cure or the final poison. They found Barbara Allen at her cabin, and their message was a raw plea. "Our Lord is dying, and he is calling for the one named Barbara Allen." There was no command in their voice, only a prayer. She rose slowly, so slowly you'd think time itself was wading through molasses. Every step she took from her cabin to his bedside was deliberate, a leisurely stroll towards a man's last moments. When she finally entered his room, the servant standing helplessly by the door felt a sudden chill, a damp cold that had nothing to do with the weather. It was as if she had brought the dead of winter into that small, suffocating space with her. William, pale as a death shroud, his voice a dry whisper, turned his face from the pillow. He looked at her, his eyes pleading for a single drop of mercy. "I am sick, and very, very low," he rasped. "And it's all for the love of you, Barbara Allen." It was his last gamble, his entire being laid bare, hoping to find a flicker of the woman he loved beneath the ice. But the woman who stood over him was not a lover. She was a judge. Her face was a mask of cold indifference. She looked down at the dying man, not with pity, but with a chilling clarity. Her voice, when it came, was not loud, but it cut through the silence like a razor. "I remember," she said, each word a perfectly formed drop of venom. "There, in the tavern of the city, when the wine was pouring like a river, you drank to the health of all the beauties, and you neglected me, Barbara Allen." Those words weren't a memory. They were a sentence. They were the final killing blow. The servants watched as the last spark of hope in William's eyes was extinguished. It wasn't a flicker. It was a snuffing out, as sudden and complete as a candle plunged into water. No weapon was raised, no blood was shed. but everyone in that room knew they had just witnessed an execution. William said nothing more. He simply took a shallow breath, and with the last of his strength, he turned his face to the cold, unforgiving wall. It was an act of final surrender. He was turning his back not just on her, but on the world itself, a world where the woman he loved had chosen her pride over his life. A moment later, a profound stillness fell upon the room, a silence deeper and more terrible than any scream. Sweet William was gone. Barbara Allen turned and walked out of that room without a backward glance. She left behind a profound silence, a dead man, and the shattered servants who had just witnessed a soul being extinguished by sheer cruelty. She stepped out into the crisp mountain air, her head held high, the victor in a war only she had been fighting. Her pride was satisfied. Her grievance was avenged. She had won. For the first few hundred yards, that cold satisfaction was a shield, protecting her from the truth of what she had done. But she had not gone a mile, just as the path began to wind back towards her own lonely cabin, when a new sound reached her. It was a sound that cut through the rustling leaves and the sighing of the wind. A single, mournful toll of a funeral bell, echoing from the small church in the valley. Dong. It was a sound of finality, a sound of fact. Sweet William was dead. The bell was telling the mountains the news, and that sound pierced her icy armor. The second toll followed the first, and with each resonant peal, a crack appeared in the frozen wall around her heart. It was no longer the sound of her victory, it was the sound of her damnation. The ballad says that the bell seemed to cry out her own name on the wind, a mournful accusation. Hard-hearted Barbara Allen. The pride, the anger, the memory of that silly toast in the tavern, it all evaporated, leaving behind a horrifying, empty void. The realization struck her with the physical force of a blow. The man she loved was in the ground because of her. She had traded his life for a moment of bitter triumph, and the bargain was a fool's one. Her heart, which could not be melted by his love, was now shattered by the sound of his death knell. The community would hear that bell too. The servant's story would spread from cabin to cabin, whispered over cook fires and spinning wheels. There would be no trial, no judge or jury. Her verdict was already being delivered by the hushed, horrified voices of her neighbors. She was no longer just the proud girl. She was the cruel woman, the one who had killed Sweet William with nothing but a handful of cold, unforgiving words. There was no trial held in a courthouse for Barbara Allen. There was no judge in a black robe, no jury of 12 good men and true. What law had she broken? There is no statute against having a heart of stone, no crime on the books for killing a man with a memory and 5 cruel words. The law of men, with its ink and paper, was silent. It had no language to describe what had happened in that death room. But in the mountains, there is another kind of justice, an older and more immediate law. And Barbara Allen's trial had already begun. The courtroom was every cabin, every clearing, every fireside in the valley. The servants who had stood helpless at William's bedside were the sole witnesses, and their testimony, spoken in hushed, horrified tones, was the only evidence needed. The story spread faster than a forest fire, a tale of love turned to poison, of a pride so monstrous it could watch a man die and feel nothing. The community, which had once whispered about her coldness, now spoke of it as a fact, an unnatural blight on the world. The verdict was unanimous. She was guilty. But Barbara wasn't listening to them. She was a prisoner in a different kind of court, the one held in the echoing silence of her own soul. The funeral bell had been the prosecution's opening statement, and it had shattered her every defense. As she ran home, stumbling through the woods, she wasn't fleeing justice. She was rushing to accept her sentence. When she burst through the door of her mother's cabin, her face was a mask of terror and grief. She was no longer a cold-hearted killer. She was a condemned woman. Her confession was not a plea for mercy, but a final, desperate command. She cried out to her mother, the words tumbling from her in a torrent of unbearable guilt. "Mom, Mom, make my bed, make it softly and long. My darling died for me today, and I will die for him tomorrow." In that moment, she was both the accused and the executioner. She understood the ancient law of the mountains, a heart for a heart, a life for a life. Her own pride had demanded William's life as payment, and now her conscience, awakened too late, demanded hers in return. And so the final verdict was delivered, not by the community, who would soon change their condemnation to a sad, shaking pity, but by Barbara Allen herself. She died the next day, not of fever or sickness, but of a broken heart, the very ailment she had inflicted upon her lover. Was it justice? Perhaps it was something more profound. It was a perfect, terrible symmetry. The law of men could never have balanced the scales so precisely. The mountains had rendered their own judgment, leaving 2 fresh graves as a permanent warning that a heart closed to forgiveness is a tomb waiting to be filled. And so they buried them in the old churchyard, side by side. He, the victim of a love too strong, and she, the victim of a pride that had turned to poison. In any other story, that would be the end. 2 graves on a lonely hillside, slowly being reclaimed by the wild grass and the passage of time. But in Appalachia, some stories refuse to stay buried in the ground. They grow. Out of Sweet William's grave, the old-timers say, there grew a rose. It wasn't just any rose, but one with petals so deep and red they looked like drops of blood, a symbol of the true and passionate love he'd held in his heart. And from Barbara Allen's grave, there grew a briar, its vines thorny and grasping, a testament to the sharp, tangled pride that had protected and ultimately destroyed her. They grew, reaching up towards the Appalachian sun as if pulled by some unseen force. The rose climbed the old stone wall of the churchyard, and the briar followed. Higher and higher they went, until at the very peak of the wall they met. And there, under the watchful eyes of the mountains, the soft red rose and the thorny green briar intertwined. They wove themselves together into what the ballad calls a true lover's knot, a symbol of forgiveness, a sign that the love that was denied in life had finally found its union in death. Now, you can't go to a specific place in Kentucky or North Carolina and find a headstone that reads Barbara Allen. Her grave is not a place on a map. The real marker isn't made of stone, it's made of music. The ballad itself is the echo. It survived the long ocean voyage from Scotland, and in the isolated hollows of Appalachia, it found its true home. It was passed down like an heirloom, from a grandmother's cracked voice to a child listening on a porch swing, a lesson and a lullaby all in one. The story became a part of the people, and that is what remains today. The traces are not in archives or history books, but in the culture itself. It's in the melancholy bend of a fiddle string, in the lyrics sung by 1,000 different voices over hundreds of years. The mountains do remember, and though most people have forgotten the fine details, the legend of the rose and the briar still hangs in the air of every old, overgrown cemetery, a ghostly reminder that love and pride are 2 powerful vines that, once tangled, can never truly be separated. So we come back to the question that has haunted this story from the start, a question that the wind still whispers in the high mountain passes. Was Barbara Allen a monster, or was she a victim? The truth, like most truths in these mountains, is not a simple thing. In that death room, standing over the man who loved her, she was a monster. She wielded her wounded pride like a weapon and dealt a killing blow. But in the moments that followed, when the sound of a funeral bell shattered her soul, she became the story's final, most tragic victim, a prisoner of a pride she could no longer live with. This is the eternal lesson encoded in the ballad of Barbara Allen, the reason it has survived for centuries while grander tales have turned to dust. It's a story that warns us that a heart shielded by pride is the most fragile heart of all. It teaches us that forgiveness is not a gift we give to others, but a key to our own freedom. The Rose and the Briar are not just a fanciful ending, they are the story's true moral. They tell us that even after a tragedy born of bitterness and spite, redemption is possible, that two souls torn apart by life can find their way back to each other in the end. This is more than just a ghost story or a sad old song. It is a piece of Appalachia's soul. It is a testament to the people who lived and died by a code of honor that could be both their greatest strength and their most fatal flaw. And even today, if you find yourself deep in the mountains when the fog is rolling in and the world grows quiet, you can almost hear it. A sad, distant melody on the wind and the mournful toll of a bell, forever crying out a warning and a lament. Poor Barbara Allen. In a quiet Memphis cemetery, there's a gravestone for a respectable old woman named Frida Lincoln. But the woman buried there lived another life, under another name. 60 years before her peaceful death, she was known as Laura Bullion, the thorny rose of the Wild Bunch gang. They captured her not in a hailstorm of bullets, but in a respectable city boarding house, with a fortune in stolen banknotes hidden in her luggage. Was she a ruthless outlaw, the financial mastermind for America's most wanted criminals? Or was she just a desperate woman, forged in the dust of the dying West, trying to survive in a world that gave her no quarter? The truth, as it always is buried somewhere between the legend and the law. Today, we're going to peel back the years, find the real woman behind the myth, and tell the ballad of Laura Bullion. Laura Bullion wasn't born in an Appalachian holler, but the world that made her was cut from the same rough cloth. Imagine West Texas in the 1870s. The Civil War had bled the country dry, and the land that was left was vast, empty, and unforgiving. This wasn't a place for quiet farmers and picket fences. It was a landscape of dust and desperation, where the line between the law and the outlaw was often just a puff of gun smoke. This was the world that welcomed Laura into it, a world where survival was the only sacrament. Her father wasn't a preacher or a politician. The whispers said he was a bank robber, a man with German roots who rode with his own small, forgotten gang. For young Laura, a life of crime wasn't a choice she made one day. It was the air she breathed. She didn't learn about honesty and hard work leading to prosperity. She learned that the straight and narrow path usually led straight to an early grave, and hard work just made you somebody else's mule. The lessons she learned at her father's knee weren't from any schoolbook. She learned the quiet language of a coded telegram. She learned the feel of a fast horse, the difference between the sound of a curious neighbor and a coming posse. Most importantly, she learned the cold, hard calculus of the outlaw world. That money, real money, wasn't something you earned by the sweat of your brow. It was something you took. There's no single documented event, no diary entry to point to, but you can feel it in the story of her life. You can imagine a young girl, no older than 10, looking a suspicious sheriff dead in the eye and lying with a placid calm that would make a saint sweat. A girl who learned to patch a bullet wound before she learned to properly mend a dress. She wasn't just taught this life, she had a talent for it. The ice in her veins ran colder than a winter creek. This is where her spirit finds its kin in the Appalachian Mountains. The folks in those hills understood. They understood what it meant to be forgotten by the government, to be squeezed by the coal companies, to live by a code of family and survival that outsiders called lawless. Laura Bullion may have been a daughter of the Texas plains, but her soul was forged in that same fire of defiance. It was a fire that would soon catch the attention of the most dangerous men in the country. By the time she was a young woman, Laura Bullion was no longer just a bandit's daughter. She was a legend in the making. Her path crossed with William News Carver, a man as handsome as he was deadly, a core member of Butch Cassidy's Wild Bunch. In him, she found a partner, and in the gang, she found her calling. This was her prime. This was the time before the Pinkertons and the prison cells, a brief, glittering moment when she was the undisputed queen of the outlaw world. She wasn't just a camp follower who mended shirts and waited for the men to return. Laura was the gang's quiet genius. While men like Butch and Sundance were kicking in bank doors and blowing safes off trains, Laura was playing a far more delicate game. She was the one who could take a stack of scorched, blood-stained banknotes and make them clean. She was the expert scout, the ghost who could drift into a town, learn its rhythms, map its banks, and disappear without a trace. Her greatest skill was transformation. She could shed her identity like a snake sheds its skin. One week, she was a dusty figure in a remote Wyoming hideout. The next, a respectable cattleman's wife in a San Antonio hotel, turning stolen gold into legitimate currency. She was the calm eye in their hurricane of chaos, the cool-headed strategist who ensured their violent raids actually turned a profit. Without her, they were just thieves. With her, they were an empire. And with Will Carver, she had found her king. You can imagine them together, two dark-eyed, intelligent people who saw the world for what it was and decided to take their share. Theirs wasn't a romance of whispered poetry. It was a partnership forged in adrenaline and shared secrets, a bond of loyalty that was the only law they recognized. They were a team, moving seamlessly between the rugged outlaw underworld and the polite society they were bleeding dry. This was the world she had built for herself, a world of dangerous freedom, flush with money and devoid of rules. A life lived on her own terms, where her intelligence was her greatest weapon and her courage was her shield. She had respect, she had love, and she had a level of independence that most women of her time could only dream of. It was a life balanced on a knife's edge, but it was hers. But every legend has a crack in their armor, a single thread that, when pulled, can unravel everything. For Laura Bullion, it wasn't greed or a quick temper. It was a professional pride as cold and sharp as a honed knife. Her success wasn't just about the money. It was about proving she was smarter than the bankers she robbed, the lawmen who hunted her, and the Pinkerton agents who put her name in their ledgers. She didn't just want to win, she needed to dominate the game. For years, this pride was her greatest asset. It made her meticulous, patient. She would never rush a plan, never take an unnecessary risk. While the men of the Wild Bunch might get drunk and boastful, Laura remained a ghost in the machine, her movements precise and calculated. Her pride demanded perfection, and that perfection kept them all one step ahead of the gallows. It was her signature, this flawless execution. But things changed. Will Carver was killed in a shootout, a bloody end to her first great partnership. Her new man was Ben Kilpatrick, the tall Texan. Kilpatrick was a formidable outlaw, a giant of a man, but he lacked Carver's cool finesse. He was a hammer where Carver had been a scalpel. And in her relationship with him, Laura's pride began to shift. It morphed from a cautious professionalism into a dangerous overconfidence. Perhaps she believed she was smart enough for the both of them, that her intelligence could shield his recklessness. This is where the armor cracked. After the Great Northern train robbery, they were sitting on a fortune in stolen banknotes. The old Laura, the one whose pride was rooted in caution, would have known those notes were poison. She would have burned them or buried them. But the new Laura, the one who had outsmarted the law for years, saw a challenge. Passing those notes wasn't just a necessity, it was the ultimate proof of her superiority. It was a direct taunt to the entire system of law and order. Her pride had become hubris. She began to believe she was untouchable, that her will alone was enough to bend reality. She convinced herself that she could walk into a city like St. Louis and through sheer audacity make those hot banknotes spendable. This fatal pride, the very thing that had fueled her rise, was now blinding her to the simple, deadly truth of a telegraph wire and a circulated serial number. The boom of dynamite on July 3, 1901, didn't just split open a train car. It split Laura Bullion's life in two. Near Wagner, Montana, Ben Kilpatrick and the remnants of the Wild Bunch pulled off their last great score, stopping the Great Northern Express. They escaped with a fortune, over $40,000 in fresh, unsigned banknotes. When Kilpatrick brought that haul to Laura, he wasn't just bringing her money. He was bringing her a challenge that struck at the very core of her identity. Now, you have to understand, this wasn't like fencing stolen gold or laundering old bills. Unsigned banknotes from a national bank were a special kind of poison. Within hours, the Pinkerton Detective Agency, the most relentless manhunters in the country, would have telegraphed the serial numbers of every single missing bill to every major city. Every bank teller, every shopkeeper, every hotel clerk would have that list. Trying to spend one of these notes was like lighting a signal fire on a dark plain, screaming, "Here I am, come and get me." For a woman whose entire reputation was built on being smarter, quieter, and more careful than the law, this was an intolerable situation. It was a direct affront from the system she had so long outwitted. The humming of the telegraph wires was like a personal taunt. They weren't just protecting the money, they were challenging her. They were daring the great Laura Bullion, the financial wizard of the Wild Bunch, to make a move. For a lesser criminal, the answer would be simple: bury the money and run. But Laura's pride wouldn't allow it. In that moment, faced with a mountain of toxic cash, her fatal flaw took the reins. The cautious strategist was silenced by the arrogant master. This wasn't a trap to be avoided, it was a final exam to be aced. Her mind didn't see the risk, it saw the ultimate validation of her genius. The decision was made not in a heated argument, but in a cold, quiet certainty. She and Kilpatrick would go to St. Louis, a major city teeming with police and Pinkertons, and they would pass those notes. This was her point of no return. It was a declaration of war. By choosing to launder that money, she was telling the entire world that she believed she was infallible. It was the ultimate act of professional hubris, a gamble fueled by years of success. She wasn't just trying to get rich, she was trying to prove, once and for all, that no lock was too complex, no system was too smart, and no law was a match for her mind. The train ride to St. Louis was a long, slow journey into the jaws of the trap. With every mile of track they covered, the world of the Wild Bunch, a world of open plains and hidden canyons, grew more distant. They were plunging into the modern age, a world stitched together by telegraph wires that hummed with their descriptions and serial numbers. Every newspaper they passed at a station stop felt like a wanted poster. The world itself was screaming a warning, but Laura Bullion wasn't listening. You have to believe that the ghost of her old self, the cautious strategist who had survived so long, was whispering in her ear. That voice of reason must have been pointing out the folly of it all. This isn't a cattle town where a sheriff can be bought, it would say. This is a city. They have police departments, detective bureaus, and telegraph offices on every corner. The game has changed, Laura. This is a losing hand. Any other outlaw would have felt that cold dread, the instinct to turn the horse around and ride for the Badlands. But pride is a powerful anesthetic. It numbs the fear, and it silences the voice of reason. Her hubris answered every doubt with a simple, arrogant reply. They expect us to run. They expect us to hide in the dirt like animals. They will never expect us to walk right into their world, dressed in fine clothes, and look them in the eye. She was convinced that their audacity was their greatest camouflage, that her intelligence was a shield no lawman could penetrate. So they didn't hide. Arriving in St. Louis, they didn't seek out some back alley flophouse in the criminal underworld. No, that would be too obvious. Instead, they took a room at a respectable boarding house on Locust Street, playing the part of a wealthy Texas couple enjoying the city. Each decision was an escalation, a deliberate step deeper into enemy territory. She was surrounding herself not with allies, but with potential witnesses, isolating herself from any chance of a clean escape. This path of no compromise led to a single, final choice. It wasn't enough to have the money, to possess it in secret. Her pride demanded that she prove she could master it, tame it, and spend it. She stood in that quiet boarding house room, a fortune in stolen paper at her fingertips, and made the decision. She would personally go out and pass the first note. It was the ultimate act of defiance, a final rejection of every warning, both internal and external. She was no longer just breaking the law, she was daring it to stop her. And so we come to the final moment, the last quiet breath before the storm. Picture Laura in that St. Louis boarding house room. Outside, the city hums with streetcars and commerce. Inside, the air is thick with the smell of old paper and new money. The trunk full of banknotes sits in the corner like a coffin filled with treasure. She's dressed in the finest clothes money can buy, a respectable lady about to go shopping. In her hand, she holds a single, crisp, stolen bill. This is the off-ramp. This is the last chance for peace. Ben Kilpatrick, the tall Texan, a man who feared no gunfight, was spooked by this city. He wasn't a fool. He could feel the eyes on them, the invisible web of the law tightening around them. Imagine that giant of a man looking at her with genuine fear in his eyes. "Laura," he might have said, his voice a low rumble. "This don't feel right. Let's just burn 'em. Let's take the gold we got and ride south. We don't have to do this." For a single fleeting second, the world holds its breath. This is her final crossroads. She can hear the sense in his words. The old Laura, the ghost of the cautious girl who survived the Texas plains, is screaming at her to listen. She can see the two paths laid out before her. One leads south to Mexico, to a quiet, anonymous life, a life of survival. It's the smart play, the safe play. The other path leads right out the door and onto the streets of St. Louis. It's a path of pure ego, a path that leads either to ultimate triumph or a prison cell. She looks from Ben's worried face to the banknote in her hand. The internal struggle is a silent war. To run would be to admit defeat, to concede that the system had finally outsmarted her. It would be an admission that she was nothing more than a common thief, forced to hide in the shadows. But to walk out that door, that was to prove she was who she always believed herself to be, a master of the game, a queen in her own right. And in that quiet room, her fatal pride won the war. She gave him a look that wasn't meant to be cruel, but it was. It was the look of a queen who has already decided the fate of her kingdom, pitying the soldier who still feels fear. "They're looking for outlaws, Ben," she said, her voice calm and steady. "They're not looking for us." And then she opened the door and stepped out into the hallway, closing it quietly behind her. With that soft click, the last chance for peace was gone forever. The walk from the boarding house was the longest of Laura's life, but she felt no fear. She felt only the cold, exhilarating thrill of the final move in a long game of chess. The city of St. Louis wasn't a threat. It was a backdrop for her masterpiece. The clang of the streetcar, the drone of voices, the smell of coal smoke and roasted peanuts, it was all just noise. Her world had narrowed to the crisp, stolen banknote tucked in her purse and the mission ahead. She was a predator walking through an unsuspecting herd. She chose a small, respectable dry goods store. Not too big, not too small. A place where a woman of means might purchase a pair of fine gloves or a spool of silk thread. She walked in, the little bell over the door announcing her arrival with a cheerful jingle that felt like the opening note of her triumph. She browsed for a moment, the picture of casual wealth, her mind a steel trap of calculation and calm. She selected her item and approached the counter. The shopkeeper was a balding man with a friendly, unassuming smile. This was the moment. She laid the stolen banknote on the polished wood. The world seemed to hold its breath. For a second, the transaction was perfectly normal. The man took the bill, his eyes registering its high denomination without a flicker of suspicion. A wave of pure, triumphant pride washed over Laura. She had done it. She had beaten them all. Then the world tilted. The man's friendly smile didn't disappear, but it froze on his face. It became a mask. He looked from the bill to her face, and for a fraction of a second, she saw something in his eyes that wasn't there before. Recognition. He mumbled an excuse, something about needing to get change from the back room, and disappeared behind a curtain. The cheerful jingle of the bell had become a warning. The air in the shop grew heavy, thick, and silent. The game was over. She knew it. The bell jingled again, but it wasn't the shopkeeper. Two men, large and dressed in plain, heavy wool coats, stepped inside. They didn't look like customers. They didn't draw their weapons. They didn't need to. Their presence was a cage that had just been locked. They moved with a quiet, practiced certainty that was more terrifying than any shouted command. Her heart, which had been so steady, began to beat a frantic, trapped rhythm against her ribs. One of the men stepped forward. He didn't speak her name, the one whispered in outlaw camps and Pinkerton offices. He spoke to the shopkeeper, who had reappeared from the back room, his face pale. "Is this the woman who tried to pass the note?" The words hung in the air, absolute and final. The world, which had been a vast chessboard for her to command, had shrunk to the space between her and these two men. Then came a sound, not loud, but it echoed louder than any gunshot. It was the quiet, metallic click of a pair of handcuffs being opened, then another as they closed around her wrists. The cold steel felt like a brand, a permanent declaration of her defeat. The argument she had been having with the entire world, her silent insistence that she was smarter and untouchable, was suddenly, permanently over. The thorny rose had finally been plucked. As the cold steel of the handcuffs locked around her wrists, there was no explosion of violence, no desperate struggle. There was only a cold, quiet finality. The intoxicating pride that had carried her out the boarding house door, that had felt like an impenetrable shield, simply vanished. In its place was a vast, hollow emptiness. The world, which had seemed so sharp and clear moments before, was now a dull, grey blur. In that instant, she saw her mistake with a clarity that was more painful than any bullet. It wasn't the law that had beaten her. It was her own damn self. They led her out of the shop into the afternoon light. A small crowd had gathered, drawn by the sight of the lawmen's coats. Their faces were a mixture of curiosity and judgment. But Laura Bullion did not look away. She held her head high, her back ramrod straight, and walked to the waiting police wagon. Her face was a mask of stone. This was her last performance. She would not give them the satisfaction of seeing her break. She would not let them see the terror and regret that was now a frozen lump in her chest. Her silence was the only weapon she had left. At the police station, the questions were inevitable. The lawmen weren't fools. They knew a score this big wasn't a solo job. They knew about the Wild Bunch, and they knew about Ben Kilpatrick. They laid it out for her in the dim light of an interrogation room. "Where is he, Laura?" For a moment, the old code of the outlaw, the code of loyalty, flickered inside her. But it was just an ember. The fire was out. The game was over. Protecting him now was pointless. It would only delay the inevitable by a few hours. For Laura, this was the last move on a board where she had already been checkmated. It was no longer a question of honor, but of cold, hard logic. The strategist in her, the part that had been silenced by hubris, made one final pragmatic calculation. With a voice devoid of emotion, a voice that sounded like a stranger's, she gave them the address on Locust Street. It was a simple statement of fact that ended an era. As she sat in a barren holding cell, the lock clicking shut, she knew what was happening across town. She could picture it with perfect, agonizing clarity. The quiet approach of the agents, the splintering wood of the boarding house door, the look of utter shock and betrayal on Ben Kilpatrick's face as he was caught completely unaware. Her capture hadn't just ended her freedom, it had been the Judas kiss that sealed his fate too. Her active role in the story was over. The thorny Rose, the queen of the outlaws, was now just another name on a jailer's list. The first and most brutal ripple from Laura's capture slammed into Ben Kilpatrick. He wasn't caught in a gunfight or a desperate chase. He was caught sitting in a boarding house room, waiting for his partner to return from a shopping trip. The splintering wood of the door and the sudden rush of lawmen was an ambush he never saw coming. And in the cold silence that followed as they snapped the cuffs on his wrists, he must have understood the simple, devastating truth. She had given him up. The outlaw code, the bond of loyalty that was the only real law in their world, had been broken. Her pride didn't just cost her freedom, it cost Ben Kilpatrick his. But the wreckage spread further than one man's cell. With the capture of Bullion and Kilpatrick, the Wild Bunch, as a functioning entity in America, ceased to exist. Butch and Sundance were already ghosts on their way to South America. Will Carver was in his grave. Now, 2 more of its key figures were gone. It wasn't a spectacular end in a hail of bullets. It was a quiet, almost pathetic dismantling. Their capture was proof that the world had changed. Telegraphs and detectives had finally strangled the life out of the horse and revolver outlaw. The legend of the Wild Bunch died in that St. Louis boarding house, leaving behind nothing but a few scattered members who were now just ghosts haunting a dead campfire. The Bullion name itself became a kind of curse. Any family she had, distant cousins or even her shadowy outlaw father, were now tied to the sensational story of the outlaw queen. Her choice to live in the spotlight of infamy cast a permanent shadow over them. They would have to live with the whispers, the pointed fingers, the suspicion of every local lawman. She hadn't just sacrificed her own future. She had severed her own roots, making herself an orphan of her own creation and staining the name for anyone who had to carry it. And finally, there was the wreckage of the truth itself. The newspapers had a field day. They didn't tell the story of a complex, intelligent woman who made a fatal error in judgment. They told the story of a gunslinging queen, a caricature of a woman driven by greed and a lust for violence. The real Laura Bullion, the quiet strategist, the master of disguise, the woman who lived by a code of professional pride, was lost forever. She was replaced by a cheap headline. The tragedy wasn't just that her life of crime came to an end, but that the real story of who she was and why she did it was buried under a mountain of newsprint. When Laura Bullion stood trial, it wasn't just a woman facing a judge. It was a clash of 2 separate Americas. You can just imagine her, a creature of dust and wind, standing perfectly still in a polished St. Louis courtroom. Her world was one where justice was decided by a fast horse and a firm trigger finger. This new world was a sterile place of paper and ink, of lawyers in stiff collars speaking a language of statutes and precedents she neither knew nor respected. She faced the machinery of the modern legal system, and she did not flinch. The prosecution's case was a simple, brutal piece of clockwork. They had the stolen banknotes, they had the testimony of the shopkeeper, they had the arresting officers, and most damning of all, they had Ben Kilpatrick, captured because of the information she provided. They painted her as a parasite, a cold-hearted criminal mastermind who fed off the veins of honest society. To them, the case was black and white. A law was broken and a price had to be paid. But Laura's defense wasn't spoken by any lawyer. It was in her silence, in the cold, unblinking way she stared down the judge and jury. Her very presence in that room was an argument. She was a product of the outlaw code, a belief that the real criminals weren't the people who robbed the trains, but the railroad barons and bankers who had already stolen the country from the common man. Her silence screamed that their laws were a convenience, a set of rules made by the rich to protect their own spoils. She had simply played their game with a different set of tools. The press and the public couldn't get enough of it. They weren't seeing a common thief in the dock. They were seeing a legend. She was the outlaw queen, a dime novel heroine brought to life. To the respectable citizens of St. Louis, she was a terrifying symbol of the chaos they were trying to pave over. But to others, Watching from the cheap seats or reading the breathless newspaper accounts, she was a symbol of something else. A wild, defiant freedom that was being systematically strangled out of the American West. She wasn't a martyr, not really, but she was a spectacle, a last beautiful monster from a dying age. The verdict was never in doubt. The machinery of the law is not designed to understand different codes of honor. It is designed to crush them. The jury found her guilty. The judge, looking down at this unrepentant woman, sentenced her to 5 years in the Missouri State Penitentiary. The gavel fell with a sharp crack, like a rifle shot ending a long standoff. But was it justice? The law had been served, a criminal had been punished. But in that courtroom, one world had simply proven it was more powerful than another. The America of telegraphs and legal codes had finally, officially, conquered the America of open ranges and personal justice. Laura Bullion wasn't just sentenced for passing a stolen banknote, she was sentenced for being on the losing side of history. So what became of the great forces that Laura Bullion had provoked? What was the fate of her true antagonist? It wasn't a single man, but a vast, sprawling system. The railroads, the banks, and their relentless enforcers. The Pinkerton Detective Agency. And the chilling truth is this. While Laura's life was shattered, the system she fought against barely registered the blow. The Great Northern Railroad didn't miss a single scheduled run. The National Bank of Montana, having had its stolen banknotes taken out of circulation, simply printed more. The $40,000 that had cost Laura and the Wild Bunch their freedom was, to these corporate giants, little more than a rounding error in their ledgers, an inconvenient line item in an annual report. They were not wounded, they were annoyed. Their power didn't diminish, it grew. The very forces of industrial America that she had tried to bleed continued their march, paving over the Wild West she represented without even looking back. And the Pinkertons? They didn't celebrate a grand victory over a worthy foe. For them, Laura Bullion was not a legend or an outlaw queen. She was a case file. Her capture was a professional success, a testament to their modern methods of information sharing and relentless pursuit. They closed the file, collected their fee, and moved on to the next train robber, the next union organizer, the next threat to their clients' profits. Her personal tragedy was just a statistic that proved their system worked. This is the ultimate bitter irony of Laura Bullion's story. It was never a fair fight. She wasn't a rebel fighting a tyrant. She was a woman with a revolver and a sharp mind standing in the path of a locomotive. The outcome was never in doubt. Her antagonists, faceless, impersonal, and impossibly powerful, didn't need to seek revenge or meet some form of cosmic justice. Their victory was simply to continue existing, to keep growing while she was locked away, forgotten. It wasn't a story of good versus evil. It was the story of an individual versus an institution, and the institution always wins. In 1905, after serving 3.5 years, a woman walked out of the Missouri State Penitentiary. She was 30 years old, but the fire in her eyes had been banked to a cold ember. The world she walked back into was not the one she had left. The whine of the telegraph wire had replaced the howl of the coyote. Automobiles were starting to appear on city streets. The Wild West, her Wild West, was not just dying, it was dead and buried. The ghosts of the Wild Bunch, her only real family, were scattered to the four winds. Butch and Sundance had vanished into South America, destined for a bloody end in a Bolivian village. Ben Kilpatrick was still languishing in prison, and when he finally got out, his old instincts would lead him straight to another train robbery and a grisly death by an ice mallet. The community she had once ruled hadn't rebuilt. It had been systematically exterminated. There was nothing left to go back to. Laura Bullion understood this with a cold, absolute clarity. Her name was now a permanent fixture in the ledgers of the law. To continue as Laura Bullion was to live as a hunted animal, a relic waiting to be put in a cage for good. So she made the most audacious choice of her life. It wasn't to rob a bank or a train, It was to commit the perfect murder, the murder of her own identity. Laura Bullion died sometime in 1905. In her place, a new woman was born, Frida Lincoln. She moved to Memphis, Tennessee, deliberately choosing a quiet southern city far from the dust of her past. There, the outlaw queen, the financial genius of the Wild Bunch, became an interior designer and a seamstress. She lived a life of deliberate, crushing anonymity. She joined a church. Her neighbors knew her as a respectable, if quiet, widow. No one in her new life ever suspected that the polite woman who helped them pick out curtains had once counted scorched money for the most wanted men in America. Her past became a ghost that only she could see. Her legacy wasn't a family to carry on her name, but a silence she had to maintain every single day for over 50 years. The outlaw community hadn't buried the memory of its glory days. She had buried her own, digging a grave for it so deep that no one would ever find it. She survived, but she did it by becoming a ghost in her own life. And yet, if you go looking for Laura Bullion today, you won't find much. There is no crumbling cabin bearing her name, no remote canyon called Bullion's hideout. For 60 years, she worked tirelessly to erase every physical trace of herself from the American landscape. And she succeeded. The only tangible piece of her that remains is that quiet gravestone in Memphis, a final, perfect disguise in stone, bearing the name Frida Lincoln. But the ghost of a name is harder to kill than a person. Laura Bullion's story didn't die. It mutated. It escaped the prison of fact and became a legend. Her name is still whispered by historians of the Old West, a fascinating footnote in the saga of the Wild Bunch. She has become an archetype, the outlaw queen. In this legend, she's often stripped of her true, quiet genius, her skill with numbers and disguises, and is instead reimagined as a pistol-packing hellcat, riding alongside the men with guns blazing. It's a more exciting story, perhaps, but it's a paler version of the truth. Her life has become a different kind of cautionary tale, one not told to scare children, but one that fascinates adults. It's a story about the awesome, terrifying power of self-reinvention. It asks the question, can you ever truly bury your past? Can a life of such thunderous rebellion ever find peace in the quiet hum of anonymity? For 56 years, she proved that it could. But her death and the rediscovery of her true identity proved that the past is never truly dead. It just waits. So while the woman is gone, her spirit does haunt the landscape of our history. She haunts the gaps in the story, the spaces where women were ignored or forgotten. She is the ghost that forces us to look closer at the old photographs of the West, to look past the famous men with their guns and mustaches, and to wonder about the silent, watchful women in the background. Her story is a crack in the glossy, romantic myth of the Old West, a reminder that behind every famous outlaw, there might have been a woman who was smarter, quieter, and far more dangerous than the history books ever let on. So in the end, we come back to the question we asked at the start. Was Laura Bullion a hero or a villain? The truth is, she was neither. She was something far more rare. She was a brilliant mind born into a world that had no place for her ambition. She was a queen in a kingdom of dust and gunpowder, a kingdom that was already sinking into the sea of the modern world. To call her a hero is to ignore the wreckage she left behind. But to call her a simple villain is to ignore the courage and genius it took to live the life she did. Ultimately, this isn't just a story about robberies and getaways. It's a story about pride. It's a chilling lesson in how a person's greatest strength can curdle into their most profound weakness. Laura's meticulous, arrogant pride was the engine that drove her success, allowing her to outwit and outmaneuver the entire system. But that same pride blinded her to the fact that the system was bigger than she was, and it made her believe she was infallible. She was a master strategist, brought down not by a Pinkerton's bullet, but by a fatal move of her own making. She survived, yes, but only by killing the most vibrant part of herself. She traded a life of thunderous rebellion for one of silent, lonely penance. The story of her two lives, one as an outlaw queen, the other as a quiet seamstress, is the story of a woman who was at war not just with the world, but with her own nature. And that, my friends, is the ballad of the Thorny Rose, a woman who proved you can escape the law, but you can never truly escape yourself. The air in the Cumberland Mountains is thin and sharp. On the afternoon of May 14, 1892, it carried the scent of pine and damp earth. The only sounds were the rhythmic creak of wagon wheels on the dirt road, the gentle jingle of harnesses, and the low murmur of conversation. Dappled sunlight cut through the canopy of leaves, painting shifting patterns on the canvas cover of the wagon. It was a peaceful scene, almost unnaturally so. Inside the wagon, a family was heading home. Ira Mullins, a man who had just sold his land, his wife, Luanza. With them were their daughter, Jane, and her husband, John. A friend named Wilson Mounts rode alongside as a guard. They were vulnerable, but they weren't worried. This was a public road through a pass known as Pound Gap, a gateway between Virginia and Kentucky, a place everyone knew. Imagine the scene. You are in that wagon. The slow, rocking motion has almost lulled you to sleep. The journey is nearly over. Then, a single sharp crack echoes from the ridgeline above. It's a sound that doesn't belong. Before anyone can react, the world explodes. The crack becomes a roar of gunfire. From the rocks and trees lining the road, muzzle flashes bloom like deadly flowers. Wood splinters from the side of the wagon. A horse screams, rearing in terror. The driver, John Chappell, is thrown from his seat, a dark stain spreading across his chest before he even hits the ground. Chaos. Pure, absolute chaos. Inside the wagon, there's nowhere to run, no time to even understand. It was over in less than 20 seconds. The gunfire stops as suddenly as it began. The only sound left is the ringing in your ears and the panicked breathing of the wounded. Then, a new sound. The crunch of boots on gravel. Shadows fall over the wagon. The ambushers step out from the tree line, their faces grim, their rifles still smoking. When the first travelers found the scene an hour later, it was a tableau of horror. The bodies lay cooling in the mountain air. 5 people shot down without a chance. The horses were gone, the wagon ransacked. At first, it looked like a simple, brutal robbery, the kind of thing that happened in these wild mountains. But this wasn't a robbery gone wrong. This was an execution, meticulously planned and ruthlessly carried out. And the man who planned it, the mind behind the massacre at the Killing Rock, wasn't some common outlaw hiding in the hills. He was a man who carried a badge. He was the law. His name was Marshal Benton Taylor, but everyone called him Doc. The title wasn't medical. It was a name he'd earned for his strange, eclectic knowledge. He was a self-proclaimed healer and herbalist and a geologist who could read the mountains like a book. He was also a U.S. Deputy Marshal, a federal lawman tasked with bringing order to one of the most violent corners of America. In photographs, he looks directly at you. Piercing eyes under a wide-brimmed hat, a long, well-kept beard. He was known to be handsome, articulate, and impeccably dressed, a stark contrast to the rough-hewn world around him. He didn't look like an outlaw. He looked like a frontier intellectual, a gentleman, and he was a poet. He wrote long, flowing ballads about love, nature, and God. His work was published in local newspapers, and he was proud of it. He saw himself as a man of letters, a sensitive soul who could capture the beauty and tragedy of life in verse. Imagine that man, a lawman who could chase down a fugitive in the morning and then spend his evening composing a sonnet by candlelight. Now, hold that image in your mind, because Marshal Doc Taylor was also a killer for hire, a private contractor of violence. He ran his own informal detective agency, a service that powerful men could use to solve problems that fell outside the lines of the law. Need a witness to disappear? Need a union organizer to be discouraged? Need a rival business venture to fail permanently? You called Doc Taylor. He enforced the law, and he broke the law. He hunted criminals, and he was a criminal. This wasn't a secret life he kept hidden. In the twisted moral landscape of late 19th century Appalachia, it was an open secret. It was his brand. He was the man who could operate on both sides of the line, a useful, terrifying tool for anyone with enough money to afford him. He could quote the Bible from memory, write verse that could make a woman weep, and plan a murder with the cold precision of a mathematician. People didn't just fear him, they were drawn to him. He had a charisma, a gravity that pulled people in. And that was the most dangerous thing of all. He wasn't a mindless brute. He was a thinking monster, a predator who used his intelligence and his badge as camouflage. So what creates a man like this? A man who could orchestrate the slaughter of a family in a mountain pass and then possibly go home and write a poem about it. Was he born a psychopath, or was he a product of his environment? The truth is, you cannot understand the man without understanding the place that forged him. To understand a man like Doc Taylor, you first have to understand the world that created him. A world of black coal, red blood, and gray justice. The border between Virginia and Kentucky in the 1880s was not the America you read about in history books. It was another country entirely. A rugged, isolated landscape of steep mountains and deep valleys, a place the Industrial Revolution was just beginning to tear apart. For centuries, this land was home to small communities, governed by family ties and unwritten codes of honor. But then they found the coal. It lay under the mountains in thick, black veins. They called it black gold, and it was the fuel that powered America's Gilded Age. Railroads, hungry for that fuel, began to snake their way into the hollows. Timber companies clear-cut ancient forests, and with them came the coal barons, wealthy industrialists from the north, men who saw the mountains not as a home, but as a treasure chest to be cracked open. They bought up land for pennies on the dollar, often through deceptive contracts that the largely illiterate local population couldn't understand. They built company towns where the coal company owned everything: the houses, the store, the church, the people. Miners were paid in company scrip, currency that was only good at the company store, trapping them in a cycle of debt they could never escape. It was a new kind of feudalism, built on a foundation of coal dust and desperation. This invasion of capital and industry created a powder keg. The old clan-based society clashed violently with the new corporate order. Feuds that had simmered for generations, like the infamous Hatfield-McCoy conflict happening just a short distance away, exploded in this new, high-stakes environment. But the real war was between the coal companies and anyone who stood in their way. This was a place where a man's life was worth less than a seam of good coal. And for the new railroad barons and coal magnates, men who could enforce order with a gun were not criminals. They were assets. The official law was distant, underfunded, and often corrupt. Sheriffs were frequently on a company's payroll. Justice was a commodity, bought and sold like anything else. So the companies built their own private armies. They hired guards, detectives, and enforcers to protect their interests, break up early attempts at unionizing, and intimidate the local populace. The line between a lawman and a hired gun didn't just blur, it often vanished completely. It was a world of violence where disputes were settled not in a courtroom, but with a Winchester rifle on a dusty road. This was the world that created Doc Taylor. It was a world that needed men like him, men who were comfortable with violence, who understood the local culture, and who could navigate the murky waters between what was legal and what was necessary. A man with a federal badge, who was also willing to work for private interests, was the perfect instrument of power in a land where there was no real power to be had. And the most valuable asset in Wise County, Virginia, was a man who wore a federal badge. How does a man like Doc Taylor get a federal badge in the first place? He wasn't a career lawman from back east. He was a local. And in that time and place, that's exactly what the federal government was looking for. They needed men who knew the terrain, who understood the complex web of family feuds, and who weren't afraid to get their hands dirty. Doc Taylor, with his intelligence, charisma, and growing reputation, was a perfect fit. On paper, his duties were clear. As a U.S. Deputy Marshal, he was the long arm of the federal government. He chased moonshiners, served warrants in remote hollows, and hunted fugitives who crossed state lines. By all accounts, he was effective. He was smart, he was fearless, and he knew how to talk to people, or how to intimidate them. He built a network of informants and allies, projecting an aura of authority that few dared to challenge. But that was only half of his business. The other half operated in the shadows, under the name of his private detective agency. This agency was his real masterpiece. It was a legitimate front for an illegitimate enterprise. The badge wasn't his job, it was his brand. It was the ultimate guarantee of his services. Imagine the power this gave him. As a federal marshal, he could legally carry any weapon he wanted. He could travel anywhere, ask questions, and demand answers with the full weight of the government behind him. Who would dare lie to a U.S. Marshal? Who would refuse him entry? His badge was a key that opened every door. Now, imagine that same man working for a coal baron. A union is trying to form in a mining camp. Doc Taylor rides into town wearing his badge. He doesn't come as a company thug. He comes as a federal officer. He starts asking questions, investigating some vague, unnamed federal crime. He interviews the union leaders. He lets them know they are on his radar. The message is clear, but legally untouchable. The union drive mysteriously falls apart. The coal baron pays his fee. This was his genius. He weaponized the law. His official investigations often conveniently overlapped with his private contracts. Was he pursuing a federal fugitive, or was he tracking a man for a client who wanted him silenced? Often, it was impossible to tell. The ambiguity was his shield. He created a reality where his violence was indistinguishable from his duty. He solved crimes for the government and committed them for private clients, sometimes on the same day. He was the perfect solution for powerful men with unsavory problems. But his next client wasn't a coal baron with a political agenda. The motive was much older, much simpler. It was pure, simple greed, and it would lead him to a man named Ira Mullins. Ira Mullins was not a wealthy man. He was a Kentucky farmer, a merchant, and by some accounts, a preacher. Like most people in the region, his life was one of hard work for little cash. He was a familiar face in the small towns and settlements that dotted the border. He was known as a decent, God-fearing man trying to build a life for his family. His problem, and ultimately his death warrant, was a piece of land he owned in Virginia. It wasn't the best farmland, but it sat squarely in the path of the expanding railroad and the coal companies that followed. And so, the land that had been in his family for years suddenly became valuable. An offer was made, a deal was struck, and Ira Mullins, for the first time in his life, found himself in possession of a significant amount of money. We're not talking about a number in a bank account. This was the 1890s. The transaction was made in gold and silver coin and paper currency. A heavy sack filled with $1,300. It's a sum that sounds almost small today. But you have to adjust your perspective. In an era when a working man might earn $1 a day, this was a life-changing fortune. The money was from a land sale, cold, hard cash. In today's dollars, it would be over $50,000, maybe more. But it wasn't just the amount that was dangerous. It was the fact that in this part of the country, everyone knew everyone's business. There were no secrets. The news of Ira's windfall spread through the mountains like a wildfire in a dry forest, and everyone knew Ira Mullins was on the move. He had to get the money from the sale in Virginia back to his home in Kentucky. The safest way, he believed, was to travel with his family. So he assembled his small party: his wife Luanza, his son-in-law John, and his daughter Jane. They hired a local man to drive the wagon and a friend, Wilson Mounts, to ride along as an armed guard. They were a visible, slow-moving target, but they were counting on safety in numbers. They believed no one would dare attack a family in broad daylight. They were wrong. The story of the Mullins fortune was on the lips of everyone in Wise County. It was whispered over fences, discussed in general stores, and spoken of in hushed tones in the dark. Smoky saloons where men of violence gathered. Word of the Mullins money traveled fast, and it reached the ears of two brothers who were as stupid and brutal as Doc Taylor was sharp and cunning. Hennon and Cal Fleming were brothers, and they were trouble. They were known throughout the region as violent, unpredictable men. They were small-time outlaws, involved in moonshining, theft, and brawling. They had the brutality for crime, but they lacked the intelligence to pull off anything significant. They were attack dogs waiting for a master, and they found one in Doc Taylor. We don't know exactly where the meeting took place, maybe in the back room of a smoky tavern, or in a secluded cabin deep in the woods. But we can imagine the scene. The Fleming brothers, rough and greedy, leaning in as the well-dressed, charismatic U.S. Marshal lays out a proposition. He wouldn't have presented it as a desperate crime. He would have framed it as a business opportunity, a sure thing. He would have explained the situation with calm, methodical precision. Ira Mullins, a fortune in cash, a predictable route, a vulnerable party. The Flemings would have seen the risk. But then Taylor would have played his trump card, himself. Imagine his pitch. He wasn't just some outlaw suggesting a robbery. He was the law. He could provide intelligence. He knew the roads, the schedules, the lawmen who patrolled them. More importantly, he could control the aftermath. Who would investigate the crime? Local sheriffs, men who feared him or owed him favors. And if the feds got involved? Well, he was the feds in this part of the country. He could steer the investigation in any direction he chose. To the Fleming brothers, this must have sounded like the perfect crime, handed to them on a silver platter by the one man who could guarantee they'd get away with it. All they had to do was provide the muscle. The deal was struck. The plan was chillingly simple. They would track the Mullins party on their journey back to Kentucky. They knew the route would take them through Pound Gap. And within the gap, there was a specific landmark, a large outcrop of rock that locals called the Killing Rock. The road narrowed there, forcing the wagon to slow down as it passed beneath the stone. It was a natural ambush point, a perfect kill zone. They would hide themselves among the rocks above the road and wait. Taylor, the strategist, would give the signal. They would open fire with overwhelming force, aiming to kill everyone before they could even react. No witnesses. They would take the money, dispose of the horses, and melt back into the mountains. The plan was simple, brutal, and with a U.S. Marshal on their side, they believed it was foolproof. All they had to do was wait for the Mullins party to reach that certain narrow pass in the mountains, a place called Pound Gap. The journey began like any other. The sun was warm, the road was dry. The slow, steady pace of the horses set the rhythm for the day. For Ira Mullins and his family, there must have been a sense of relief. The deal was done, the money was secured. All that was left was this final stretch, a long ride home through familiar territory. Imagine the conversations in that wagon. They would have talked about the future, what they would do with the money. A new barn, perhaps, better land, a chance to finally get ahead, to build something lasting for their children. They were carrying not just cash, but a collection of hopes and dreams in a heavy sack. The weight of it must have felt like a promise. As the wagon rumbled on, the landscape began to change. The open fields gave way to dense forests. The road narrowed, winding its way into the foothills of the Cumberland Mountains. The shadows grew longer, the air grew cooler. The world outside the wagon became a wall of green and grey rock, pressing in on either side. They had no reason to be afraid. They were on a public road, in broad daylight. This wasn't some desolate, forgotten trail. They even passed a few familiar faces along the way. A farmer on his mule, a family in another wagon, exchanging waves and nods. The ordinary greetings of a world behaving as it should, a world at peace. But they didn't see the figures shadowing them from the ridgeline above. Men moving silently through the trees, keeping pace, always staying just out of sight. They didn't feel the eyes that were watching their every move, and they didn't notice the subtle shift in the forest's symphony. The moment when the birds suddenly went quiet. The moment the woods held its breath. To the Mullins party, the entrance to Pound Gap was just another landmark on a long road, a deep cut in the mountain, flanked by steep, rocky slopes. The road here was rough, forcing the horses to slow to a walk. The creak of the wagon wheels echoed off the stone walls of the pass, the sound swallowed by the immense silence. They were getting close to the Killing Rock now. Each turn of the wheel brought them deeper into the trap. The sunlight struggled to reach the floor of the gap, and the air was still and heavy. It was a place that felt ancient and indifferent, a place where anything could happen. As their wagon creaked around the final bend into the narrowest part of the pass, they entered the kill zone. The trap was set, and the silence was about to break. There was no warning, no call to halt, no demand for money. There was only the sound. A single rifle shot, impossibly loud in the enclosed space of the gap. The lead horse screamed and collapsed, its legs buckling, tangling the entire team in a mess of leather and panicked flesh. The wagon lurched to a violent stop, throwing everyone off balance. Before the echo of the first shot had faded, the ridgeline erupted in fire and smoke. It wasn't a gunfight, it was a slaughter. A hailstorm of lead tore through the canvas cover of the wagon, splintering wood and flesh indiscriminately. The ambushers had chosen their positions perfectly. They were firing down into the wagon, a position of absolute advantage. The Mullins party had no cover, no escape, no chance. John Chappell, the driver, was killed instantly, thrown from his seat by the impact of the bullets. Wilson Mounts, the armed guard, managed to draw his pistol, but he was cut down before he could even aim. The air filled with the sharp, acrid smell of gunpowder, the screams of the wounded, and the deafening roar of the rifles. Inside the wagon, it was a scene of unimaginable terror. Ira Mullins fell, trying to shield his family. His son-in-law, John, was hit. Jane, his daughter, cried out. It was a maelstrom of noise and pain and confusion. It lasted for perhaps 14 seconds. 14 seconds of hell, and then silence. A silence that was heavier and more terrifying than the noise it replaced. The ringing in the ears of the survivors, the soft groan of a dying man, the drip of blood onto the floorboards of the wagon. From the rocks above, the killers emerged. Doc Taylor, Hennon Fleming, and Cal Fleming. They scrambled down the slope, their faces set like stone. There was no emotion. This was a job. They moved with a chilling efficiency. One of the Flemings walked up to the tangled mess of horses and methodically shot the ones that were still alive. They tore into the wagon, searching for the money. They found the sack, heavy with coins and bills, their prize. For a moment, they must have thought their plan had worked to perfection. They had the money. They had been fast, brutal, and they believed thorough. When the shooting stopped, 5 people were dead or dying. The killers seized the money and vanished back into the woods, taking the best of the horses with them. In their minds, they had just committed the perfect crime. But they had made one tiny mistake, a mistake that would unravel everything. The first person to find the wagon wasn't a lawman. It was a mail carrier on his regular route, a man named Henderson Vanover. He rounded the bend at the Killing Rock and saw a sight that would haunt him for the rest of his life. The dead horses, the wagon riddled with bullet holes, the unnatural stillness. He approached with caution, his heart pounding in his chest. What he found was a slaughterhouse. Blood pooled on the wagon bed, soaking into sacks of flour and grain. The bodies were tangled together, victims of a sudden, overwhelming violence. The scene was chaotic, but one thing was immediately clear to him. This wasn't the work of a single highwayman. This was the work of a team, an organized, ruthless team. He turned and rode as fast as his horse could carry him to the nearest town, Gladeville, which is now the city of Wise, Virginia. When he burst into the sheriff's office, the story he told sent a shockwave through the community. An entire family ambushed and murdered in broad daylight on the main road. It was an act of savagery that stood out even in that violent land. The local sheriff, a man named Hunsucker, gathered a posse and rode out to Pound Gap. When they arrived, the sun was beginning to set, casting long, grim shadows across the scene. The work was slow and grim. They carefully removed the bodies, trying to piece together the final terrifying moments of the Mullins' lives. They found Ira, his son-in-law, the driver, and the guard, all dead. Jane Mullins, Ira's daughter, was also dead. It appeared to be a complete massacre. The motive seemed obvious: robbery. The killers had taken the money and the horses. The initial theory was that it was a crime of opportunity committed by some unknown band of outlaws. The investigation would be difficult. In these mountains, killers could disappear like smoke. But then, as one of the deputies carefully examined the bodies inside the wagon, he heard a sound, a faint, barely audible moan. He moved aside a blood-soaked blanket and froze. Curled up at the bottom of the wagon, grievously wounded but still breathing, was Ira's wife, Luanza Mullins. The mistake wasn't something they left behind. It was someone. Amidst the carnage, investigators found one survivor. She had been shot multiple times and left for dead. But she was alive, and she had seen them. Her testimony, whispered from a bed of pain, was explosive. She identified the Fleming brothers, men she knew by sight. But then she named the third man, the mastermind, the one who gave the orders. And no one could believe it, because she had just accused U.S. Deputy Marshal Doc Taylor. The name hit the small community of Wise like a lightning strike. Doc Taylor. It was unthinkable. He was a federal lawman. He was an educated, well-spoken member of the community. Some believed Luanza Mullins had to be mistaken, her mind clouded by trauma. Others, who knew of Taylor's darker side, felt a cold dread creep over them. The accusation was monstrous, but it had the chilling ring of truth. With the backing of a living witness, the investigation kicked into high gear. Sheriffs and marshals, some of whom were Taylor's own colleagues, began a discreet but urgent search. They needed more than one person's testimony to bring down a man like Doc Taylor. They needed hard, undeniable proof. They began looking into his known associates. The Fleming brothers were already prime suspects, and searching places he was known to frequent. And in the course of that search, they found it. A piece of evidence so bizarre, so utterly insane, that it has no parallel in the annals of American crime. It wasn't a murder weapon. It wasn't a bloody piece of clothing. It was a manuscript, a long, handwritten poem. The title was The Killing of the Mullins Family. It wasn't a diary entry hidden away in shame. It was a ballad, written with a confident, flowing hand, as if intended to be read aloud or even set to music. It was a boast, a detailed step-by-step narration of the Pound Gap massacre, told from the perspective of the man who planned it. The arrogance is breathtaking. It's the work of a man who doesn't just want to get away with murder, he wants credit for it. In its chilling verses, he describes the planning of the ambush. He mocks the Mullins party for their foolishness, for believing they were safe. He details the attack with a cold, almost gleeful precision, portraying himself not as a common thief, but as an avenging figure, a righteous predator. It is a work of profound narcissism and absolute remorselessness, a piece of folk art written in the blood of its subjects. This poem is a map of a killer's soul, a window into a mind so twisted that it saw mass murder as a story worth telling, a deed worthy of verse. We are going to return to this document. We will break down its lines and uncover the secrets hidden within his words. But first, you have to understand what happened when the law realized one of its own was a monster, and that he was holding a written confession to one of the most brutal crimes in the state's history. A confession in verse was unprecedented. It was arrogant. It was insane. But it wasn't enough to convict him without catching him first. And Doc Taylor was now on the run. The manhunt for Doc Taylor was unlike any other. This wasn't a case of lawmen chasing a common outlaw. This was the law chasing itself. They were hunting a man who knew all their secrets, all their methods, and all their weaknesses. He had been one of them. He knew how they thought, how they tracked, and where they would look. In the first few weeks, he was a ghost in his own backyard. He vanished into the labyrinthine mountains of Appalachia, a wilderness he knew better than any man alive. He could live off the land, navigate by the stars, and use the rugged terrain as his greatest ally. Posses would follow his trail for days, only to find it go cold at the edge of a river or the face of a cliff. It was like chasing the wind. Reports of sightings trickled in, creating a confusing and contradictory picture of his movements. He was seen in Kentucky, then Tennessee, then West Virginia. He seemed to be everywhere and nowhere at once. He used his old network, calling on people who either remained loyal or were too terrified to refuse him shelter. For a night, he would be a guest in a remote cabin, and by sunrise, he'd be gone, leaving behind only rumors. The manhunt became a sensation. Newspapers across the country picked up the story of the killer poet, the federal marshal turned mass murderer. The pressure to capture him grew immense. The state of Virginia put a handsome reward on his head. When local law enforcement proved ineffective, the governor called in the big guns, the Pinkerton National Detective Agency. The Pinkertons were the best in the business. They were relentless, methodical, and had a national reach. They put their top agents on the case, flooding the region with wanted posters bearing Taylor's handsome, bearded face. The net began to spread, moving from a regional hunt to a national one. They knew Taylor couldn't hide in the mountains forever. Eventually, he would have to surface. He was a ghost. He seemed to know where the posses would be before they did. He was an expert at disappearing. But the one thing he couldn't escape was his own reputation. The web of secrets he had built throughout his career was now a liability. The powerful men who once protected him, the coal barons and politicians who had used his services, were now terrified of him. They knew what he was capable of. They knew the crimes he had committed on their behalf. A live Doc Taylor on the run was a problem, but a captured Doc Taylor, talking in a courtroom to save his own neck, was a catastrophe. His former employers decided they couldn't risk it. Doc Taylor's greatest strength had always been his connections. He was a master of a hidden economy, a world of backroom deals, whispered favors, and shared secrets. He had served the interests of the most powerful men in the region, men who owned the coal mines, the railroads, and the politicians. He had been their enforcer, their cleaner, their guarantee of order. He was the man who knew where all the bodies were buried, because he had buried many of them himself. And now, with the Pinkertons closing in and his face on wanted posters from Virginia to Arkansas, that strength became his fatal weakness. His former patrons began to panic. They pictured him in a courtroom, under oath, trading their secrets for a lighter sentence. A man with nothing left to lose is the most dangerous man in the world, and Doc Taylor was about to lose everything. They couldn't let him talk. The decision was made, not in a sheriff's office, but in a corporate boardroom or a private study. It was a cold, calculated business decision. Doc Taylor, the asset, had become Doc Taylor, the liability, and he had to be liquidated. Killing him was one option, but a risky one. A dead Doc Taylor couldn't talk, but an assassination might raise more questions than it answered. It was cleaner to have the law do their work for them. All they needed to do was ensure he was captured. The betrayal came silently, through back channels. An anonymous tip whispered to a Pinkerton agent. A seemingly random piece of intelligence passed to a county sheriff. Men who had once paid Taylor for his services now began to feed information about his movements to the very people hunting him. They knew his habits, his safe houses, his likely escape routes. They had been his employers, and now they became his hunters' best informants. Taylor, for all his intelligence, might not have seen it coming. He was a man who believed in a certain code, a kind of honor among thieves. He probably trusted the bonds of shared criminality to protect him. He failed to understand that in the world of power and money, loyalty is just a currency, and his had just run out. He was no longer part of the club. He was the loose end that needed to be tied. The hunter was now the hunted, betrayed by the very system he had so effectively served. With his network of allies secretly working against him, his world began to shrink. The mountains that had been his sanctuary now felt like a cage. The net grew tighter, and in a dusty town far from the Virginia mountains, the law finally caught up to its own. The end for Doc Taylor came not with a bang, but with a quiet knock on a door. Acting on a tip from their new clandestine sources, a team of lawmen tracked him to a train car in West Virginia. They surrounded it, weapons drawn, expecting a bloody, desperate last stand. This was Doc Taylor, the mastermind of the Pound Gap massacre. They were prepared for a fight to the death. An officer approached the door, his heart hammering in his chest, and called out for Taylor to surrender. The door slid open, and there he was. He wasn't wild-eyed or disheveled. He was sitting calmly, reading a newspaper. He looked up, his gaze steady and unnervingly calm. He slowly folded the paper, set it aside, and smiled. "Gentlemen," he said, his voice even and polite, "I believe you are looking for me." There was no resistance, no struggle. He stood up, turned, and presented his wrists for the handcuffs as if it were a minor inconvenience, a piece of tedious but necessary etiquette. The lawmen, who had been steeling themselves for violence, were left momentarily speechless. He was not a cornered rat. He was a host greeting his guests. The journey back to Virginia was a spectacle. News of his capture traveled ahead of him by telegraph, and at every town where the train stopped, a crowd had gathered. They pressed against the platform, craning their necks for a glimpse of the infamous killer poet. They weren't there to jeer or throw stones. They were there out of a kind of awe-struck fascination. And Taylor gave them a show. He would come to the window of the train car, chained but unbowed, and nod to the crowd. He spoke with the reporters who swarmed him at every opportunity. He was witty, articulate, and utterly charming. He discussed politics, philosophy, and his own case, all with a detached, intellectual air. He never once broke character. He was performing the greatest role of his life, the gentleman outlaw. As he was led in chains, crowds gathered not to jeer, but to get a look at him. He would smile, tip his hat, and talk to reporters. He wasn't acting like a man whose neck was destined for a rope. He was acting like a star on tour. It was a masterful, terrifying performance of control. He was turning his own capture and impending trial into a piece of theater, with himself as the leading man. The performance continued all the way to the courthouse in Wise, Virginia. The local jail could barely contain the spectacle. He held court from his cell, granting interviews and spinning his own version of events. The stage was set for one of the most sensational trials of the 19th century. The Wise County Courthouse was the biggest show in the state. People came from all over, camping on the courthouse lawn for a chance to get a seat inside. It was part trial, part public festival. And at the center of it all was Doc Taylor, who seemed to revel in the attention. He entered the courtroom each day dressed in a clean suit, his beard neatly trimmed, looking more like a distinguished professor than a man on trial for mass murder. The prosecution's case was methodical and devastating. They laid out the facts of the Pound Gap massacre, the brutal ambush, the 5 lives taken for a sack of money. Their star witness was the one person who could put Taylor at the scene, the one person he had failed to kill, Luanza Mullins. She was brought into the courtroom, still frail from her injuries. In a quiet but firm voice, she recounted the horror of that day. She described the sudden explosion of gunfire, the chaos in the wagon, and then she pointed a trembling finger at the defendant's table. She identified him. She told the jury she saw him there among the killers, his face clear in the afternoon light. It was a moment of powerful, human drama. the testimony of a survivor confronting the architect of her suffering. Throughout her testimony, Doc Taylor watched her, his expression a mask of detached curiosity. He showed no anger, no remorse, no emotion at all. It was as if he were watching a play, a story that had nothing to do with him. Then the prosecution brought out its most damning piece of evidence: the poem. A prosecutor stood before the jury and read excerpts from the killing of the Mullins family. The courtroom was held in stunned silence as Taylor's own words echoed off the walls. His boasts, his descriptions of the crime, his chilling poetic confession. It was evidence unlike anything the jury had ever heard, a man's own artistry twisted into a self-made noose. When it was his turn, Taylor represented himself with remarkable skill. He was eloquent, he was logical, and he was utterly convincing. He claimed it was all a conspiracy, that the Mullins family was part of a rival faction in the local feuds. He argued that the poem was a work of fiction, a story he'd written based on rumors he had heard. He painted himself as the victim, a respected lawman framed by his enemies. He was, in his telling, the only honest man in a world of liars. He maintained his innocence with the eloquence of a seasoned orator. But the words of his own ballad, combined with the unwavering testimony of the woman who survived, were a confession no jury could ignore. The verdict was swift. The sentence, absolute. The death sentence did not break Doc Taylor. If anything, it seemed to embolden him. His final performance was about to begin. In the weeks leading up to his execution, his jail cell became a pilgrimage site. Reporters, preachers, and the morbidly curious came to see the condemned man. He greeted them all with the same unshakable calm, the same intelligent charm. He never confessed. To the very end, he maintained his innocence, sticking to his story of a grand conspiracy. He spent his final days writing letters, speaking with his family, and preparing himself for the end. He seemed to have no fear of death. He treated his own execution as a final, formal engagement on his social calendar. The day of the hanging, October 27, 1893, was a public holiday in Wise County. Thousands of people flooded into the town. It was a carnival of death. Vendors sold food and souvenirs. Families brought their children to witness the grim spectacle. A special gallows had been constructed in a field just outside of town to accommodate the massive crowd. Shortly after noon, the procession began. Doc Taylor walked from the jail, his head held high. He was dressed, as always, in a fine suit. He scanned the crowd, his piercing eyes taking in the thousands who had come to watch him die. He didn't look like a man being led to his death. He looked like a politician walking to the podium. On the gallows, he was given the chance to say his last words. He spoke for nearly an hour. It wasn't a rambling, desperate plea. It was a structured, eloquent speech. He thanked the sheriff for his kindness. He forgave his enemies. He once again proclaimed his innocence, casting himself as a martyr. And then, in the most surreal moment of all, he read a new poem he had written in his cell, a final ballad about his own unjust fate. When he was finished, he stood calmly as the deputies placed the black hood over his head and the rope around his neck. The crowd fell into a hushed silence. The order was given. The trapdoor sprang open with a loud crack. As the trapdoor sprang, the story of Doc Taylor, the man, came to an end. But the story of Doc Taylor, the legend, the American monster, was just beginning. The body of Marshall Benton. Doc Taylor was buried in a family plot, but his ghost has never left the mountains. For over a century, his story has been told and retold, becoming a dark piece of American folklore. A campfire tale with a terrifying difference. It was all true. He remains a figure of profound and disturbing contradiction. How do we reconcile the man who wrote sensitive lyrical poetry with the man who planned the cold-blooded murder of a family for money? Was the poetry a mask, a sophisticated camouflage for the monster underneath? Or were both sides of him equally real, coexisting in one man's soul? Was he simply a psychopath, born without a conscience, who used his intelligence and charisma to manipulate the world around him? Or was he a product of his time and place? A man forged in the crucible of the Cold Wars, a lawless land where violence was a tool and justice was for sale. In that world, perhaps a man like Doc Taylor wasn't an aberration. Perhaps he was an inevitability. His story forces us to look at the thin line between civilization and savagery. He wore the badge of the federal government, a symbol of order and justice. Yet he was an agent of chaos and brutality. He shows us that the institutions we trust to protect us can sometimes harbor the very predators we fear. The monster isn't always the outlaw hiding in the hills. Sometimes he's the man with the badge, the respectable citizen, the one hiding in plain sight. The poem, his chilling masterpiece, is his true legacy. It's more than a confession. It's a monument to his own ego, a testament to a man who believed his crimes were so grand they deserved to be immortalized in verse. He didn't just want to kill and steal, he wanted to be the author of the story. In the end, Marshal Doc Taylor remains a uniquely American contradiction. A lawman who broke the law, a killer who wrote poetry, a monster with the face of a gentleman. His life is a testament to the chilling darkness that can hide behind a veneer of civility, armed with a badge, a gun, and a pen. Here, on the banks of the Nolichucky River, the water still speaks in the old tongue of the mountains. It tumbles over rocks that have seen empires rise and fall, and it whispers through trees that remember a time when this was the very edge of the world. It was here, in this misty East Tennessee valley, that a man came and took the river's name for his own, branding himself into the landscape forever. They called him Nolichucky Jack. But was he a hero, a rebel, or a king in buckskin? Today, we're going to follow the current back in time, because these waters hold a story of fire, blood, and ambition that shaped the very soul of Appalachia. Let's go back to 1773. Imagine this valley not as a quiet, settled place, but as the raw, bleeding edge of a new continent. This was a world of towering hardwoods and shadow-filled hollows, where the law was whatever a man could enforce with a long rifle and a steady hand. The settlements here, places like Watauga and Holston, weren't towns. They were clusters of raw log cabins huddled together for warmth and safety, islands in a vast, untamed wilderness. This was land that was promised by God, but forbidden by a king across the ocean, and more importantly, it was the ancestral hunting ground of the Cherokee. Into this crucible walked John Sevier. He wasn't born of these mountains. He was a man from Virginia with a hunger for land that was sharper than any axe. When he arrived and built his home on the Nolichucky, he didn't look like a mountain-born brawler. He was handsome, charming, with a gaze that could disarm a rival or win the loyalty of a stranger in a single glance. He had the easy smile of a man who knew deep in his bones that you'd follow him, that you'd trust him with your life. But those who looked closer saw something else. Beneath the charisma was a core of cold, hard steel. This wasn't just a farmer looking for a homestead. This was a born leader, a speculator, a man who saw this forbidden land not just as a home, but as an empire in the making. He was building a life here with his wife and children, but every nail he hammered was an act of defiance against a distant government and a declaration of war against the people who had called this place home for centuries. The air itself was thick with tension. To the west, Cherokee leaders like Dragging Canoe watched the endless stream of settlers and swore a blood oath to drive them back across the mountains. To the east, the whispers of rebellion against the British Crown were growing into a roar. Sevier and his neighbors were caught in the middle, squatters on stolen land, poised on the brink of a war that would force them to choose a side. They had come seeking freedom, but they had found themselves in a powder keg, and John Sevier was the man holding the match. To really understand what forged John Sevier from a simple settler into a legend, you can't just look at maps or read treaties. You have to feel the weight of the times. I'm holding a piece of that weight right here in my hands. It's a trade tomahawk, the kind that were mass-produced in English foundries. The iron head is simple, brutal, and efficient. The hickory handle is smooth from a century of handling. It feels cold, balanced, and deadly. But this isn't just an antique weapon. This is a political document written in steel. When the revolution began, the British had a strategy for their southern frontier: turn the mountains red. They funneled weapons like this one to the Cherokee and other tribes, encouraging them to attack the rebellious settlements. For the British, it was a calculated move in a global war. But for the families living in those isolated cabins, it meant this object became a symbol of their worst nightmares. It was the face of a war that didn't happen on distant battlefields, but on their own doorsteps. This simple tool forces us to ask a visceral question, one that cuts through the pages of history. What happens when the world outside your thin wooden walls is consumed by fire and screams? What does a man like John Sevier do when he's looking over the palisade of a besieged fort and sees a young woman running for her life, with a weapon just like this one slicing through the air right behind her? When the revolution finally broke, it wasn't a glorious affair of flags and cannons on the frontier. It was a wave of pure terror. The British strategy was simple and brutal. They would unleash their allies, the Cherokee, upon the settlements. The war had come to the mountains, and it came on silent, moccasined feet, armed with English steel. Suddenly, every rustle in the woods, every shadow at dusk, could mean death. Cabins were burned, families scattered, and the survivors fled to the flimsy security of their forts. At Fort Watauga, the air was thick with the stench of fear and gunpowder. Hundreds of Cherokee warriors, led by the brilliant and implacable Dragging Canoe, materialized from the forest and laid siege to the crude wooden walls. Inside, John Sevier was no longer just a landowner. He was a commander, responsible for the lives of every man, woman, and child huddled within. The siege was a grinding nightmare of sniper fire, of terrifying war cries that echoed through the night, a constant reminder that death was only a few feet of log wall away. It was during this chaos that the legend of Nolichucky Jack was truly born. A young woman, Catherine Sherrill, was caught outside the walls when the attack began. As she sprinted across the cleared ground toward the fort, she was a lone figure of desperation. She could hear the footsteps pounding behind her, could feel the nearness of her pursuers. A tomahawk, a weapon just like this one, its polished edge glinting in the sun, whizzed past her ear and thudded into the gate just as she reached it. It was barred shut. For a heart-stopping second, her hope died. But from the top of the wall, John Sevier had seen it all. As Catherine, in a final act of pure will, leapt for the top of the palisade, his hands shot out, grabbing her arms and hauling her over the edge to safety. In that single breathtaking moment, Sevier became more than a man. He became a protector, a hero. The seeds of conflict, sown by a distant king, had just bloomed into a very personal war for him, and that heroic rescue planted the seeds of a love story that would itself become a cornerstone of Appalachian folklore. History books can give you the dates and the names, but they can't give you the soul of a story. For that, you have to talk to the people who are its living keepers. My search for the soul of the King's Mountain story led me to the back room of a county historical society, a place that smelled of old paper and cedar. It's there I met a local historian, a man in his 80s whose family had been in these hills since before Tennessee was even a dream. His name isn't important. What is important is that the stories of this place run in his blood. I asked him about Major Ferguson's threat. Why did it light such a fire? Why march over a frozen mountain on what looked like a suicide mission? He leaned back in his creaky wooden chair and gave me a look that said I was asking the wrong question entirely. "You have to understand," he said, his voice a low Appalachian rumble. "Ferguson didn't threaten an army. There was no army. He threatened their hearthstones. He explained that these weren't soldiers who answered to a distant general. They were clans. They were families. Their loyalty was to the man whose land bordered their own, to the neighbor who helped them raise a barn. When Patrick Ferguson promised to hang their leaders and lay their country waste with fire and sword, it wasn't a threat of war. It was a promise of annihilation aimed directly at their wives, their children, and their homes. My great-great-great-uncle was there, the old man continued, tapping a weathered finger on a map. Family law says he was plowing a field when the rider came with the news. He didn't even unhitch the mule. He just dropped the reins, walked into his cabin, took his long rifle from over the fireplace, and told his wife he'd be back when it was done. That single image, passed down through generations, tells you more than any history book. This wasn't a political calculation. It was a personal insult, a blood feud declared on an entire people. And it was an insult that could only be answered one way. Major Patrick Ferguson's threat was a spark on dry tinder. It wasn't heard in a government hall. It was carried by riders from one isolated settlement to the next, a whispered promise of hellfire that spread through the mountains like a contagion of rage. This wasn't a challenge to an army. It was a personal insult, a vow to burn out the very heart of the over-mountain people. And in that moment, something shifted in the soul of the frontier. The time for talk was over. The time for defense was over. This was now a hunt. The gathering at Sycamore Shoals was not a military muster. It was a human flood. Men poured out of the hollows and down from the ridges, their faces set like stone. They were a rough-hewn army, clad in buckskin and homespun, their only uniform a shared fury. Their weapon was the American long rifle, a tool of subsistence that had become an instrument of vengeance. They left their plows in the field, their harvests in the barn, and their families with a grim promise to return. In the center of this storm of men stood John Sevier. Alongside Isaac Shelby, he was the axis around which this whole desperate enterprise turned. He didn't need to give speeches. His presence was enough. He moved through the camp, his piercing gaze meeting the eyes of farmers and hunters, transforming their individual anger into a singular, deadly purpose. He was one of them, but he was also more. He was the embodiment of their defiance. The decision was made. They would not wait for Ferguson to bring his fire and sword to them. They would take the war to him. They would do the unthinkable, march over the high, snow-dusted peaks of the Appalachians, leaving their own homes vulnerable to hunt down a superior British force. This was the point of no return. As they turned their faces east and began their climb into the freezing autumn air, they were no longer just settlers. They were an avalanche of buckskin and fury, and they would not stop until they had buried Ferguson and his army on a mountain of his own choosing. Today, Kings Mountain is a place of profound peace. You can walk the paved trails, hear the wind rustling the leaves, and read the solemn granite monuments that mark the place where a battle turned the tide of a war. But the true evidence, the real scar left on this landscape, isn't carved in stone. It's the land itself. You have to leave the path and feel the ground under your feet to understand what happened here. This isn't a mountain in the way you might imagine. It's a long, steep-sided ridge that rises abruptly from the surrounding country. When Major Ferguson brought his loyalist army up here, he thought he had found the perfect fortress. From this high ground, he could see in every direction, and he believed no army could assault such a steep, rugged slope. He was so confident, he reportedly boasted that he was king of this mountain, and that God Almighty and all the rebels out of hell could not drive him from it. He saw a fortress. He failed to understand that he was choosing a tomb, right here. Stand at the bottom of the slope and look up. You can feel the steepness in your legs and your lungs. This is where it happened. Ferguson's men were arrayed on the cleared summit, a perfect target against the skyline. But the over-mountain men didn't attack in formation. They used the dense woods on these slopes for cover, melting between the very trees that still stand here today. Each of these ancient oaks, each of these weathered rock outcroppings, became a silent testament to the chaos of that day. This whole ridge became a killing jar, and the over-mountain men were about to seal the lid. It began with a sound that was not quite human. From the base of the mountain on all sides, a terrifying chorus of whoops and yells erupted from the trees, the sound of panthers, of wolves, of men who had become something primal. The over-mountain men didn't march. They swarmed up the wooded slopes, a relentless tide of buckskin and iron will. It was a kind of warfare the British had never truly understood. For every volley of musketry, the Loyalists fired down the hill, hitting little more than bark and shadow. A dozen puffs of white smoke would answer from the trees below. The crack of the long rifles was sharp, personal. Each one was a sentence of death delivered from an unseen judge. A man in a bright red coat would be reloading on the summit, and then he would simply fold, vanishing into the chaos. The Loyalists charged with bayonets, a wave of disciplined steel meant to break any line, but there was no line to break. The frontiersmen just melted back into the forest, letting the charge pass, only to rise up on their flanks and rear, their rifles speaking again and again. The fortress had become a slaughter pen. Above the din, Major Ferguson's silver whistle could be heard, a shrill, piercing note trying to impose order on pure chaos. He rode his white horse back and forth across the summit, a magnificent, defiant target, rallying his crumbling lines. For an hour, the mountain was consumed by a storm of lead and fury. The air grew heavy and acrid with the smell of gunpowder. The roar of battle was continuous, a deafening drumbeat of rifle fire, screams and war cries. Then, suddenly, the silver whistle fell silent. The man on the white horse, who had seemed invincible just moments before, reeled in his saddle. He swayed for a moment, a stunned look on his face, before sliding to the ground. With his fall, the last bit of fight drained from the Loyalist force. White handkerchiefs began to appear, tied to the ends of ramrods and held aloft in surrender. The shooting didn't stop immediately. The raw fury that had carried them over a frozen mountain demanded a final, terrible price. But soon, a new sound replaced the gunfire, the triumphant, breathless roar of men who knew they had just broken the back of the British war in the south. After the gun smoke clears, the ink begins to flow. This is a copy of the official report on the Battle of Kings Mountain, written by the commanders and sent to the Continental Congress. It's written in the formal, looping script of the 18th century, and its language is as detached as the battle itself was intimate and brutal. It talks of troop movements, of casualties, and of objectives secured. It describes the battle in a single, sanitized phrase: a sharp conflict. A sharp conflict. Those three words are the cold ashes left over from a raging fire. There is no mention in this dry report of the war cries that echoed through the trees, or the raw fury of men avenging a threat against their homes. The official record doesn't tell you about the terror in the eyes of the Loyalists as they were swarmed from all sides, or the grim satisfaction of the frontiersmen as they won. The paperwork of war is always a ghost of the real thing, a sterile summary that strips away the blood and the humanity. And this is where the story of John Sevier takes its most important turn. In this document, he is a hero of the new United States, a loyal officer serving the cause of liberty. But what this paper trail doesn't show is what was happening in Sevier's own mind. He had just seen how power was won, not in distant congresses, but by the will of determined men with rifles in their hands. As he rode home over the mountains, a hero of continental fame, he wasn't just thinking about the war he had won, he was thinking about the kingdom he was about to build. The official record sealed his legend as a patriot, but it was a title he was already preparing to betray. The hero returned from Kings Mountain not just to a home, but to a vacuum of power. North Carolina, broke and exhausted from the war, ceded its western lands to the federal government, effectively abandoning the over-mountain settlements. Left without courts, laws, or protection, the people did what they had always done. They took matters into their own hands. In 1784, they declared themselves a new, independent state, the state of Franklin, and there was only one man they would trust to be its governor, John Sevier. For a brief, shining moment, Nolichucky Jack was a king in his own right, ruling over a renegade republic carved out of the wilderness. But the law, however distant, has a long memory. North Carolina quickly regretted its decision and reasserted its claim, creating chaos. Two governments now claimed the same land. The conflict became a bitter personal feud between Sevier and a man named John Tipton, a former brother-in-arms from Kings Mountain who now led the North Carolina Loyalist faction. This wasn't a political debate, it was a civil war in miniature, a clash of two frontier titans who refused to bend. The breaking point came in the dead of winter. Tipton's faction, acting for North Carolina, seized some of Sevier's enslaved people as payment for back taxes. For Sevier, this was the ultimate insult. Enraged, he raised a small army and laid siege to Tipton's farm. The Battle of Franklin was a tragic farce played out in a blizzard. For days, the two sides traded insults and gunfire from behind fences and trees until a surprise attack by Tipton's reinforcements shattered Sevier's force. The state of Franklin collapsed in the snow and mud, and its governor was now a wanted man. The law's pursuit began. The hero of Kings Mountain was now a fugitive, hiding in the very mountains that had once hailed him as their savior. He was hunted by the government of North Carolina, the state he had once defended so ferociously. The cheers of victory were replaced by the quiet footsteps of a man on the run, a king with no kingdom, charged with the high crime of treason. Eventually, the law caught up with him. He wasn't captured in a blaze of glory, but arrested quietly, a shocking humiliation for a man of his stature. They put him in irons. Imagine that sight. Nolichucky Jack, the Indian fighter, the revolutionary commander, being hauled back over the mountains, not as a hero, but as a common felon. The tense journey ended at the courthouse in Morganton, North Carolina, where he was to be tried for his life. But as he stood before the court, a different kind of justice arrived. A mob of his armed followers stormed the building, freed him from his captors, and set him back on his horse. The official verdict was never delivered, because the people of the frontier had already delivered their own. John Sevier simply rode away, a free man, proving that in Appalachia, the loyalty of the people could be a law unto itself. To find the final chapter of this story, you have to visit two very different pieces of ground. The first is here, on the lawn of the old Knox County Courthouse, in the heart of the city he helped build. A grand stone monument marks the final resting place of John Sevier. It proclaims him a hero, a patriot, the first governor of the state of Tennessee. He lies here in a place of ultimate public honor, celebrated as a founding father. But as you stand here, you can't help but feel the paradox. This is the grave of a man who was once arrested, put in irons, and charged with high treason. To understand the other side of that conflict, you have to travel a few miles away to a quieter place. Here, on the rolling farmland that was once his home, lies John Tipton. His grave is simple, solid, unyielding, much like the man himself who stood for the law when it was unpopular and faced down the most famous man on the frontier. He rests on the very land he defended, the homestead that Sevier himself once besieged. They lie just a county apart now, enemies in life, neighbors in death. The man who upheld the law rests on his private farm, while the rebel who defied him is enshrined in the town square. This stark contrast, written in granite and soil, is the final, silent testament to their long and bitter feud. It forces us to ask the most crucial question of all. What happened in the years after the guns fell silent? How did the fugitive Nolichucky Jack not only escape justice, but rise from the ashes of his failed state to become the most powerful man in Tennessee? The long shadow of his failed state hung over John Sevier, but he was a man who thrived in the half-light. After his dramatic rescue, he was still technically a fugitive, a traitor in the eyes of North Carolina. But in the mountains and hollows of his homeland, he was simply Nolichucky Jack, their leader, protected by a fierce loyalty that no law could penetrate. He was a political ghost they couldn't exorcise. So what does a man do when his kingdom has crumbled and his enemies hold all the legal cards? He finds a new game to play. And this is where Sevier's story takes a dark, secretive turn. A desperate man, he began a clandestine correspondence with Spanish diplomats. He hinted that the frustrated people of the frontier, feeling abandoned by the United States, might be willing to secede entirely and place themselves under the protection of the King of Spain in exchange for free navigation of the Mississippi River. Was it genuine treason? Or was it the shrewdest political bluff in American history? A move designed to force the young United States to finally pay attention to its western frontier. The truth is buried with him, but it shows a man willing to risk everything to protect his interests and regain his power. Meanwhile, North Carolina faced a dilemma. They couldn't arrest Sevier. His followers would simply free him again. They couldn't ignore him. His influence was too great. They couldn't defeat him, so they did the only thing they could. They embraced him. In a stunning act of political pragmatism, they issued a full pardon for his treason. Then, they went a step further. They elected the rebel leader to their own state senate. It was a masterstroke. By bringing him into the system, they neutralized him as an outlaw. But they had underestimated Nolichucky Jack. He wasn't neutralized. He was legitimized. He took his seat in the government that had once hunted him and used his new position, combined with his undiminished popularity back home, to fight for the one thing he always wanted, a new state. But this time, done the right way. He outmaneuvered every opponent, trading his buckskin jacket for a politician's coat without ever losing the grit of the frontiersman. When Tennessee was finally granted statehood in 1796, there was no debate, no question about who would lead it. The election of John Sevier as its first governor wasn't a political victory. It was a coronation. The rebel king was dead. Long live the governor. And that's where the story gets complicated, because even today, John Sevier isn't one man, he's two. The first Sevier is the one written in stone and bronze, the man on the monument. This is Nolichucky Jack the hero, the father of Tennessee, the fearless Indian fighter who protected the fledgling settlements from annihilation. To this day, if you ask the descendants of the Over-Mountain men, they will tell you he was a patriot who risked everything at Kings Mountain and a statesman who carved a civilization from a savage wilderness. This is the Sevier of public record and popular legend. But then there's the other John Sevier. This is the man whose story isn't written on monuments, but whispered in the shadows of history. To understand this Sevier, you have to stand on the other side of the Nolichucky River, on the land that was once the sovereign territory of the Cherokee Nation. From that perspective, Sevier wasn't a hero. He was the leading edge of an invasion. He wasn't a protector. He was a conqueror. Every acre of land he settled was an acre of land he took. His 35 battles weren't heroic skirmishes. They were a relentless campaign of ethnic cleansing. And it wasn't just about land for a home. The second Sevier was a ruthless speculator, a man whose patriotism and personal profit were always tangled together. His renegade state of Franklin looks less like a noble experiment in democracy and more like a massive land grab, an attempt to secure his and his cronies' illegal claims. His flirtation with Spain wasn't a bluff. It was the act of a man whose ultimate loyalty was to his own ambition. So who was the real Nolichucky Jack? Was he the courageous patriot or the greedy opportunist? The community builder or the dispossessor of a people? The truth is, he was all of it. He was a man who contained the violent, contradictory, and deeply flawed soul of the American frontier itself. And to this day in Appalachia, the version of the story you hear still depends entirely on which side of the mountain your family came from. When a man's life is as large and loud as John Sevier's, it doesn't just end when he's laid in the ground. It seeps into the soil. It becomes part of the mist that hangs in the hollows. The hard facts of his life, the battles, the politics, the betrayals, began to soften over the decades, smoothed over by time like river stones, until a new shape emerged. The shape of a legend. The most powerful legends are often the ones people needed to be true. Take the story that he fought in over 30 battles and was never once wounded. Historically, it's an incredible feat of luck and skill. But in the telling and retelling around a hearthfire, it became something more. It became proof. In a world of constant, random violence, where a snakebite or a fever could kill as surely as a tomahawk, the belief that their leader was untouchable, that he was shielded by Providence itself, wasn't just a story. It was a shield for their own hearts. But every bright legend casts a long shadow. There's another kind of story you'll hear in East Tennessee, one told in a hushed voice after the children are in bed. They say that on certain nights, when the moon is hidden and the river fog is thick, you can still hear the echoes of his forgotten wars down by the Nolichucky. They say it isn't Sevier's ghost you have to worry about. It's the ghosts of those he fought, the Cherokee spirits still bound to the land he took, their whispers of anger and loss carried on the water. It became a cautionary tale, a way for the mountains themselves to remember the price that was paid for the state he built. And so, the man became a myth. He is both the invincible hero protected by heaven and the haunted figure whose deeds left unquiet spirits in his wake. The history books tell you what John Sevier did, but it's the folklore, the ghost stories, and the tall tales whispered from one generation to the next that tell you how the mountains remember him. So we find ourselves back where we started, here on the banks of the Nolichucky. The river still speaks its ancient language, tumbling over the same stones, but we hear it differently now. We can no longer see this as just a quiet valley. We see the ghosts. We see the raw frontier, the smoke of the cabin, and the determined figure of a man who took the river's name and made it his own, bending a wilderness to his will. The journey to understand John Sevier is to understand that our heroes are never simple. It's easy to want the man on the monument to be the whole story, a flawless patriot cast in bronze. But the Appalachian frontier was no place for simple men. It demanded men who were as complex and contradictory as the land itself, men who could be both courageous and cruel, builders and destroyers, heroes and villains, sometimes all in the space of a single day. Sevier wasn't a good man who did bad things, or a bad man who did good things. He was a man of his time, and his time was a storm. So the next time you pass a forgotten ruin on a lonely road, or see an old name carved into a county courthouse, remember that it's not just a pile of stones or a word on a map. It's a library filled with stories of love, loss, and the brutal choices that define us. The story of Nolichucky Jack is a reminder that our history is not a clean, straight line. It's a tangled, bloody, and glorious thicket, and it's in those shadows and contradictions that the truest stories are found. The people are gone. The houses are gone. The world they fought for has vanished. But the story remains. In the heart of Appalachia, there was a city that lived a double life. By day, it was Wheeling, West Virginia, a town of steel, smoke, and hard-working men. But when the sun bled out behind the mountains, it became something else entirely. A place whispered about in neighboring states, a place that earned the sinister nickname Little Chicago. How could a city in the middle of conservative America become a gangster's paradise, a capital of vice where the law was just a suggestion? The official records talk about crime, but the mountains remember a different story. The tragedy of a city that sold its soul for a few decades of neon lights and easy money. Wheeling wasn't born a monster. For generations, it was a city built on sweat and steel, nestled in a bend of the mighty Ohio River. Its lifeblood was the clanging of the mills and the rumble of the coal cars. The air was thick with the smell of industry, and the brick buildings were permanently stained with a film of soot. This was the Rust Belt in its prime, a tough, proud place where a man's worth was measured by the calluses on his hands. It was a world of simple, hard truths. You worked, you provided for your family, and you found your rest on Sunday. The people of Wheeling were the heart of this world. They were steel workers, miners, and factory hands who came home each night with their faces smudged with grime and their bodies aching. They were men and women who understood the grim reality of life in the mountains. Their dreams weren't grand. They dreamed of a steady paycheck, a hot meal on the table, and maybe a little something extra on a Saturday night to forget the toil of the week. This city was their home, their legacy, a place they had built with their own two hands. Into this world of grit and labor stepped a man named William Leas, known to everyone as Big Bill. He wasn't a gangster in a pinstripe suit who rolled in from New York or Chicago. He was the son of Greek immigrants, a local boy who understood the city's hunger. He had a disarming smile and a way of speaking that made you feel like he was your oldest friend. He started small, running whiskey during Prohibition, but he wasn't just a bootlegger. He was a visionary of vice. Leas saw the exhaustion in the eyes of the workers, and he offered them an escape. He built churches and sponsored little league teams, presenting himself as a pillar of the community, a generous benefactor. People loved him. He gave them jobs when the mills were slow and entertainment when their lives felt bleak. He was one of them, they thought, just a little smarter, a little luckier. They didn't see the ice behind his eyes or the cold calculation in his every move. But a shadow was beginning to stretch over Wheeling, long before it was ever called Little Chicago. It started with a friendly game of cards in the back of a tavern, a slot machine quietly installed in the corner of a diner. It was the friendly cop who was told to look the other way. The small envelope of cash slipped into a politician's hand. Each small compromise was another brick in the foundation of a corrupt empire. The city, so desperate for a taste of prosperity, didn't realize it was making a deal with the devil. They were a community on the brink, about to lose everything they thought they were, all for the illusion of a good time. It wasn't a single gunshot that marked the point of no return for Wheeling. It was a sound, the constant mechanical grinding and clatter of hundreds, then thousands of slot machines. Big Bill Leas didn't conquer the city with an army of thugs. He seduced it with an army of one-armed bandits. They appeared like a quiet invasion, first in the back rooms of his clubs, then in bars, restaurants, and eventually even corner drugstores. Each machine was a tiny, glittering promise of fortune, and a spigot for a river of untaxed silver that flowed directly into his empire. At first, the city's honest lawmen tried to fight back. They would raid an establishment, confiscate a few machines, and make an arrest, feeling they'd done their duty. But it was a fool's errand. The arrested man would be out on bail within an hour, the case mysteriously dismissed by a compliant judge. The next day, 2 new machines would appear in the same spot. It was a demoralizing, soul-crushing charade. This is where the real poison took hold. Leas understood that you didn't need to own every man with a gun if you owned the men with the gavels and the badges. The system of corruption wasn't a secret. It was an institution. Police officers began receiving weekly envelopes stuffed with cash, a bonus for simply looking the other way. It wasn't presented as a dirty bribe, but as a practical arrangement, a way to ensure the city ran smoothly. For a cop with a family to feed on a meager salary, the choice was brutal. Uphold a law that no one else respected, or accept the cash and provide. One by one, the city's guardians laid down their arms. The conflict shifted from the streets to the quiet, desperate struggle within the hearts of those few who refused to bend. A councilman who spoke out against the gambling racket would find his business suddenly failing inspections. A reporter who dug too deep might get a quiet visit, a friendly warning that his curiosity was unhealthy. The violence wasn't always loud. It was often the silent, chilling threat of ruin. The first drops of blood weren't shed on the pavement. They were the slow bleeding of a city's integrity, the death of its hope that the law was still the law. Wheeling had crossed a threshold, and everyone knew it. The city no longer belonged to its people. It belonged to Big Bill Leas. The slaughter in Little Chicago wasn't a single night of gunfire. It was a slow, methodical strangulation of a city's soul, carried out over decades in smoke-filled backrooms and on dimly lit streets. It was the steelworker who, after a brutal week in the mill, came to Wheeling looking for a little fun. He'd put a few coins in one of Big Bill's machines, mesmerized by the spinning reels. That small thrill became a weekly ritual, then an obsession. The children's frozen terror wasn't from seeing a monster, but from watching their father walk through the door with empty pockets and hollow eyes, his week's pay sacrificed to the one-armed bandit. His family didn't die in a hail of bullets. They starved slowly, their future devoured $1 silver at a time. This was Lias's genius. His violence was often invisible. But for those who couldn't be bought or intimidated, a more permanent solution was whispered about. The Ohio River, the city's lifeblood, became its graveyard. No one ever admitted to seeing a body thrown from the Wheeling suspension bridge, but the stories were there, dark and cold as the river itself. A man who couldn't pay his debts would simply vanish. The rumor was he'd gone for a swim in cement shoes. Fishermen downstream would sometimes cut their lines in a panic, having snagged something that felt unnervingly human, and they learned to never, ever talk about it. The river kept its secrets. As time went on, the violence grew bolder. After Lias, a new figure rose to prominence. Paul No Legs Hankish, a man who ruled his own syndicate from a wheelchair with a cold, terrifying fury. The quiet threats of Big Bill's era were replaced by open warfare. One night, the calm was ripped apart by a deafening explosion that rattled windows for miles. Where a car had been parked on a residential street, there was now only a mangled, smoking crater of twisted metal. The blast didn't just kill a man, it served as a public execution, a message written in fire and shrapnel. The true heart of darkness in Wheeling was this normalization of dread, the silence of the good people who were too scared to speak, the casual acceptance that some men were above the law and that a human life was worth less than a gambling debt. The city hadn't been conquered by an outside force. It had been eaten alive from the inside, one compromised soul, one broken family, and one silent splash in the river at a time. For decades, the corruption in Wheeling was a ghost at the feast, a secret everyone knew but no one dared to name aloud. But eventually, the whispers from those dark Appalachian hills grew loud enough to reach Washington. A U.S. senator from Tennessee named Estes Kefauver had declared a crusade against organized crime, and his traveling committee was cutting a swath across the nation. When they set their sights on West Virginia, little Chicago was suddenly blinded by a spotlight it could not control. The party was over. The end didn't come with a shootout. It came with the quiet, methodical arrival of men in dark suits who carried briefcases instead of shotguns. They were agents from the FBI and, more importantly, the Internal Revenue Service. They were a quiet army of accountants and taxmen who were immune to Big Bill's charm and his envelopes of cash. They weren't interested in the rumors of bodies in the river. They were interested in the river of money that flowed from the slot machines, a river that had never once touched the ledger books of the U.S. Treasury. The reaction in the city was a quiet, nervous panic. The web of corruption that had felt so strong began to fray. Police officers who had been on the take for years suddenly grew fearful, their weekly payoffs now feeling like anchors that could drag them to the bottom. Politicians who had dined at Lias's table now couldn't remember his name. For the first time in a generation, a force had arrived in Wheeling that Big Bill could not buy, control, or intimidate. The fear that had held the city in his grip was now turned against his own people. Then came the raids. But these were not the staged, theatrical raids of the local police. Federal agents moved with cold efficiency. They didn't just seize a few slot machines, they swept through the city like a cleansing fire. In a single day, thousands of one-armed bandits were confiscated. They were dragged out of the bars and clubs, piled onto trucks, and taken to be destroyed. The signature sound of Little Chicago, that constant, hopeful, greedy grinding of the machines, was replaced by the sound of smashing glass and splintering wood as they were broken apart with sledgehammers. A new kind of silence fell over Wheeling. The neon lights of the gambling dens and backroom casinos flickered and went dark, one by one. The weekend crowds from Ohio and Pennsylvania stopped coming. The flow of easy money that had been the city's lifeblood and its poison simply ceased. What was left was a city in a state of shock, holding its breath. The king was cornered, his empire was in ruins, and the ashes of his fallen kingdom were still settling in the quiet, empty streets. The federal courthouse in Wheeling wasn't one of Big Bill's smoky backrooms. It was a place of cold marble, polished wood, and unwavering fluorescent lights, a world where his charisma and cash held no power. His trial was the greatest show the city had ever seen. The courtroom was packed every day with a strange mix of his loyalists, his victims, and the morbidly curious, all wanting to see if the king would finally fall. Armed federal marshals stood guard, their presence a stark reminder that the old rules no longer applied. For the first time, justice in Wheeling would be decided not by a backroom deal, but by a jury of 12. In the defendant's chair sat William Leas, and he looked like a man out of time. The confident, charming benefactor was gone. In his place was an aging man in an ill-fitting suit, looking confused and diminished under the weight of federal authority. He would scan the faces in the crowd, perhaps searching for the familiar fear and respect he once commanded. But he found only strangers and the cold, impartial gaze of the law. This wasn't his world. He was a mountain lion dragged from his territory and put in a cage, surrounded by hunters who spoke a language he didn't understand. The prosecution's case was a masterpiece of methodical destruction. They didn't call witnesses to speak of rumored murders or broken legs. They didn't speak of the fear that had paralyzed the city for a generation. Instead, they brought in accountants. They presented ledgers, bank statements, and sworn testimony from Lias's own bookkeepers. One by one, former associates and lieutenants, men who had gotten rich under his protection, took the stand to save themselves, their testimony a cascade of betrayals that buried their old boss under a mountain of evidence. The weapon that finally brought down the king of Little Chicago wasn't a smoking gun, it was a fountain pen. The charge was the same one that had felled Al Capone, tax evasion. The government proved with painstaking detail that millions of dollars from thousands of slot machines had simply vanished, never to be seen by the taxman. It was a simple, brutal, and undeniable truth. While the newspapers screamed about racketeering and the whispers on the street told of bodies in the river, the case itself was as dry as dust. It was a cold, mathematical execution. When the jury returned, the verdict was a formality. Guilty. William Big Bill Leas, the man who had owned a city, who had built an empire on vice and fear, was sentenced to years in federal prison. The law of men had finally won. But as he was led from the courtroom, a free man no more, a question hung in the air, heavy and unspoken. Was this justice? The man who corrupted a generation of public officials and broke countless families on the altar of gambling was going to prison for a bookkeeping crime. The system had punished him, yes, but it felt like it had punished him for the wrong reasons. The city was free of its king, but the real sins of Little Chicago seemed to have been left unjudged, washed away like so many other dark secrets in the Ohio River. Big Bill Leas did eventually get out of prison. He returned to Wheeling, but the city he came back to was no longer his kingdom. He was a ghost from a bygone era, his power broken, his name now just a story whispered by old-timers. The man who had once been the uncrowned king of a city died not in a hail of gunfire, but quietly, his empire already turned to dust. The vacuum he left behind was filled for a time by more vicious predators like No Legs Hankish, whose reign was one of bombs and fear, but that too eventually crumbled under the relentless pressure of federal law enforcement. If you drive through Wheeling today, you can still visit the heart of Big Bill's old empire, Wheeling Downs. It's a modern racetrack and casino now, clean, bright, and perfectly legal. The clatter of slot machines is back, but now every dollar is counted and taxed. It stands as a sanitized monument to a dark past, a place where families can go for an afternoon of fun, with no idea of the illegal betting syndicates and hidden currents of cash that once defined its very existence. It's the ghost of what it once was, tamed and put on display. Walk the older streets of downtown, past the brick facades that have stood for a century, and you can almost feel the echoes. That building there, now a law office, might have been the 19th hole, where deals were made in clouds of cigar smoke. That empty storefront could have been a club where a politician and a gangster shook hands. The neon signs are gone, the secret tunnels are sealed or forgotten, and the Ohio River flows on, carrying its secrets silently to the sea. Most people who live in Wheeling now have only a vague sense of this history. Little Chicago is a nickname, a local legend. But the deepest scars left by that era aren't in the brick and mortar. They are in the city's soul. It's an ingrained distrust of authority, a cynical belief that every system can be bought. It's in the stories passed down from grandfathers who remember the open secret of the city's double life. The official records are filed away in dusty archives, but in Appalachia, the true history is the one that lives in the memory of the people. The mountains saw it all, and the mountains never forget. So we come back to the question that hung in the smoky air at the start of our story. How did a hard-working Appalachian city become a gangster's paradise? The answer is as simple as it is tragic. Little Chicago wasn't built by force. It was built on a quiet, desperate bargain. Big Bill Leas didn't conquer Wheeling. He seduced it. He offered a city, weary from the toil of the mills and the mines, an escape. He offered them the illusion of prosperity, the thrill of the jackpot, and all he asked for in return was their silence and their soul. This is more than just a crime story. It is a cautionary tale, a lesson etched into the very hills of West Virginia. It's a story about the danger of looking the other way, of accepting small compromises until there is nothing left of your integrity to compromise. The tragedy of Wheeling wasn't just that a criminal empire rose in its streets, but that so many good people stood by and let it happen, convinced that the easy money was worth the moral rot that came with it. It is a timeless story of how a community, desperate for a better life, can make a deal with the devil, never realizing the price is always far higher than they can imagine. The steel mills have cooled, and the bright neon signs are dark. But the ghost of Little Chicago still haunts these hills, a cold lesson written in the heart of Appalachia. Its legacy is a reminder that the most dangerous monsters are not always the ones who break down your door, but the ones you willingly invite inside. On October 20th, 1865, 6 long months after the Civil War had officially ended, a man stood on the gallows in Nashville, Tennessee. The great armies were silent, the soldiers paroled and sent home to rebuild their shattered lives. But for this man, there would be no peace. He wasn't being hanged for treason. He was charged with 53 counts of murder. He was a supposed Confederate soldier, yet he was being treated like a common criminal, a monster beyond pardon. What did this man do that was so terrible, even by the brutal standards of war, that forgiveness was impossible? To understand the blood that was spilled, you must first understand the land that soaked it up. The Cumberland Mountains, straddling the border of Kentucky and Tennessee, were a world unto themselves in 1861. This wasn't a land of grand plantations or bustling cities. It was a rugged, isolated quilt of misty hollows, dense forests, and winding rivers, a place where the mountains themselves dictated the terms of life. The people here were as tough and unyielding as the rock beneath their feet, forged by hardship and bound by codes older than the nation itself. Their loyalties were not to distant governments in Washington or Richmond. They were to family, to kin, to the neighbor who helped you raise a barn, or the one you shared a long, simmering feud with over a property line. Here, personal honor was everything, and a grudge could be passed down through generations like a family heirloom. It was a place of deep faith and fierce independence, where the law was often just a suggestion and real justice was handled face to face. When the Civil War came, it didn't arrive like a disciplined army marching in formation. It seeped into these hollows like a poison, turning the very fabric of this society against itself. The conflict wasn't about slavery for most of these mountain folk. It was about loyalty, and it split communities with a surgical cruelty. Friend turned against friend, cousin took up arms against cousin. A dispute over a stray hog from 10 years prior could now be settled with a rifle, all under the banner of Union or Confederacy. Into this cauldron of simmering hate stepped two men who would become the living symbols of this brutal, personal war. One was Samuel Champ Ferguson, a man with a temper as sharp as his knife, who would side with the Confederacy. The other was David Tinker Dave Beatty, a staunch Unionist, as rugged and determined as his rival. They weren't generals or politicians. They were neighbors, products of the same mountains, who would soon become mortal enemies. This, then, was the world that was lost. It was a hard world, a violent world, but it had its own order. The people of the Cumberland Plateau stood to lose more than just a war. They stood to lose their homes, their families, and the unwritten laws that had governed their lives for a century. They were about to become the victims of a war fought not on battlefields, but in their own backyards, by their own people. There was no single crime scene cordoned off with yellow tape. In the borderlands of 1861, the crime scene was an entire mountain range. The first shots of Champ Ferguson's personal war weren't fired on a battlefield, but in a secluded clearing, witnessed only by the silent, ancient trees. The first report of the crime didn't come from a sheriff, but from the whispers that snaked through the hollows, carried on the wind like a bad omen. The most verifiable story begins with a capture. A group of local Unionists, led by a man named William Frog, cornered Ferguson and his friend Preston Smith. This was not a formal military arrest. It was a kidnapping, an act of personal power in a land where badges and uniforms meant less than the name your family carried. They were dragged to a makeshift camp, a place where the only law was the will of the man holding the gun. There was no trial, no charge read, just the cold, hard glint of hatred in Frog's eyes. The scene that unfolded was one of stark, summary brutality. Frog, acting as judge, jury, and executioner, declared Preston Smith an enemy. Before anyone could process what was happening, he raised his pistol. A single shot echoed through the hollow, and Smith fell dead to the ground. In that instant, Champ Ferguson, bound and helpless, watched his friend be murdered not for a cause, but for a conviction. He saw the grim satisfaction on Frog's face and understood that the rules of civilization no longer applied here. The only evidence left at the scene was a fresh grave, if they even bothered to dig one, and the memory of the man who got away. In a desperate surge of adrenaline, Ferguson broke free. He scrambled into the dense woods as bullets tore through the bark around him, a ghost in motion, fueled by pure terror and a dawning, white-hot rage. The tracks he left were not of a soldier retreating, but of an animal escaping a trap, an animal that would soon learn to become the hunter. This singular, brutal event was immediately tangled with other, even darker whispers. Stories began to circulate about a different kind of crime scene at Ferguson's own cabin. People said that Unionist home guards had come for him while he was away, finding his wife and young daughter sick in their beds. The tale, told in hushed tones, claimed the men forced the ailing women out into the freezing cold, an act of such profound cruelty that they soon died. Was it true? Or was it a legend that grew from the seed of Preston Smith's murder? The wilderness offered no easy answers. Only a multitude of unsettling questions that all pointed to one terrifying certainty. A reckoning was coming. When the storm of violence finally broke, it wasn't a random tempest. It was a targeted lightning strike. The first suspects in Ferguson's war, the first men he hunted, were not strangers in blue uniforms from a distant northern state. They were his neighbors. They were the men he held personally responsible for shattering his world. His rage had a face and a name, and at the top of that list were William Frog and Tinker Dave Beatty. The motive was as clear as a mountain stream and as dark as a grave. Everyone in the borderlands knew the story of Preston Smith's execution. William Frog hadn't just killed a Confederate sympathizer. He had murdered Champ Ferguson's friend in cold blood right before his eyes. The image of his friend falling, the puff of gun smoke in the cold air, the casual cruelty of the act. It was a wound that could only be cauterized with blood. This was a debt of honor, and in the mountains, such debts are always paid in full. Layered over this undeniable act was the even more potent legend of his wife and daughter. Whether the story of the Unionist home guards forcing them from their sickbeds was entirely true, or a tale that grew larger in the telling, doesn't matter. Ferguson believed it. He carried that story in his heart like a burning coal, a narrative of unimaginable cruelty that justified any atrocity in return. He saw Tinker Dave Beatty's men not as soldiers, but as monsters who had preyed upon the helpless and desecrated the sanctity of his home. The whispers that followed Ferguson as he slipped back into the mountains were not of strategy or politics. They were of a vow. He made no secret of his intentions. He told anyone who would listen that he was on a mission of vengeance. He swore an oath that for every friend, for every family member lost, 100 Yankees would pay the price. The initial evidence of his coming rampage was his own chilling declaration of a war of extermination, a promise to hunt down and kill every last man he held accountable, giving no quarter and taking no prisoners. The borderlands were no longer a battleground, they were his personal hunting ground. But Ferguson's rage, as potent as it was, did not burn in a vacuum. A fire that big needs fuel, and it needs air. While his enemies gave him the spark, it was the people he considered allies, his own neighbors, and the very cause he fought for, who fanned the flames. This introduces the second, more insidious suspect in the creation of this monster, the quiet poison of internal betrayal. Ferguson became a weapon, but the hands that aimed him often belonged to his friends. No one suspected the motives of the Confederate-leaning families who offered him shelter, food, and information. They were seen as patriots supporting a local hero. But beneath the surface, older, more personal currents were at play. A long-standing land dispute, a family insult from a generation ago, simple jealousy. These were the true motives that often guided Ferguson's hand. A farmer would ride to his camp, not with news of troop movements, but with a whisper that his Unionist neighbor, the one who owned the fertile bottomland he'd always coveted, was a dangerous bushwhacker. When re-examined, the pattern of his killings suggests a darker truth. Why was Elam Huddleston, a sickly old man, a priority for execution? Because someone in the community declared him a very bad man. Ferguson, consumed by his own mission of vengeance, was the perfect tool. He didn't need much proof. A pointed finger from a supposed ally was enough. He became the physical manifestation of his community's petty hatreds, settling their private scores under the public banner of the Confederacy, perhaps without even realizing he was being used. This betrayal extended all the way to the top. The Confederate government in Richmond was happy to have men like Ferguson terrorizing the Unionist population, disrupting supply lines and tying down troops. They gave him legitimacy, a captain's commission, a flag to fly. But it was a relationship of convenience. They wanted the chaos he created, but they kept him at arm's length, officially disavowing his most brutal tactics. They betrayed the very guerrilla fighters they empowered, using them for the war's dirtiest work and leaving them to face the consequences alone. Ferguson thought he was a soldier, But to many on his own side, he was just a rabid dog, to be unleashed on their enemies and put down when he was no longer useful. But beyond the personal hatreds that festered in the mountain hollows, a larger, more impersonal storm was gathering. This threat came from outside the tight-knit world of the borderlands, an organized force that saw these hills not as a collection of homes and families, but as a strategic chessboard. This was the formal war machine of the United States and the Confederacy, and its arrival would pour gasoline on the fires of local feuds. To the Union High Command in Nashville and Washington, Champ Ferguson was not a grieving husband or a man avenging a friend. He was simply a problem to be solved, an infection of rebellion in a strategically important region. Their motive was cold, calculated, and entirely impersonal: pacify the area, protect Union supply lines, and eliminate all irregular resistance. They sent patrols of uniformed soldiers, men who didn't know the local families or their histories. To these outsiders, a man plowing his field could be a farmer or a guerrilla fighter in disguise. They often couldn't tell the difference, and their harsh methods bred even more resentment. From the other direction, the Confederate leadership applied its own external pressure. They saw in Champ Ferguson not a man, but a weapon. His personal vendetta was a useful tool for terrorizing Unionist sympathizers and disrupting federal operations, all at little cost to the formal Confederate Army. They gave him a captain's commission, a thin veneer of legitimacy for his bloody work. Men like General John C. Breckinridge were happy to use Ferguson's savage band of riders for a specific military objective, like the attack on Saltville, and then look the other way when the butchery began. Ferguson was their asset, a wild dog they could point in the right direction, whose savagery served their larger, impersonal goals. The presence of these organized armies created a new climate of fear, squeezing the people of the mountains in a terrible vice. Suddenly, strange men in uniform were a common sight on the winding roads, carrying an air of official, indifferent menace. They brought with them a different kind of violence, organized, efficient, and absolute. The personal war of neighbor against neighbor was now caught up in a national conflict, escalating the stakes beyond anything the locals could have imagined. This external pressure crushed the old rules of the mountains, leaving a vacuum where only the most brutal could thrive. The hunt for Champ Ferguson began in earnest, a desperate attempt to cage the monster that had been unleashed. The primary hunter was his arch-nemesis, Tinker Dave Beatty, a man who knew the mountains as well as Ferguson did. He was joined by patrols of Union cavalry, professional soldiers sent to bring order to a land that had never known it. They had a clear target and a righteous cause. But they soon discovered they weren't hunting a man. They were chasing a phantom. Every lead they followed seemed to dissolve into the Appalachian mist. A farmer would ride breathlessly into a Union camp, swearing he'd just seen Ferguson and his men watering their horses at Calfkiller Creek. A posse would be formed, riding hard for hours through treacherous terrain, only to arrive and find nothing but hoof prints fading in the mud and the cold ashes of a long-dead campfire. Ferguson was a master of the wilderness. He knew every hidden hollow, every game trail, every cave that could shelter a man from a storm or a patrol. The mountains that were a confusing, hostile maze to the outsiders were his sanctuary. The Union soldiers operated on the assumption that they were fighting a guerrilla company. They looked for camps, for supply lines, for patterns. But Ferguson fought by no book of military tactics. He and his small band of riders would materialize on a remote road, carry out an execution, and then vanish, melting back into the forest as if they were never there. They would ride 30 miles in a night, split up, and rendezvous days later at a prearranged spot known only to them. Tracking them was like trying to track a dozen individual wolves at once. One promising report placed Ferguson at a sympathizer's farm, preparing for an evening meal. A full company of Union soldiers surrounded the property in the dead of night, moving with painstaking silence. They burst into the cabin at dawn, ready for a firefight, only to find the farmer's family calmly eating breakfast. The farmer would claim he hadn't seen Ferguson in months, his face a perfect mask of innocence. The soldiers would leave empty-handed and furious, never knowing that Ferguson had been watching them from a wooded ridge the entire time, warned hours earlier by a signal from a trusted neighbor. With every failed raid, every cold trail, the frustration of the Union forces grew into a palpable rage. And for the Unionist families living in those isolated hollows, that frustration translated into pure terror. They knew the soldiers couldn't protect them. They knew that Ferguson was always watching, and that the price for talking to the Federals was a visit in the night from which there was no return. The more the law failed to catch him, the more powerful his legend became, and the deeper the fear settled into the bones of the community. The Union Army quickly learned that the dense forests and rocky bluffs were not the most formidable obstacles in their hunt for Champ Ferguson. The true fortress that protected him was a silent, invisible wall built by the people of the mountains themselves. When soldiers came asking questions, they were met with blank stares, shrugged shoulders, and a maddeningly consistent refrain: saw nothing, heard nothing, knew nothing. This was the omerta of the Appalachians, a code of silence more binding than any law. This silence was rooted first and foremost in pure, paralyzing fear. Ferguson wasn't just a soldier, he was a specter of vengeance. He cultivated terror as a weapon. Stories, true or not, of his brutality were his greatest ally. He was known to decapitate his victims and leave their heads on fence posts as a grim message to others. A farmer who might have considered cooperating with the Union patrol knew that the soldiers would eventually leave. But Ferguson would remain. A whispered word to the wrong person could lead to a visit in the dead of night, a barn burned to the ground, or a fate far, far worse. But it wasn't just fear. It was a complex web of family ties and a deep-seated suspicion of outsiders. Ferguson was a local man. His kin and his wife's kin were woven into the fabric of the community. Turning him over to an army of strangers felt like a profound betrayal of their own blood. To many, the Union soldiers were an occupying force, invaders who didn't understand their ways, their feuds, or their loyalties. In the stark calculus of the mountains, it was often better to shelter your own monster than to trust the justice of a foreigner. This wall of silence took a heavy psychological toll. The air in these hollows grew thick with unspoken truths. Neighbors who had known each other for generations now avoided eye contact, their conversations becoming clipped and shallow, terrified of letting a dangerous word slip. Old Man Hemlock, who lived on the ridge overlooking the Calf Killer River, once mentioned to a traveling peddler that he'd seen riders pass his cabin late one night. A week later, he found his prize hog, his food for the winter, slaughtered in its pen. No one said a word, but the message was as clear as a gunshot in the night. In this world, the only thing more dangerous than Champ Ferguson's rifle was your own tongue. Silence had become the only armor they had left. For 4 years, the war had been the perfect cover for Ferguson's savagery. But in April of 1865, a piece of information more powerful than any army trickled into the Cumberland Mountains. It wasn't a secret whispered in a cabin or a clue found on a body. It was the news of General Lee's surrender at Appomattox. The Civil War was over, and with that single undeniable fact, the entire world shifted under Champ Ferguson's feet. The overlooked detail, the forgotten clue that broke the case wide open, was his own identity. For years, he had operated under the belief that he was a soldier, a commissioned captain in the Confederate Army. His killings, in his own mind, were acts of war. But the surrender stripped away that justification. The cause he fought for no longer existed. The government that gave him a commission was dissolved. Suddenly, his actions had to be re-examined, not as tactics in a guerrilla conflict, but as individual crimes. He was no longer a soldier. He was just a man who had killed, by his own count, over 100 people. The true turning point, however, was an act of profound arrogance on Ferguson's part. Believing his commission made him a legitimate combatant, He thought he was entitled to the same amnesty being offered to thousands of other Confederate soldiers. He made a fatal miscalculation. Instead of disappearing deeper into the mountains or fleeing west, he did the unthinkable. In May of 1865, he willingly rode into the Union-occupied city of Nashville and presented himself to the authorities to surrender and receive his parole. The moment he gave his name, the perception of the situation changed in a flash. The Union officers didn't see a weary soldier seeking peace. They saw a name from countless reports of atrocities. They saw the butcher of the Saltville massacre, the specter who had haunted the borderlands for 4 years. The forgotten clue, Ferguson's own wanted status as a war criminal, was no longer forgotten. Instead of a parole slip, they gave him iron handcuffs. The news of his capture was like a thunderclap across the mountains. The ghost had been caught. The boogeyman was in chains. And with that revelation, the wall of silence, which had been held together by fear, began to crumble. A new, desperate urgency took hold, not to find a killer, but to finally bear witness against him. The stories that had been buried in the dark soil of the Cumberlands for 4 long years were about to be unearthed. The climax of Champ Ferguson's story did not happen in a bloody mountain skirmish, but in the suffocating stillness of a Nashville courtroom in the autumn of 1865. The Phantom of the Cumberlands was finally caged, a physically imposing figure in the witness box, but his legend was about to be systematically dismantled, not by bullets, but by words. The central mystery was finally being addressed. Was this man a soldier, twisted by the horrors of war, or was he something else entirely? The trial would unmask him. The prosecution built its case brick by bloody brick. One by one, witnesses took the stand, widows, orphans, old men who had survived by some miracle. They didn't speak of battles or military objectives. They spoke of ambushes on lonely roads, of men shot down while pleading for their lives, of executions carried out with a terrifying calmness. They described Ferguson personally killing the sickly, bedridden Lieutenant Smith in a field hospital, dragging him from his cot and shooting him in the head. This wasn't war, it was murder. Then came the testimony that shocked a nation already numb to the horrors of the conflict. The Saltville massacre. Eyewitnesses, including Confederate officers, described the scene after the battle. They told the court how Ferguson and his men rode onto the field, ignoring the rules of surrender, and began a 2-day orgy of slaughter. They recounted watching him personally execute dozens of wounded and captured black soldiers from the 5th U.S. Colored cavalry, shooting them in their hospital beds and hunting them down in the woods. This act was so barbaric, it went beyond vengeance or military necessity. It was an act of pure, unadulterated hatred. But the final, definitive unmasking came from the mouth of Champ Ferguson himself. He took the stand, not with remorse, but with a chilling, defiant pride. He admitted to everything. He calmly confirmed the killings, one after another. His defense was simple and horrifying. He was a soldier, and these men were the enemy. When asked about killing the sick Lieutenant Smith, Ferguson coolly replied, "He was a bad soldier, and I wanted to get him out of the way." In that moment, the mask was gone forever. The journal, the letter, the forgotten clue, it was his own testimony. His motive was laid bare, and it was far darker than simple revenge. Vengeance may have been the spark, but the fire was fueled by something else, a cold, methodical enjoyment of power and death. He had appointed himself the ultimate arbiter of life and death in the mountains. The war had not created a monster. It had simply given a monster the perfect opportunity to flourish. The man in the witness box was not a soldier. He was a killer who had found his calling. Now that we know the verdict of the court, we can finally reconstruct the truth of those 4 terrifying years. We can push aside the rumors and legends and piece together the events, not as a soldier would tell them, but as the mountains themselves must remember them. For 4 years, the sound of a lone rider in the distance was enough to make a mother pull her children inside and bolt the door. A dog's frantic barking that was suddenly cut short was a sound that chilled the blood. Imagine a small makeshift hospital, a place of supposed sanctuary where wounded Union men lay shivering with fever and pain. Their war was over. The doors burst open, not with medics, but with Ferguson and his men. The doctor's pleas for mercy were met with cold silence. Then came the sounds, a series of muffled, ugly pops, one after another, each one followed by a final groan that was quickly silenced. A young lieutenant, sick with measles and no threat to anyone, was pulled from his cot. His bare feet scraped against the rough floorboards. Another sharp report echoed in the small room, followed by the heavy, final sound of a body hitting the floor. When the raiders left, an unnatural stillness filled the space, a silence more terrifying than any scream. Picture the scene at Saltville, Virginia. The formal battle was over. The Union forces, including the 5th U.S. Colored Cavalry, had retreated. But for the wounded and the captured left behind, the horror was just beginning. For 2 days, Ferguson rode across the field, a dark silhouette against a grey sky. From the surrounding hills, witnesses could hear the sporadic popping sound of his revolver over and over again. They saw wounded men, black soldiers who had fought bravely and surrendered, trying to crawl to the safety of the woods. The horsemen would follow. There would be another pop, and the crawling would cease. The battlefield, which had been a place of combat, became a silent field of execution, its fallen soldiers not casualties of war, but victims of a massacre. And then there were the personal encounters, the moments of intimate, face-to-face terror. An old man, Elam Huddleston, sickly and frail, stood before Ferguson, pleading that he was too weak to have ever been a threat. Ferguson's voice was flat, a pronouncement of fate. "You are said to be a very bad man." A single deafening crack sent the birds scattering from the trees for a mile around. Then there was only the sound of the rider's horse sighing as he turned to leave, leaving another dark stain on the Appalachian soil. This was the truth of Champ Ferguson's war. It wasn't fought on battle lines with cannons, but in sick rooms, on fields of surrender, and on lonely mountain roads, with a cold heart and a steady hand. The trial of Champ Ferguson wasn't held in some dusty mountain town courthouse where his name carried the weight of fear and legend. It was a formal military tribunal in Nashville, a public spectacle for a nation grappling with the war's savage legacy. The room was packed, the air thick with tension. Newspaper reporters from as far away as New York scribbled furiously in their notebooks, eager to capture every detail of the man they had already dubbed the Great Guerrilla Chieftain and the Confederate Demon. This wasn't just a trial for murder. It was an attempt to draw a line, to declare that even in the hell of a civil war, some acts were simply beyond the pale. Throughout the proceedings, Champ Ferguson was a figure of unnerving composure. As witness after witness took the stand to recount tales of cold-blooded slaughter, he watched them with a steady, unblinking gaze. He showed no remorse, no fear, not even a flicker of regret. He listened as men described him shooting the wounded in their beds, and his expression never changed. When it was his turn to speak, his defense was as simple as it was shocking. He claimed he was a soldier, a commissioned officer of the Confederacy. Every man he killed, he argued, was an enemy combatant in a war where the official policy, on both sides of the border conflict, was no quarter. In his mind, he was not a murderer. He was a patriot who had simply fought the war with more conviction than most. But the military commission was not swayed. The testimony was too damning, the victims too helpless, the cruelty too personal. They saw the clear pattern. This was not a soldier's work. This was a campaign of personal extermination, cloaked in the thin justification of a military commission. On October 10, 1865, the verdict came back. Guilty. The sentence was death by hanging. For most of the nation, the verdict was a moment of catharsis, a righteous judgment against one of the war's most notorious villains. Justice, it seemed, had been served. But back in the hollows of White County, Tennessee, on the good rebel soil where Ferguson had asked to be buried, the verdict was heard differently. To his family, his friends, and his sympathizers, he was not a war criminal. He was a soldier who had been martyred by a victor's court. They argued that Union guerrillas like Tinker Dave Beatty had committed similar acts and were now hailed as heroes. To them, Champ Ferguson wasn't hanged for his crimes. He was hanged for fighting for the Confederacy. The verdict, a clear-cut case of guilt in the eyes of the law, remains a subject of bitter debate in those mountains to this day, a perfect symbol of the brothers' war, where one man's monster is another man's hero. Champ Ferguson's death was not an end. It was a beginning. The beginning of a long and bitter memory that would coil itself around the lives of everyone he had ever touched. For his own family, the name Ferguson became both a curse and a martyr's cry. They buried his body in the good rebel soil he requested, but they could not bury his legacy. For generations, his descendants would carry the weight of his actions, forced to live in the shadow of a man remembered by half their neighbors as a monster, and by the other half as a hero betrayed. His name was a burden, a mark that set them apart in the very hills they called home. And what of his great rival, Tinker Dave Beatty? He had won. He had outlasted his nemesis and fought for the victorious side. But victory in a war like this is a fragile, haunted thing. Beatty lived a long life, but the brutal tactics he had been forced to adopt, the friends he had lost, and the constant threat he had lived under for 4 years left scars that no government pension could heal. He had survived the devil himself, but the fight had cost him a piece of his own soul. Peace in the mountains was a quiet, uneasy thing, and for a man like Beatty, the silence was likely filled with the ghosts of the war he had fought and won. For the families of the men Ferguson killed, his execution was a final, terrible chapter. It was justice, but it was not restoration. It could not bring back a husband, a father, or a son. They now had to live in a fractured community, walking the same roads and frequenting the same general store as the very people who had sheltered Ferguson, who had fed him, who had kept silent while he hunted their loved ones. The immediate threat was gone, but the sense of betrayal remained, a quiet, simmering poison that would taint relationships in those hollows for decades. The lives of those falsely accused, or those whose only crime was loyalty to the Confederacy, were also irrevocably altered. Many who had sympathized with Ferguson, who saw him as their protector, now bore the stain of his crimes. Their reputations were tarnished by association. They were the neighbors of a convicted mass murderer, a label that the victorious Unionists would never let them forget. Ferguson's execution only hardened their bitterness, cementing a sense of grievance that would be passed down to their children and their children's children, fueling the simmering resentments of the lost cause. The war was over, but the battle lines in the hearts of the people were now drawn in stone. The story of Champ Ferguson did not end on the gallows, and it wasn't sealed in his tomb. If you travel today to the France Cemetery in White County, Tennessee, you can still find his grave. It is a simple, weathered stone, a quiet place that belies the violent life of the man buried beneath it. This patch of earth is the most tangible remnant of his story, a physical anchor point connecting our world to his. You can stand there and look out at the same rolling hills he once rode through and feel the chilling presence of the past. The mountains themselves have not forgotten. The Calf-Killer River still flows, its name a permanent grisly reminder of the frontier violence that shaped this land long before the Civil War. The fog still clings to the hollows where he and his men would disappear, and the winding roads they used for ambush are still there, many of them now paved over, but following the same treacherous paths. The landscape of the Cumberland Plateau is a silent monument, etched with the memories of every skirmish, every execution, every desperate flight from justice. But the true echoes are not in stone or soil, they are in the whispers and the stories. To this day, the tale of Champ Ferguson is told in the borderlands, a local legend as potent as any ghost story. It's a story told around hunting campfires, a cautionary tale passed from grandfathers to their grandsons. They still talk about the myth of his missing head, the ghoulish rumor that his skull was taken for scientific study, a final indignity for the man who had terrorized their ancestors. Most powerfully, the war over Champ Ferguson's soul continues to this day. Walk into a local diner or hardware store in that part of the country and ask if he was a hero or a monster. You will start an argument that is just as passionate and divided now as it was in 1865. The world has forgotten, but these mountains remember. They remember because the war he fought was not just about North and South, it was about them. And that memory is now a part of their very identity, a living echo of a time when the devil himself rode the hills of Tennessee. So we return to where we began, to a man on a gallows in Nashville, long after the cannons of the Civil War had fallen silent. We asked what this man could have done that was so terrible, even by the standards of that brutal conflict, that he alone could not be forgiven. And now we have the answer. It wasn't that he killed, for the war had made killers of thousands. It was that he savored it. He stripped away the pretense of military necessity and revealed the cold, hard core of personal hatred. He murdered the sick, executed the surrendered, and turned a national conflict into his own private slaughterhouse, all while claiming the mantle of a soldier. Forgiveness was impossible because Champ Ferguson forced a nation exhausted by death to look at his work and finally draw a line between the horrors of war and the acts of a monster. This is a story, then, not just of a single violent man, but of a timeless and terrifying truth. It is a warning of what happens when the poison of personal vengeance is given the legitimacy of a flag and a uniform. It shows how the grand, abstract ideals of a nation at war can be twisted to justify the most intimate and brutal acts of neighbor against neighbor. And it is a profound lesson in the power of silence, how a community bound by fear and a complex code of loyalty can become the soil in which such evil is allowed to take root and grow, unchecked, until it consumes everything. The war is over. The men who fought it are long gone. But the ghost of Champ Ferguson and the questions his life demands of us still haunt those misty Appalachian hollows. He reminds us that the most dangerous battleground is not in a field or a fortress, but in the human heart, where the lines between soldier and murderer, justice and revenge, can blur and then vanish with terrifying ease. And now, my friends, you know the rest of the story, or at least as much of it as the court records and old tales are willing to give up. The rest belongs to the mountains. They say that on misty nights, when the moon is just a sliver over the Appalachian peaks, the ghost of a red-haired man can be seen wandering the old Cherokee lands. He walks through the ghosts of towns he himself burned to the ground, Chota, Tellico, Chilhowie, forever hearing the cries of those his campaigns left to starve in the winter cold. This restless spirit, they say, is Arthur Campbell, a man his own people called the Red Fox, a celebrated founder of southwestern Virginia and a protector of the frontier. Was he the necessary guardian of a fledgling civilization, forced into brutal acts to save his kin? Or was he a monster of ambition, who used total war to carve out an empire from the ashes of another people? Today, we're going to untangle the legend from the man. We will follow the trail of the Red Fox, from his capture as a boy to his reign as a political king, to understand how one person could become both a revered pioneer and the eternal, haunting specter of the lands he conquered. To understand the Red Fox, you have to understand the world that made him. The late 1700s in Augusta County, Virginia, was not a place of gentle living. It was the absolute edge of the known world, a raw frontier where life was measured in seasons and survival was a daily struggle. Arthur Campbell was born into this world in 1743, the son of Scots-Irish immigrants. These weren't people who bowed to kings or coastal aristocrats. They were clannish, stubborn, and fiercely independent, and they had pushed into the mountains seeking land that they could hold by the strength of their own hands. This environment was a forge, and it hammered boys into hard men. But for Arthur, the true crucible came when he was just 15 years old. During the French and Indian War, while out on a mission, the boy was captured by a party of Wyandot warriors. For most, this was a death sentence, or a life of brutal servitude. For Arthur Campbell, it became a dark and transformative education. He was taken hundreds of miles away, deep into the Ohio country near the Great Lakes, and for nearly 3 years, he lived as they lived. He wasn't just a captive, he was a student of survival. He learned their languages, he learned to track game and to move through the forest without a sound. But most importantly, he learned their way of war. He saw firsthand the art of the ambush, the psychological terror of the raid, and the supreme value of cunning over brute force. He watched how they used the very landscape as a weapon, melting into the woods like ghosts. These were lessons that could not be taught in any European army. Then, after almost 3 years, he made his escape. It was a harrowing journey, hundreds of miles through a hostile wilderness with nothing but the skills he had learned from his captors. He survived on nuts, roots, and an iron will. The boy who was captured in that mountain pass was gone forever. The one who stumbled back into the Virginia settlements was a young man, but with the cold, ancient eyes of a survivor. He was harder, sharper, and infinitely more dangerous. The wilderness had tried to swallow him whole, and in the process, he had swallowed a piece of it right back. The man who returned from the Ohio wilderness was not the same one who had left. With his shock of red hair and a new, unsettling stillness in his eyes, he quickly earned the nickname that would follow him to the grave: the Red Fox. He settled in the Holston River Valley, a beautiful but dangerous stretch of land that would become the heart of his domain. Here, in a time of relative quiet, the Red Fox built a life. He married Margaret Campbell, a cousin, and together they began to raise a family that would eventually number 13 children. In these years, before the great wars that would define his legacy, Campbell was seen as the quintessential pillar of the frontier community. He was a successful farmer, a surveyor, and a man whose counsel was sought on everything from planting corn to fortifying a cabin against attack. He became a justice of the peace and a captain in the local militia. When there was a dispute between neighbors, they brought it to Arthur Campbell. When a hunting party went missing, it was Arthur Campbell who organized the search. He was the anchor in a sea of uncertainty. His authority came from his experience. The other settlers were brave and tough, but Campbell possessed a deeper, colder knowledge. He understood the forest and the men who moved through it in a way no one else did. He taught his neighbors how to read the signs of an approaching war party, how to fight from behind trees instead of in open lines, and how to think like the enemy. He was their shield, the man who had been inside the belly of the beast and returned to tell them how to slay it. This was the world the Red Fox built and fought to protect, a fragile collection of cabins and clearings, filled with his kin and his neighbors, all clinging to a precarious existence at the edge of a continent. It was a life built on family loyalty, community dependence, and the constant simmering threat of violence. The love he had for his wife and children, and the fierce paternalistic duty he felt for the people who looked to him for safety, became the driving forces behind every decision he would ever make. Everything that came later, all the fire and the blood, was done to protect this small world he had carved out of the wilderness. But a man forged in such a fire is often left with brittle places. Arthur Campbell's greatest strength, that unyielding will to protect his family and his domain, was inextricably bound to his fatal flaw, an absolute, unshakable belief that his authority was the only authority that mattered. He had survived where others had perished. He had brought order to a land of chaos, and in his mind, this gave him a right to rule. He saw himself not as a leader, but as the patriarch of the entire region, and any challenge to his will was not a simple disagreement. It was a threat to the natural order of things. There's a story that perfectly illustrates this. A few years after the revolution, a new family of settlers arrived with a land grant signed and sealed by the authorities back in Richmond. The tract of land they claimed overlapped with pasture that one of Campbell's sons had been using. By the letter of the law, the new family had the stronger claim. But that was a law made by men in powdered wigs hundreds of miles away. Campbell summoned the family's patriarch to his home. He didn't shout or threaten. He simply sat the man down and explained, in his quiet, cold way, that the laws of Richmond were a distant whisper in these mountains. The only law that kept families safe from famine or the tomahawk was the law of mutual respect and established order. And in the Holston Valley, he was that order. The new settler, a proud man himself, insisted on his legal rights. Campbell just nodded. Within a week, the man found no one would trade with him at the local mill. His neighbors, loyal to Campbell, suddenly became distant and cold. When one of his cattle went missing, the search party Campbell organized found no trace of it. There was no violence, no open threat, just a slow, suffocating isolation. The family was gone within the month, their legal grant worthless against the silent, absolute power of the Red Fox. For Campbell, this wasn't about a piece of pasture land, it was about precedent. He believed that compromise was weakness, and weakness invited chaos. He could not bend, he could not yield, because to do so would be to admit that some other power, be it the government in Richmond or a rival on the frontier, had a say in the survival of his people. His authority had to be as solid and immovable as the mountains themselves. This towering pride, this inability to brook any rival or share any power, was the crack in his armor. It had served him well when crushing the will of his enemies or intimidating a lone settler. But it was a flaw that was bound to lead him into a conflict he couldn't control with a quiet word or a silent shunning. It would eventually put him face to face with men as proud and as stubborn as himself, and in the unforgiving calculus of the frontier, such a collision could only be settled with fire and blood. The ink on the treaty that ended the revolution was barely dry, but peace never lasts long in the mountains. The new conflict, however, wouldn't be fought with tomahawks and rifles, but with petitions, politics, and the threat of civil war. Just south of Campbell's domain, in the settlements along the Watauga and Nolichucky rivers, a storm was brewing. These lands, technically part of North Carolina, were populated by the same hardened over-mountain men Campbell had fought beside. When North Carolina, in a political move, ceded these western lands to the federal government, the settlers felt abandoned, left without laws or protection. So they did something unthinkable. They did what mountain people have always done when ignored by a distant government. They formed their own. In 1784, they declared themselves an independent state, writing a constitution and electing a governor. They called their new nation the State of Franklin. From his home in the Holston Valley, Arthur Campbell watched this unfold, not as a distant observer, but as a predator watches a rival enter its territory. This wasn't some far-off tax dispute. This was a new center of power, a new government, rising on his very doorstep. For a man whose entire identity was built on being the supreme, unchallenged authority of his region, this was the ultimate affront. The existence of Franklin, led by the popular war hero John Sevier, was a direct challenge to his throne. It siphoned away influence, it offered an alternative to his leadership, and it threatened to make him a secondary figure in the story of the West. It violated the core principle of his being, that in these mountains his will was law. This new state was a living, breathing rejection of that idea. Campbell's reaction was immediate and visceral, but it wasn't born of simple anger. It was born of pure, cold ambition. A lesser man might have sided with Virginia and tried to crush the upstart state. But the Red Fox saw a different path. His fatal flaw, his absolute belief in his own authority, saw this not as a threat to be destroyed, but as an opportunity to be seized. If there was going to be a new kingdom on the frontier, he would not be its neighbor. He would be its king. He made a fateful choice. He began to scheme, using his vast influence to convince the citizens of his own Washington County, Virginia, to secede from their state and join the state of Franklin. It was a breathtaking act of treason. He was willing to betray the Commonwealth he served, to risk being hanged as a traitor, all for the chance to absorb this new rival power and weld it into a larger domain under his control. This was the point of no return. He had looked upon the challenge to his authority and, driven by his unyielding pride, decided not just to meet it, but to escalate it into an all-or-nothing gamble for absolute power. News of Arthur Campbell's treasonous scheme traveled fast, like a fire in the dry grass of autumn. It didn't take long for it to reach the capital in Richmond and the ears of a man who knew a thing or two about rebellion, Governor Patrick Henry. The governor's response was swift, a letter that was both a velvet glove and an iron fist. He praised Campbell for his past service to Virginia, acknowledging him as a hero of the Revolution. But he also demanded, in no uncertain terms, an explanation for the rumors of secession. It was a calculated move, a political off-ramp offered by one of the most powerful men in the country. It was a chance for the Red Fox to bow, to claim it was all a misunderstanding, and to pull back from the brink without losing face. But Arthur Campbell did not see a lifeline. He saw an insult. Who was Patrick Henry, a man of speeches and cities, to tell him how to govern his mountains? Campbell replied with a letter of his own, a masterpiece of political deflection. He assured the governor of his loyalty to Virginia, while simultaneously arguing for the natural right of frontier people to determine their own governance. He was playing a dangerous double game, trying to placate Richmond with words while continuing his secessionist machinations in secret. He was convinced that the state government was too weak and too distant to stop him. His pride blinded him to the reality that he was no longer fighting a disorganized tribe or a local rival. He was challenging the authority of a sovereign state. The warnings didn't just come from Richmond. They came from his own people, from the men who had stood with him at Point Pleasant and shivered through the winter campaigns against the Cherokee. Old allies, men whose loyalty he had never had to question, came to him privately. They spoke not of treason, but of practicality. They warned him that he was splitting the county, pitting families against each other who had once stood united against a common foe. They begged him to reconsider, to find a compromise, to not tear apart the very community he had built with his own hands. Campbell heard their words not as the counsel of friends, but as the whispers of cowards. He saw their caution as a betrayal of the bold, frontier spirit that had won them this land in the first place. He dismissed their concerns, sometimes with a cold stare, sometimes with a sharp reminder of who had led them through the darkest days. Each time an old friend urged him to step back, Campbell pushed them away, convinced they had lost their nerve. His circle of trusted allies began to shrink, replaced by sycophants and hotheads who shared his ambition. He was becoming a general with no army, a king with a shrinking kingdom. Meanwhile, his chief rival, William Russell, seized the opportunity. Russell saw Campbell's treason not just as a danger to Virginia, but as the perfect weapon to finally destroy the Red Fox. He became the leader of the Loyalist faction in Washington County, organizing opposition, holding his own militia musters, and sending a steady stream of reports to Governor Henry, detailing Campbell's every move. The political feud had now escalated into a cold war fought in the cabins and courtrooms of the Holston Valley. Every choice Campbell made to further his secessionist plot only strengthened Russell's hand and drove a deeper wedge into the heart of the community. The Red Fox was walking a path of his own making, and it was narrowing with every stubborn step. A violent collision was no longer a possibility. It was a certainty. The Holston Valley had become a powder keg, and everyone could smell the fuse. Militias were drilling on both sides, the Loyalists under William Russell on one green, and Campbell's secessionists on another. Old friends now crossed the road to avoid each other's gaze. Families were split down the middle. The air was thick with the tension of impending civil war. It was in this moment, with the region teetering on the brink of bloodshed, that Arthur Campbell was given one last clear chance to choose a different path. And it came not from a governor or a rival, but from the one person who knew the man behind the legend. One evening, as he sat alone by the fire, poring over maps and lists of men loyal to his cause, his wife Margaret came to him. She was a strong frontier woman, no stranger to hardship or danger, but he could see a profound weariness in her eyes. She carried no political arguments or legal warnings. She carried the weight of their world. She sat beside him and spoke quietly of the fear she saw growing in the community. She told him of the women who stopped her by the creek, asking if it was true that their husbands and sons would soon have to fight their own neighbors. She didn't speak of Virginia or the state of Franklin. She spoke of their own home, of their own children. She asked him to look at the life they had built, the peace they had earned through so much struggle and loss. Was this ambition, this new title in this new state, worth the blood of the very people they had sworn to protect? Was it worth their own sons having to aim a rifle at a cousin or a childhood friend? It was the most direct plea imaginable, a choice between the abstract lure of power and the tangible reality of the family and community he claimed to be serving. For a long moment, the Red Fox was silent. The firelight played across his face, and in the shifting shadows, one could almost see the war raging within him. He looked at his wife, the mother of his children, the woman who had stood by him through everything. He saw the truth in her words. He saw the precipice, the dark chasm of violence that lay just one step ahead. He could pull back. He could send a rider to Russell, call a truce, and begin the hard work of mending what he had broken. He could choose his family over his pride. But then his eyes hardened. To back down now, after going so far, felt like the ultimate defeat. He pictured William Russell's smug satisfaction. He pictured his authority, the very foundation of his identity, crumbling to dust. In his mind, retreat was not a path to peace. It was an invitation for his enemies to destroy him utterly. He turned to Margaret, and the warmth had gone from his voice. "Peace is bought with strength, Margaret," he said, his tone leaving no room for argument. "To show weakness now is to lose everything we have ever fought for." With that, he turned back to his maps. The final crossroads had been reached, and Arthur Campbell had consciously, deliberately, chosen the road to war. The day of the reckoning arrived with the cold bite of a late autumn wind. It was court day in Washington County, the one time when all factions were forced to converge on a single point. But this was no day for civil discourse. Two armed camps had formed on the green outside the small log courthouse. On one side stood William Russell and the Virginia Loyalists, a grim line of farmers and militiamen. On the other, his face as hard and unforgiving as the mountains behind him, was Arthur Campbell and his secessionists. The two groups stared at each other across 100 yards of frozen mud, a space that felt as wide and as deep as a grave. The tension was a living thing, a coiled snake in the center of the green. Men clutched their long rifles, their knuckles white. Words were exchanged, first as low mutters, then as angry shouts that were snatched away by the wind. The final spark came when William Russell, determined to assert the authority of Virginia, took a deliberate step toward the courthouse door, his hand raised. He declared Campbell's assembly illegal and ordered the men to disperse in the name of the Commonwealth. For the Red Fox, this was the ultimate challenge, a public stripping of his power, an act he could not possibly tolerate. In that instant, the world seemed to narrow for Arthur Campbell. The shouting, the wind, the faces of his own men, it all faded into a dull roar. The only thing he could see with perfect clarity was William Russell, his rival, the one man who stood between him and absolute control. The sun glinted off the barrel of a rifle somewhere to his left. He felt the familiar cold weight of the horse pistol tucked in his belt, his hand moving toward it with a will of its own, a lifetime of frontier instinct taking over. He had made his decision weeks ago, in the quiet of his own home. This was just the echo. A single sharp report cracked the cold air and the world erupted. It wasn't a battle, it was a chaotic close-quarters brawl of smoke and thunder. Flashes of orange powder burst from the two lines as a ragged volley was exchanged. Men didn't charge so much as stumble forward, the roar of muskets and pistols deafening. Through the swirling, acrid smoke, Campbell saw only one thing. Russell, his face a mask of fury, trying to bring order to his panicked men. The two leaders locked eyes across the maelstrom. For a frozen moment, the entire conflict, the struggle for the soul of the frontier, was reduced to these two men. Their hands moved in a blur of practiced motion. A final deafening shot echoed off the log walls of the courthouse, louder and more final than all the others. The argument that had torn a county in two, that had pitted neighbor against neighbor and brother against brother, was suddenly, permanently over. A chilling, unnatural silence fell over the courthouse green, broken only by the moaning of the wind and the groans of a few wounded men. The powder smoke, thick and grey like a mountain fog, began to slowly clear, revealing the terrible tableau. Men from both sides stood frozen, their weapons half lowered, staring in shock not at an enemy, but at the undeniable consequences of their own rage. Arthur Campbell stood alone in the center of it all. He slowly lowered his pistol, the barrel still smoking in the frigid air. He had won. The challenge to his authority had been met and utterly vanquished. But as he looked out at the wreckage of his community, at the faces of men he had known his entire life, now twisted in horror and grief, there was no triumph in his gaze. There was only the cold, empty silence of a king who had just burned his own kingdom to secure his throne. The sharp crack of the final shot was followed by a silence so deep it felt like the world was holding its breath. For a long moment, no one moved. The men on the courthouse green, friends and enemies alike, stood like statues of clay, their faces blank with shock. The Red Fox stood at the center of this frozen tableau, the smoking pistol still heavy in his hand. There was no look of triumph on his face, no flicker of rage or regret. There was only a cold, profound emptiness. The metallic taste of gun smoke filled his mouth. The problem of William Russell had been solved. His instincts, honed over decades of survival, took over. He did not run. He did not surrender. To do either would be to admit he had done something wrong, and in his mind, he had simply restored order. With a slow, deliberate motion that drew every eye, he began to reload his pistol. It was a terrifyingly calm gesture, an unmistakable message to every man on that green. The violence was done, but his capacity for it was not. He was still the most dangerous man in the valley. With his weapon reloaded and tucked back into his belt, he turned his back on the body of his fallen rival. He did not give it a second glance. He looked to his own men, who were staring at him with a mixture of awe and fear. His voice cut through the silence. Not a shout, but a low command that carried with its own absolute authority. "See to our wounded," he ordered. "Then disarm the rest of them. Their foolishness is at an end." He was no longer a politician or a rebel. He was a general on a battlefield of his own making, and he was taking control of the field. Without another word, he walked through the stunned crowd. Men, both his own and Russell's, parted before him, their eyes avoiding his. He moved not like a man fleeing a crime, but like a landowner inspecting his property. He reached his horse, swung himself into the saddle, and rode away from the courthouse, leaving behind a community shattered by his actions. His active role in the physical conflict was over. He had gambled everything on a single violent act, and he had won. But as he rode into the cold hills, the end of this road was simply the beginning of another, far more treacherous one. The law of the mountains had been satisfied. Now he would have to face the law of man. The echo of that final gunshot on the courthouse green did not fade. It settled into the soil of Washington County like a poison, contaminating everything it touched. The single act of violence didn't end the conflict. It transformed a political dispute into a blood feud, a wound that would never properly heal. The men who had faced off against each other went home that day, but they did not go home to peace. They carried the ghost of the confrontation with them, and it sat at their dinner tables and whispered to them in their sleep. For the family of William Russell, the world had been turned upside down. They were now a family without a patriarch, their name forever linked to a public violent death at the hands of their greatest rival. Their grief quickly hardened into a cold, simmering hatred that would be passed down like an inheritance. Every Campbell they saw, every mention of the Red Fox name, was a fresh twist of the knife. Their honor demanded a balancing of the scales, a debt that they would wait years, even generations, to collect if they had to. But the wreckage was not confined to one side. Arthur Campbell had won the field, but in doing so, he had isolated his own family. They were now the clan of the killer. Respect was replaced by fear, and friendship was replaced by a cautious, resentful distance. His wife, Margaret, now had to live the very nightmare she had foreseen, facing the accusing eyes of her neighbors, her children growing up under the shadow of their father's violent legacy. They were safe, yes, but they were surrounded by a wall of silent condemnation built by their father's own hands. The grand political dream of secession was dead, drowned in the blood on the courthouse lawn. The state of Franklin, seeing the fratricidal violence Campbell's ambition had unleashed, wanted no part of Washington County. Campbell had broken his own community for a prize that no longer existed. The energy of the frontier, once directed outward against the wilderness and external threats, was now turned inward. The project of building a civilization ground to a halt, consumed by suspicion and bitterness. The tragedy of that day wasn't just the death of one man, it was the death of trust. The Red Fox, in his obsessive quest to protect his community's order, had shattered its soul. The news of William Russell's death and the armed insurrection at the courthouse galloped all the way to Richmond, and this time, Governor Patrick Henry could not respond with a mere letter. The Commonwealth of Virginia had been openly defied, its authority challenged by one of its own. A charge of murder was drawn up against Arthur Campbell, and the slow, heavy machinery of the law began to grind its way toward the mountains. But this would be no ordinary trial. It was a clash of two worlds, set to play out in the very log courthouse where the blood had been spilled. The trial was a spectacle of tension. On one side stood the prosecutor from Richmond, a man of books and statutes, who spoke of malice aforethought and seditious conspiracy. He laid out a clear, legalistic case. Arthur Campbell, in his lust for power, had raised a private army, defied the state, and murdered its loyal representative. To the world outside the mountains, the case was open and shut. But the prosecutor wasn't speaking to the world. He was speaking to a jury of 12 grim-faced frontiersmen, men who had known both Campbell and Russell their entire lives. When Arthur Campbell spoke in his own defense, he did not plead or make excuses. He stood before the jury not as a criminal, but as their patriarch, their war leader, explaining a difficult but necessary decision. He didn't speak the language of the law, he spoke the language of the mountains. He argued that William Russell's actions were a direct threat to the stability and survival of their entire community. He wasn't just a political opponent, he was an agent of chaos. In the unwritten, brutal constitution of the frontier, a direct challenge to the established leader in a time of crisis was a declaration of war. He framed his act not as murder, but as a battlefield necessity, the regrettable but unavoidable removal of a threat to prevent a wider, bloodier conflict. He looked into the eyes of the jurors, many of whom he had led through fire and snow, and silently asked them, "Which law do you truly live by? Theirs or ours?" The community, and the jury with it, was ripped in two. The Russell clan and their allies saw a cold-blooded murderer on trial and demanded the gallows. But many more saw something else. They saw the Red Fox, the man who had kept their families safe for decades, being judged by a distant, alien set of rules that didn't understand their world. The jurors were caught in an impossible position. To convict Campbell would be to defy the most powerful man they had ever known, a man whose clan could make their lives a living hell. To acquit him would be to sanction a killing and invite the eternal vengeance of the Russell family. In the end, after a tense deliberation, the verdict was read in the silent, crowded courtroom. Not guilty. A gasp went through the room, a mixture of outrage from one side and profound, grim relief from the other. Arthur Campbell simply nodded, his expression unchanging, and walked out a free man. But was justice served? Not by any modern standard. The verdict was not a statement of innocence, it was a verdict of fear and loyalty. It was a declaration that in the Holston River Valley, the law of Virginia was merely a suggestion. The true law was the will of the Red Fox. The court had washed its hands of the matter, but in doing so, it had left the blood debt unpaid, leaving it to fester in the shadows, waiting for a different kind of judgment. William Russell's story, of course, ended on that frozen patch of ground outside the courthouse. He paid the ultimate price in his feud with the Red Fox, his life cut short by a pistol ball. But it would be a mistake to remember him as a simple martyr, a righteous man cut down by an unhinged villain. The truth, as it always is in the mountains, is far more complicated. Russell was no saint. He was a formidable rival, cut from the same hard, ambitious cloth as Campbell himself. Their feud was a clash of two mountain lions fighting for the same territory. When Campbell began his treasonous plot, Russell didn't just see a threat to Virginia. He saw his ultimate opportunity to finally break the Red Fox's power. He was not just a patriot defending his state. He was a political predator moving in for the kill. And in a bitter twist of frontier justice, William Russell achieved in death what he could not guarantee in life. His violent, public end became a symbol of Campbell's tyrannical overreach. The sheer brutality of the act horrified the very people Campbell was trying to lead. Any romantic notions of creating a new frontier republic were washed away in the blood of a neighbor. The state of Franklin, witnessing the fratricidal chaos, recoiled from the idea of admitting Campbell's fractured county into their union. The secession movement died right there on the courthouse green alongside the man who had opposed it. So, who truly won that day? Arthur Campbell walked away a free man, but his grand political scheme was left in ashes, and his reputation was forever stained with a kinsman's blood. He had won the personal duel, but lost the political war. William Russell lay in a cold grave, but his cause, the cause of keeping Washington County tethered to Virginia, had triumphed. His death ensured the very outcome he had fought for. It was a messy, unsatisfying, and tragic end for both men, proving that on the frontier, sometimes even the victor loses everything that matters. Arthur Campbell lived for another 2 decades after the trial, a wealthy and powerful old man who died in his bed in 1811. He was, by all accounts, a success. He had built a dynasty, amassed a fortune in land, and outlived nearly all his enemies. But the victory he had secured on the courthouse green was a bitter one, and its poison seeped into the long years that followed. He was no longer the beloved patriarch of the Holston Valley. He was its feared and isolated king, ruling over a kingdom of silent resentment. The community did what mountain communities always do after a deep trauma. They buried it under a blanket of silence. The courthouse shooting was not spoken of in public. It became a dark secret that everyone knew, but no one acknowledged. A ghost at every wedding and funeral. People had to live together, to raise barns and fight fires side by side, so they forced a fragile peace. But the trust was gone. The old bonds of unquestioning loyalty had been severed, and in their place grew a quiet, watchful suspicion. The legacy of that day was carried most heavily by the next generation. The Campbell children inherited their father's land and influence, but also the stain of his name. They had to navigate a world where many of their neighbors saw them not as friends, but as the offspring of a tyrant. The Russell clan, meanwhile, became the keepers of the grudge. The story of William Russell's death became their family's founding myth, a tale of martyrdom that fueled a quiet, patient hatred that would simmer for generations, waiting for any opportunity to settle the score. As the years passed, the world changed around the aging Red Fox. The frontier pushed further west, and the Holston Valley became a more settled, civilized place. New leaders emerged, men who fought their battles in legislative chambers and courtrooms, not with pistols on the lawn. Campbell's brutal personal style of authority became a relic of a bygone era. The very civilization he had bled to establish was now making him obsolete. He had won the right to rule his mountain, but in the end, the mountain had simply grown past him, leaving him a lonely, feared figure, forever haunted by the silence of the community he had broken. If you travel today through the mountains of southwestern Virginia, you can still find the tracks of the Red Fox. The land he claimed is still there, crisscrossed by roads and dotted with towns he never could have imagined. Near the town of Marion, you can find the site of his home, Campbell's Choice. And in the old Royal Oak Cemetery, you can lay a hand on his weathered tombstone. These are the cold, hard facts of his life, carved in stone and written on deeds. But the true ghost of Arthur Campbell doesn't live in the graveyards or the history books. It lives in the whispers. Over the centuries, the man has been consumed by the myth. The stories told about him in the hollers are not about land deals or legislative votes. They are about the uncanny cunning that no ordinary man should possess. The old folks say that during his captivity, he didn't just learn to hunt like the Wyandot. He learned their magic. They say a shaman taught him how to walk between the worlds, to move like a shadow through the woods, and know an enemy's plan before it was even formed. How else, they ask, could he appear from nowhere to strike the Cherokee, or anticipate every move of his political rivals? The darkest legends, of course, are told by the descendants of those he destroyed. They still tell the story of a Cherokee medicine man who laid a curse upon the Red Fox. He decreed that Campbell's spirit would never know peace, but would be forced to wander the ruins of the towns he burned for all eternity, his fiery red hair blazing in the gloom, forever hearing the ghostly cries of the starving and the slain. It is this story that gives the hook its power, the idea that a man's violence could so profoundly scar a landscape that his spirit is forever trapped there. Arthur Campbell is more than a historical figure now. He is a cautionary tale, a boogeyman, a local legend. He is the human face of the brutal bargain that was struck to settle these mountains. His name is whispered to remind children of the darkness that lies in ambition, and to remind adults that the foundations of their peaceful homes are built upon acts of terrible, unforgiving violence. The man is long dead, but his spirit, the embodiment of that ruthless, brilliant and terrifying frontier will, still haunts these mountains. For better or for worse, the shadow of the Red Fox is a part of the land itself. So we return to the question we asked at the beginning. Sitting here in the long shadow of the mountains, was Arthur Campbell a hero or a villain? The truth is, he was something far more complicated and far more human. He was a founder. He was one of those hard, uncompromising men who carved a civilization out of a wilderness. Such work is never clean. To his people, he was a shield. To the Cherokee, he was a specter of destruction. To his rivals, he was a tyrant. The Red Fox was the human embodiment of the frontier itself, creative and destructive, magnificent and terrible, a force of nature that built a new world by clearing away the old with fire and with fear. In the end, this is a story about how a man's greatest strength, his unbending iron will to protect and control his domain, can become the very thing that poisons his soul. That same quality that made him the perfect leader to survive the French and Indian War made him incapable of accepting a political rival in a time of peace. He loved his community so fiercely that when it dared to defy him, he was willing to break it in two rather than bend his own pride. He was a man who looked at the untamed wilderness and saw a home for his children and was willing to commit any sin to secure it. He looked at a rival and saw not a neighbor with a different opinion, but a threat that had to be eliminated. His story is a timeless, tragic lesson written into the very bedrock of these mountains, a reminder that the line between a protector and a predator is often nothing more than a single, irrevocable choice made in a moment of anger. And that, my friends, is the ballad of the Red Fox, a man who built a kingdom for his family, but loved his own crown just a little bit more. Standing on the banks of a slow-moving creek in the heart of Clay County, Kentucky. It's quiet here, peaceful. The only sounds are the rustle of leaves in the poplar trees and the gentle murmur of water flowing over smooth gray stones. But this place holds a violent secret. If you stand here long enough and you listen past the wind, you can almost hear a different sound. The echo of a quiet morning being torn apart by a dozen rifles firing all at once. It was right here, on this ground, that one of the most feared men in Appalachian history drew his last breath. His name was Thomas Baker, but no one called him that. They called him Bad Tom. For years, he was a ghost in these hills, a peerless marksman who seemed untouchable. Today, we're going to piece together the lost story of how a man like that ended up here, ambushed and alone, with nothing in his hand but a bar of soap. We're here to listen to the whispers from the past. To understand the man, you have to understand the world that forged him. Let's wind the clock back, long before that morning at the creek, to the years after the Civil War. Clay County wasn't a peaceful place then. It was a hornet's nest. The war between the states hadn't washed this land clean. It had just given old grudges a new flag to hide behind. Neighbor had fought neighbor in brutal guerrilla bands, and when the official armies went home, the bitterness remained, thick and suffocating as the summer fog in these hollows. In this world, the law from the state capital was a distant rumor. The real law was kinship. Your family name was your shield, your jury, and your executioner. A man's honor wasn't just a word. It was the most valuable thing he owned, and an insult was a debt that could only be paid in blood. This was a land of hard men, where disputes were settled not with lawsuits, but with long rifles and steady hands. At the center of this world stood the Howard clan. They were a powerful family, deeply rooted in the soil of Clay County, their influence tied to the wealth of the Goose Creek salt works. They were proud, numerous, and saw themselves as the rightful leaders of the region. They were men who expected respect and were quick to answer any perceived challenge to their authority. To them, the county had a natural order, and they were at the top of it. And then there was Thomas Baker. He was a different kind of force, a Union veteran who had walked through the fire of the war and come out the other side harder than mountain stone. He wasn't loud or boastful. He was a man of few words, with what people called a cold, glittering eye that seemed to look right through you. He was a hunter, and his time in the army had perfected his aim to a terrifying degree. He moved with a quiet confidence that some saw as arrogance, a challenge to the old ways. You could feel the tension crackle in the air on court days in Manchester. The Howards and their kin would stand on one side of the dusty street, and Tom Baker and his family would stand on the other. They were like two storm fronts gathering on opposite sides of a valley, dark and heavy with unspoken threats. Everyone knew it wasn't a matter of if the storm would break, but when. All it would take was a single spark to ignite an inferno that would consume them all. Feuds like this don't just appear out of thin air. They start with a single moment, a single choice. But the real reason, the human reason, often gets buried under decades of hearsay and legend. To find the truth, you have to dig. So I went to the local archives, to the place where old stories go to be forgotten, and I started scrolling through the ghosts of old newspapers on a dusty microfilm reader. After hours of searching, I found it. It's not much to look at. A faded column in an 1888 edition of a local paper, the text blurry at the edges. The headline is simple, almost sterile. Man shot and killed at logging camp. There's no picture, just a few short paragraphs. But this small, forgotten piece of newsprint is the Rosetta Stone of the Baker-Howard feud. The article reports that a man named Abner Eversole was killed by Thomas Baker following a dispute. It mentions cards and it mentions liquor. But the key detail, the one that tells you this wasn't just some drunken brawl, is Eversole's family name. He was a Howard kinsman. This wasn't a murder, it was an assassination. This small article is the official declaration of war, printed in black and white for all the world to see. But this yellowed paper, for all its facts, leaves the most important question unanswered. It tells us what happened, but it doesn't tell us why. What was the argument really about? The paper just says a dispute, but a dispute doesn't start a war that will last for over a decade and claim dozens of lives. To find that answer, we have to go back to the logging camp itself and listen to what the official record left out. Let's travel back to that logging camp in 1888. Picture a rough-hewn bunkhouse, smelling of pine sap, sweat, and cheap whiskey. A game of cards is underway by lantern light, a circle of hard men who worked with their hands all day and gambled with their pay at night. On one side of the table sat Tom Baker, on the other, Abner Eversole and a few of his Howard cousins. The air was already thick with a tension that had little to do with the cards being dealt. The game got heated, as it always did when liquor and pride were on the table. An argument started over a disputed pot. Eversole, maybe feeling brave with his kinsman beside him, pointed a finger at Baker and accused him of cheating. The other men fell silent. It was a dangerous accusation to level against any man in that camp, but to say it to Tom Baker was like throwing a lit match into a barrel of gunpowder. But it wasn't just about the cards. A darker rumor had been festering in the county for weeks, a whisper that Tom Baker had stolen a pig from a Howard family homestead. In a place where livestock was a family's wealth and a man's reputation was everything, this was the gravest of insults. It branded him a common thief. And now, in the middle of the tense bunkhouse, Eversole made the fatal mistake of saying the quiet part out loud. He threw the accusation of the stolen pig right in Baker's face. The room went dead still. This was the moment, the point of no return. Tom Baker didn't shout. He didn't curse. He simply pushed his chair back and stood up. In a voice that was low and steady, a voice colder than a winter creek, he looked Eversole in the eye, denied the charge, and demanded he take it back. For a long second, Abner Eversole had a choice: swallow his pride and live, or stand his ground and die. Emboldened by his friends and the whiskey burning in his gut, he made his choice. He refused to apologize, and his hand went for the pistol at his belt. He never cleared the holster. Baker's draw was a single fluid motion, a flash of steel and a deafening roar that shook the tiny bunkhouse. Abner Eversole crumpled to the floor. The card game was over, and the story behind that brief newspaper article was written in blood. Paper records and newspaper clippings can only tell you so much. They give you the bones of a story, but not the heart. To find that, you have to talk to the people who carry the story in their blood. I found James Baker sitting on the front porch of his small house, tucked away on a ridge overlooking the same hills his infamous ancestor once roamed. He's a man in his 80s now, with his great-grandfather's clear, steady eyes and hands weathered by a lifetime of working this land. He offered me a seat and listened patiently as I explained what I was doing. He'd heard it all before, from reporters, from authors, from curious outsiders. He nodded slowly, a tired smile playing on his lips. "You've been reading the books," he said, his voice a low Appalachian drawl. "They all talk about a stolen pig. They make my great-grandfather out to be a common thief who killed a man over a card game. That's the story the Howards wanted everyone to believe. It's cleaner that way. Then he leaned forward in his rocking chair, his eyes locking onto mine with an intensity that spanned a century. But the story my father told me, the one his father told him, is different. There was no stolen pig. That was a lie, a slander cooked up by the Howards because Tom was becoming too well respected, and they couldn't stand it. They wanted to tear down his name. My great-grandfather, he continued, his voice dropping, was not a man who started fights, but he was damn sure a man who finished them. In that logging camp, Abner Eversole didn't just accuse him of stealing. He'd been drinking, and he got mean. He looked Tom square in the face, and he said something vile about his wife, Mary. An insult so foul that in those days, for a man to say that about another man's wife, there was only one possible answer. It wasn't a choice, it was a duty. Hearing him say that, the whole story shifted. The dusty newspaper article felt hollow, incomplete. This wasn't a feud over property or a card game. According to the Baker family, this was about a sacred line being crossed. A husband defending his wife's honor in the only way his world understood. Suddenly, Tom Baker wasn't just a killer. He was an avenger. Let's go back inside that cramped, smoky bunkhouse. The argument over the cards and the stolen pig was just the kindling. Abner Eversole, full of liquor and backed by his kin, decided to throw gasoline on the fire. He looked Tom Baker dead in the eye, and the words that came out of his mouth were not about cheating or theft. They were a vile personal attack aimed squarely at Tom's wife, Mary. It was a poisoned dart of an insult designed to strip a man of his dignity in front of his peers, to stain the one thing in his life he held sacred. The air in the room was sucked out in an instant. The other men froze, their eyes wide. This was no longer a squabble. This was a line being crossed, a taboo violated. In the code of the mountains, you could challenge a man's strength, his word, even his life. But you did not speak ill of his wife. To do so was to invite death to your door. Everyone in that room knew that Abner Eversole had just signed his own death warrant. Tom Baker's reaction was terrifying in its stillness. There was no explosion of rage, no shouted curses. A deep, cold calm settled over him. He slowly pushed his chair back from the rough plank table and rose to his full height. His face was a mask of stone, and that glittering eye of his was fixed on Eversole, not with anger, but with a kind of finality, like a judge who has already passed sentence. In a voice that cut through the silence, he said, "Take it back." It wasn't a request, it was an order. One last chance to step back from the abyss. But Eversole was trapped. His pride, the whiskey, and the watching eyes of his cousins had him in a corner. To back down now would be to live with the shame forever. He likely let out a sneer, a drunken laugh, and doubled down on his insult. His hand, clumsy and slow, dropped to the butt of his pistol. It was the last mistake he would ever make. Before Eversole's fingers could even get a proper grip, Tom Baker's hand moved. It wasn't a frantic motion. It was a blur of practiced economy, a movement he had honed in the chaos of war and the solitude of the hunt. The gunshot wasn't just a sound. It was a physical blow that slammed into the walls of the small room. Abner Eversole was thrown backward, the look of shock permanently etched on his face as he hit the floor. Tom Baker stood for a moment in the ringing silence, the smoke curling from the barrel of his revolver. He didn't look at the other men. He simply holstered his weapon, turned, and walked out into the night. He knew what he had just done. He hadn't just ended a man's life. He had sounded the first trumpet of a long and bloody war. From that moment on, there would be no apologies, no truces, and no peace. There would only be the feud. The killing of Abner Eversole lit the fuse. What followed was an explosion of violence that turned Clay County into a war zone. The feud spilled out of the isolated hollers and into the streets, and the epicenter of it all was right here, where I'm standing now, the town square in Manchester. Today, it's a peaceful place. Cars pass by, people go in and out of the shops. It's hard to imagine it as anything else. But if you walk with me over to the old courthouse, a proud red brick building that has seen more history than any person alive, and you run your hand along the wall facing the street, you'll feel it. The surface isn't smooth. It's dotted with small dark pockmarks, little craters where the brick has been chipped away. Most people probably walk past these scars every day and never give them a second thought. But these aren't from weather or age. Right here. This is where it happened. Each of these marks is a silent testament to the chaos, a bullet hole left from a day when this town square was a free fire zone. This place, the very symbol of law and order in the county, became a hunting ground. The courthouse steps were turned into a fortress, and men used wagons and street corners as cover while they waged their private war in public, with no regard for who was caught in the crossfire. We're about to go back to one of those days, to a moment when the gunfire was so intense its echoes are still trapped in this very brick. Imagine a stiflingly hot court day in Manchester. The town square is crowded, but it's a tense, watchful crowd. The unwritten rule on these days was that the town itself was neutral ground, but nobody believed it. Men with rifles leaned against porch posts, their eyes never still. The Bakers and their allies gathered near the livery stable. The Howards and their faction stood in a tight knot on the courthouse steps, a clear claim to the seat of power. It was a powder keg waiting for a spark. The spark came in the most ordinary way. A Howard man coming down the steps bumped hard into a Baker cousin going up. Words were exchanged, a curse muttered under the breath. A hand moved instinctively toward a pistol grip, not to draw, but as a warning. It was a fatal gesture. A sharp crack echoed off the brick facade, and the first man stumbled backward, a look of disbelief on his face. In a heartbeat, the square erupted. It wasn't a battle, it was a maelstrom of chaos, the deep boom of rifles mixed with the sharp bark of revolvers. Men who had been neighbors dove for cover behind horse troughs and wooden wagons, which offered little protection. Wood splintered, and the high-pitched whine of ricochets filled the air. Puffs of red dust exploded from the courthouse wall as stray bullets found their mark, carving the very scars we can still see today. The air grew thick with the acrid smell of burnt gunpowder and fear. From the center of it all, Wilson Howard, the patriarch of his clan, tried to bring order to the chaos, shouting directions to his men. He was a commanding figure, a rock in the middle of a violent storm. He stood his ground, a symbol of his family's defiance and power, directing the fire from the top of the stone steps. It made him a leader. It also made him a target. Across the square, from the relative safety of a doorway, Tom Baker raised his long rifle. He was not a man for chaotic firefights. He was a hunter, a marksman. For him, this wasn't a brawl. It was a series of calculations. He rested the barrel, took a breath to steady his hands, and squeezed the trigger. There was no wasted motion. A single, heavier crack cut through the din. Wilson Howard, who a moment before had been a pillar of command, suddenly stiffened. His rifle slipped from his grasp, clattering on the stone steps. He didn't cry out. He simply looked down at his own chest with a look of profound surprise before he folded, collapsing in a heap at the feet of his kin. The sight of their fallen leader broke the Howards' charge. A stunned silence fell over their side of the fight. The firing sputtered and died out as they rushed to drag his body out of the line of fire, their retreat a panicked scramble. The Bakers held their ground, watching them go. The fight was over as suddenly as it had begun. All that was left was the thick blue haze of smoke hanging in the silent air, the glint of brass casings on the dusty ground, and the new dark holes in the courthouse wall. After a storm of violence like the one that swept through Manchester, the official machinery of the law begins to grind, slowly and often ineffectively. And it leaves behind a paper trail. I'm holding a copy of the coroner's inquest into the death of Wilson Howard. It's a formal document, written in a looping bureaucratic script that tries to impose order on a day of pure chaos. You read through the dry, legalistic language, and it feels like it's describing a different event entirely. It lists the deceased, Wilson Howard. It notes the location, the town square. Then you get to the most important part, the cause of death. It simply says, "Deceased came to his end by means of a gunshot wound." That's it. A few simple words to sanitize a brutal public execution. There's no mention of the dozens of other shots fired, of the terror, of the fact that the town's main street was turned into a battlefield. Then you look at the indictments that were handed down by the grand jury in the following weeks. And there, among a list of names from the Baker clan, is the one that mattered most. Thomas Baker. On this piece of paper, he's just another name, a defendant in a murder case. The document doesn't tell you that he was a legend, that his single calculated shot had decapitated the rival clan in broad daylight. It reduces the most dramatic moment of the entire feud to a line of ink on a page. This is the official truth, the version of the story that's written down in the county archives. But it's a sterile, bloodless truth. It's a lie by omission. Because in the mountains of Clay County, an indictment from a courthouse in Manchester was one thing. Getting a man like Tom Baker to stand for trial was another thing entirely. The law had pointed its finger at him, and now it had to come into the hills and get him. That piece of paper, the indictment, was a challenge. And so the law, slow and uncertain, sent a posse into the hills to retrieve Tom Baker. But this was not their world. They were men of the town, sent into a labyrinth of creeks and hollers where every tree could hide a rifleman and every shadow felt like a threat. They were hunting a legend in his own kingdom, and they knew it. Tom Baker wasn't hiding. He was simply gone, absorbed back into the landscape that had made him. The posse would ride for days, finding nothing but cold campfires and tracks that vanished on stony ground. The locals they questioned would meet their eyes with a vacant, unhelpful stare. No one had seen Tom Baker. No one knew anything. But the posse felt his presence everywhere. They felt it in the snap of a twig in the woods just beyond their camp at night, in the unnerving silence of the forest. They weren't the hunters here. They were the hunted, trespassing in a land that answered to a different authority. The manhunt was a failure before it even began. Then, just as the law was about to give up, Tom Baker did the last thing anyone expected. He walked out of the hills on his own. He strode into the center of Manchester, his rifle held loosely in the crook of his arm, and turned himself in to the sheriff. It wasn't a surrender, it was a strategic move. He knew he couldn't be caught, but living as a fugitive put his family in constant danger. By facing the court, he was taking control of the narrative, daring the system to try and hold him. The trial was a spectacle of fear. The small courthouse was packed, but it was divided down the middle like a church at a funeral. On one side sat the Baker clan, their faces hard and unreadable, their hands never far from the pistols concealed beneath their coats. On the other side sat the Howards, their eyes burning with a cold fire of hatred and grief. Between them sat a terrified judge and a jury of 12 local men who knew with absolute certainty that their decision would have consequences far beyond the courtroom walls. Witnesses mumbled, their memories suddenly foggy. Evidence seemed to disappear. The prosecution's case, so clear on paper, began to fall apart under the crushing weight of unspoken threats. The jury didn't deliberate for long. They were farmers and merchants, not martyrs. They had to live in this county. When they filed back in, the foreman wouldn't look at the Howard family. In a quiet, nervous voice, he delivered the verdict: not guilty. The shooting of Wilson Howard was ruled an act of self-defense. A low murmur went through the room. Tom Baker stood, nodded once to the jury, and walked out of the courthouse a free man, his legal innocence now as much a part of his legend as his marksmanship. The Howards were left with nothing but rage. The law had failed them. Their patriarch was dead, and his killer had walked away without consequence. They knew then that if they wanted justice, they would have to get it themselves, not with indictments, but with bullets. Every story eventually ends in the same place. I'm standing in a quiet cemetery on a hillside just outside Manchester. The wind whispers through the cedar trees, and the old tombstones lean at odd angles, their inscriptions softened and blurred by a century of rain and sun. This is where the old names of Clay County come to rest. The names of farmers, merchants, mothers, children, and the names of feuding warriors. Over here, beneath a thick, respectable slab of granite, lies Wilson Howard. The stone is weathered, but it was clearly expensive for its time, a final statement of his status as the patriarch of a powerful clan. It speaks of a man of substance, a leader of the community. There's an air of tragic dignity to it, the resting place of a man whose death was never truly avenged by the law. And then, if you walk just 50 yards down the slope, you'll find another stone. It's simpler, more rugged, cut from local stone. The name carved into it is clear and deep: Thomas Baker, 1845 to 1899. Seeing them here so close together is a profound and bitter irony. They lie just 100 yards apart now, these mortal enemies, closer in death than they ever were in life. They fought a war for control of these hills, and in the end, they each got a small, quiet piece of them forever. But standing here, looking at Tom Baker's grave, a critical question hangs in the air. The trial for Wilson Howard's death was years before 1899. He walked out of that courthouse a free man, legally untouchable. So why is this his final resting place? What happened in those intervening years that drove the Howards' hatred to a point where a courtroom acquittal meant nothing, and the only verdict they would accept was one delivered from the barrel of a gun? Tom Baker walked out of that courthouse a free man, but he wasn't free. The verdict was just a piece of paper. The real sentence had been passed in the hearts of the Howard family. For them, the trial wasn't an acquittal. It was a final, bitter confirmation that the law of the state was useless. Their patriarch was gone, and the man who killed him now walked the streets of Manchester with the government's blessing. Their rage didn't cool. It settled into something harder and colder, a patient hatred that would wait years for its moment. The feud entered a new, grinding phase. It was no longer a war of open battles in the town square, but a war of shadows. The Howards set ambushes for Tom, but he seemed to possess a sixth sense for danger, an almost animal instinct that would make him change his path at the last second or melt back into the woods just as a trap was about to be sprung. His legend grew even larger. They said he was protected by something unnatural, that he had made a pact with the devil. But the truth was likely simpler. He was a man who had survived a war, and he knew how to live as if death was always a single step behind him. But even the most vigilant man can be worn down by time. The years passed. The open violence subsided into a tense, watchful peace. Tom Baker was still the most feared man in Clay County, but he was also a man trying to live a life. He had a home, he had a family, he was getting older. The constant threat became a part of the background noise of his life, a danger so familiar that it almost ceased to feel like danger at all. Perhaps he began to believe the worst was over, that the Howards, having failed so many times, had finally accepted that he was untouchable. He started to fall into routines, the small, daily habits that make up a normal life. And one of those routines was to walk down the familiar path from his cabin each morning to the creek, to wash the sleep from his eyes in the cool, clear water. It was a small act of peace in a life defined by violence. It was this routine, this small piece of normal life he reclaimed for himself, that would ultimately be his undoing. The Howards were watching, and they were patient. Even now, more than a century after the last shot was fired, the story of this feud is a living thing in Clay County. And like any living thing, it changes depending on the light you see it in. If you bring up the name Bad Tom Baker today, the answer you get depends entirely on who you ask. The war may be over, but the battle for the story continues. To the Baker family and their sympathizers, Tom is a figure of tragic frontier honor. He is the Union veteran who came home and refused to bow to the old powers of the county. He was a man who defended his wife's honor, who killed Wilson Howard in self-defense during a chaotic firefight, and who was ultimately the victim of a coward's ambush, shot down when he was unarmed and vulnerable. In their story, he is a folk hero, a testament to the mountain spirit of defiance. But if you talk to those whose families were allied with the Howards, you hear a much darker tale. In that version, Tom Baker wasn't a hero, he was a menace. A cold-blooded killer with ice in his veins and a hair-trigger temper who used his reputation to intimidate the whole county. They believe he murdered Abner Eversole over a card game, assassinated their leader in a calculated shot, and then used fear to cheat the law. To them, the final act at the creek wasn't a murder. It was an execution, the only form of justice left to them when the courts had failed. It was the necessary, brutal act of putting down a mad dog to bring peace to the community. So which story is the truth? Was he a righteous avenger or a ruthless killer? A protector of his family or a predator who terrorized his rivals? The honest answer is that the real Tom Baker is likely buried somewhere in the grey space between those two extremes, lost to time and loyalties. The facts are set in stone. The men who died, the trial, the ambush. But the meaning of those facts is still at war with itself, a conflict of memory passed down from one generation to the next. When a story is this big, this soaked in blood and pride, it doesn't stay history for long. As it gets passed down around kitchen tables and late-night campfires, it starts to shed its inconvenient facts, like a snake shedding its skin. What's left behind is something harder, smoother, and far more powerful: a legend. The feud between the Bakers and the Howards is no longer just a series of events. It's a foundational myth of Clay County. The character of Bad Tom Baker, in particular, grew larger than life. People needed a way to explain how one man could be so deadly, so seemingly untouchable for so long. And so, they whispered that his skill wasn't natural. The story of his rifle was born, the one that claimed he'd had a gunsmith inlay a silver coin into the front sight. They said the silver gave it an unholy accuracy, that it guided his bullets to their targets. The gun itself became a cursed object, and to this day, people speculate about where it might be, buried with him perhaps, to keep its dark magic from the world. And it wasn't just the man who became a legend. The feud itself took on a life of its own, seeping into the folklore of the mountains. A dark superstition took root in the community, a whisper that before every killing, a hoot owl would cry near the victim's cabin the night before. People claimed it was a death omen, the voice of the mountains themselves passing judgment. It was the community's way of processing the relentless, unpredictable violence by turning it into a supernatural force, a dark fate that could be read in the signs and sounds of the night. These tales are how a community makes sense of a trauma it can't forget. They are the final stage of a story's life, the moment it dissolves from hard history into the misty realm of legend. They serve as a warning, a ghost story to tell children about the price of pride and the darkness that can rise up between neighbors. The facts may fade, but the legend of Bad Tom Baker, his silver-sighted rifle, and the crying owl of death still haunts these hills. And so, we find ourselves back where we started, on the banks of this quiet creek. The water still murmurs over these smooth grey stones, just as it did on that morning in 1899. But the silence here feels different now. It's heavier. We came here hearing only the faint echo of a rifle volley, but we've followed that sound back through time, through courthouse shootouts and smoky bunkhouses, through conflicting memories and whispered legends. This spot is no longer just a peaceful place in the woods. It's the final page of a brutal chapter in this county's history. It's a testament to a world where a man's honor was worth more than his life, and a reminder that when people feel the law has abandoned them, they will make their own with fire and lead. The story of Tom Baker shows us that history is never a simple matter of heroes and villains. He was a man forged by a hard land and a violent time, and the truth of his life lies somewhere in the shadows between the legend and the reality. So the next time you pass a forgotten ruin on a lonely road, or a simple weathered tombstone on a quiet hillside, remember this place. Remember that it's not just a collection of stones or a patch of earth. It's a library filled with stories of love, loss, and the terrible choices that can define a generation. You just have to be willing to stop and to listen to the whispers. The people are gone, the guns are silent, but the story remains. I'm standing on a patch of grass just outside Marietta, Georgia. Today, it's nothing more than a roadside shoulder, where the sound of passing cars is the only thing that breaks the stillness. There's no monument here, no grand marker to tell you what happened. But this ground remembers. Over a century ago, in the pale light of a new day, this was a stage for a final, terrible act of what some called justice, and others called murder. Right here, a man's life ended at the end of a rope, not by the hand of the state, but by the will of a disciplined, silent mob. The story of how he got here, dragged from a prison farm 100 miles away, is a dark journey into the heart of a city on edge, a courtroom ruled by fear, and a nation divided. Today, we're going to walk that path. We're going to sift through the ashes of a forgotten fire and listen to the whispers it left behind. Because the question isn't just what happened here, but why. And the answer is a story that Georgia and America has been trying to forget ever since. To understand the spark that lit that fire, we have to travel back, away from that lonely patch of grass, to the heart of Atlanta in 1913. This was the capital of the so-called New South. A city straining to build a future of smokestacks and industry on a foundation of Civil War ashes. Northern money was pouring in, and with it came Northern managers, bringing new ways that sat uneasily with the old. The air was thick with both coal smoke and resentment. It was a city holding its breath, waiting for something to happen. Into this world walked two people, moving on a collision course they couldn't possibly see. The first was a girl named Mary Fagan. She was just 13 years old, a child who should have been in a schoolhouse or playing in a field. Instead, her family had been pushed by poverty from the quiet hills of Marietta into the city's grime, and she worked long, grinding hours at the National Pencil Company for 12 cents an hour. To the people of Atlanta, she was more than just a girl. She was a symbol of the innocent rural South they felt was being devoured by the machine of progress. The second was a man named Leo Frank. He was 29, the superintendent of that same pencil factory. And he was everything Mary Fagan was not. He was a northerner from Brooklyn, an engineer educated at Cornell University. He was Jewish in a world that was overwhelmingly and often fiercely Protestant. His speech was precise, his mannerisms different. He was the outsider, the face of the northern industrial power that gave girls like Mary a job, but at a cost that felt impossibly high. These two worlds met inside the brick walls of the National Pencil Company. Downstairs, the roar of machinery, the dust, and the sweat of hundreds of workers, many of them young girls from the countryside. Upstairs, the quiet order of the front office, a world of ledgers and calculations managed by Leo Frank. The two floors were separated by a staircase, but they might as well have been separated by an ocean of culture, class, and history. And the day it all came apart was no ordinary day. It was Saturday, April 26, 1913, Confederate Memorial Day. The streets of Atlanta were filled with parades, with the gray-haired veterans of a lost war marching under their faded battle flags. The city was wrapped in a defiant pride, a celebration of its past, even as it rushed toward a new future. It was on this day, with the echoes of old anthems in the air, that Mary Fagan made her way to the factory to collect her $1.20 pay from the man in the upstairs office. Him looking now at a digital copy of a photograph from the Georgia State Archives. The image is grainy, over a century old, but what it shows is chillingly clear. It's two small, crumpled pieces of paper covered in rough, almost childish pencil scrawls. These are the infamous murder notes found in the factory basement, just inches from Mary Fagan's head. They were the first and loudest voice to speak from that crime scene. Listen to what they say. The first one reads, "Ma'am, that Negro higher down here did this. I went to get water, and he pushed me down that hole, a long, tall Negro, black that who. It was long, slim, tall Negro, I write while play with me." The second is just as crude. He said he would love me and land down, play like the night witch did it, but that long, tall, black Negro did by hisself. On the surface, it's a deathbed accusation, a desperate attempt by a dying girl to name her attacker. But from the very beginning, these notes raised more questions than they answered. The police, the press, the public, they all looked at these words and saw a puzzle. The language was strange, the grammar almost nonsensical. Why would a killer, in the middle of such a brutal act, linger in the dark to carefully craft a frame-up? This wasn't just a clue, it was a performance, a piece of theater left on a dirt floor. These two scraps of paper were supposed to be a map pointing directly to the monster responsible. Instead, they became a labyrinth. The search for the hand that wrote these words would pull three men from the shadows, and in the fevered atmosphere of Atlanta, the city would have to decide which one of them was telling the truth and which one was the author of this vicious lie. The first man to be swallowed by the shadow of those notes was the night watchman, Newt Lee. Early the next morning, he made his rounds in the factory's silent, cavernous basement. His lantern cut a weak circle in the gloom, brushing over piles of coal dust and forgotten machine parts. He went to use the toilet, a crude setup in the back, and that's when his light fell upon it. A small body lying in the grime. He ran, terrified, and called the police. The discovery hit Atlanta like a lightning strike. The city's newspapers, locked in a bitter circulation war, descended on the story like vultures. They splashed lurid, sensational headlines across their front pages, painting a monstrous picture of the little factory girl's final moments. Public outrage was immediate, and it was white-hot. A villain was needed, and fast. The police, working under the immense pressure of that public fury, quickly rounded up their first suspects. There was Newt Lee, the man who found the body, the night witch seemingly named in the notes. There was Jim Conley, another black employee, a factory sweeper with a criminal record who was seen washing a stained shirt soon after the murder. And there was Leo Frank, the superintendent, the last person known to have seen Mary Fagan alive. His nervous, twitchy demeanor during questioning immediately put him on the police's radar. At first, suspicion swirled around all three, but those notes, they were the problem. They didn't feel right. To the detectives, and soon to the public, the idea that a black man would have the presence of mind to write such elaborate notes to frame another black man seemed unlikely. A new, more sinister theory began to take root in the city's mind, a theory whispered on street corners and then printed in the papers. What if the notes weren't a clumsy frame-up, but a brilliant one? What if they were a double bluff, written by an educated white man, trying to make it look like an uneducated black man had committed the crime? Suddenly, the net of suspicion began to tighten. The focus shifted away from the two black workers and toward the northern Jewish superintendent. The very things that made Leo Frank an outsider, his education, his precise way of speaking, now became evidence against him. He was the only one, they reasoned, clever enough to devise such a twisted scheme. The seeds of a narrative were being sown, One where the factory boss was not just a manager, but a monster in disguise. To find the next piece of this story, I didn't go to a crime scene or a graveyard. I went to a small, cluttered office at a local university, a room lined with books on Georgia history, each one a monument to a forgotten world. I met with a local historian, a man who has dedicated 40 years of his life to untangling the knots of the Leo Frank case. He didn't just study the documents, he'd spoken to the children and grandchildren of the people who were there, preserving the whispers that never made it into the official record. "You have to understand," he told me, his voice quiet but intense. "The trial of Leo Frank didn't really happen in that courtroom. It happened in print, for weeks beforehand, on the pages of a magazine called The Jeffersonian." He explained that its publisher, Tom Watson, was a titan of Georgia politics, a populist who spoke to the fears of the poor, rural whites who felt their world was being stolen from them by northern industrialists and city slickers. And in Leo Frank, Watson found the perfect villain. This historian showed me copies of those old papers, their pages yellow and brittle. The words printed on them were pure venom. They didn't just report on the case, they created a myth. Frank was painted as a monster, a lecherous Jew who preyed on the innocent Christian girls who worked for him. Rumors, many of them sourced from disgruntled former employees, were printed as fact. Stories of inappropriate behavior in his office, of a secret, depraved life, filled the columns, poisoning the minds of every potential juror in the state. He explained that this wasn't just about one man's crime. It was about all the simmering resentments of the New South boiling over. Frank was the symbol for everything the common man feared and hated. He was the northern boss, the wealthy intellectual, and the Jewish outsider. Tom Watson, with the power of his printing press, took these vague fears and gave them a face, a name, and a crime. The public wasn't just asked to believe Frank was a killer. They were taught to believe he was a demon, the embodiment of a corrupting evil that had invaded their land. As I left that office, I understood that the verdict wasn't decided by evidence. It was forged in the fire of this public hatred. The point of no return wasn't a single moment in a dark basement. It was a slow, deliberate campaign of character assassination that guaranteed Leo Frank would be a dead man long before he ever set foot in that courtroom. The air in the interrogation rooms of the Atlanta police station was stale with cigar smoke and frustration. For days, Jim Conley, the factory sweeper, had been a human puzzle the police couldn't solve. He'd given one rambling, contradictory statement after another. He couldn't read or write, he swore. Then, caught in a lie, he admitted he could. Each story he told was a dead end, and the investigators were ready to dismiss him as a chronic liar, a nobody caught in the blast radius of a bigger crime. But then, after nearly a week of relentless questioning, something shifted. Backed into a corner, his lies exhausted, Jim Conley didn't just confess to something, he offered the police a revelation. It was the story they and the city of Atlanta had been secretly hoping for. Yes, he admitted, he had written those murder notes, but he hadn't done it alone. He had written them at the direction and under the terrified orders of his boss, Leo Frank. Suddenly, the investigators leaned in. The frustrated scribbling stopped, and Conley, seeing he finally had their full attention, began to perform. He spun a tale that was both gruesome and cinematic. He claimed he was standing watch for Frank that Saturday afternoon, while Frank took Mary Fagan into his private office. He told them he heard a scream. A few minutes later, he said, a trembling Frank called him in and showed him the girl's lifeless body on the floor. In Conley's telling, Frank was a panicked, sweating mess, confessing the murder and begging for help. He claimed Frank dictated the notes to him, word for word, and then ordered him to help carry the body down the ladder to the basement, a detail later changed to a rickety elevator when the ladder proved impossible. He described the journey into the dark, the body slung over Frank's shoulder, and the final act of leaving the girl's body and the incriminating notes in the filth and coal dust. It was a story filled with holes, a narrative that would change and warp with each retelling. But it didn't matter. It was perfect. It had the villain the newspapers had already created, the cold, calculating Jewish mastermind. And it had the simple-minded accomplice, a black man too scared and too weak to do anything but follow orders. For the prosecutor, Hugh Dorsey, this was more than a breakthrough. It was a gift. He now had his star witness. From that moment on, the search for other truths ended. The investigation snapped shut like a steel trap around a single narrative. The path was now set in stone, leading from that interrogation room directly to a courthouse, a jury, and a hangman's noose. There would be no turning back. The machinery of justice now had its fuel, and it was roaring toward a single, preordained destination. I'm standing in downtown Atlanta now, at the corner of Forsyth and Marietta Street. It's a place of steel and glass, of corporate towers that scrape the sky. Businessmen and women with briefcases and coffee cups hurry past, their footsteps echoing on polished stone plazas. You won't find the National Pencil Company here anymore. There's no plaque, no historical marker, not even a trace of the old brick and mortar. The city has paved over its memory, burying the scene of the crime under the foundations of a new, gleaming skyline. But this is the place, right here, where this glass atrium catches the afternoon sun, once stood a 4-story brick factory, its windows clouded with a fine grey dust from the graphite within. It was a place of noise and labor, filled with the roar of machinery and the shouts of children earning a few cents an hour. And it was a building of stark contrasts. The loud, chaotic factory floors, the quiet, orderly superintendent's office on the 2nd story, and down below, a basement that was little more than a dirt-floored cave, dark, damp, and forgotten. This modern plaza is a scar, a smooth, clean surface, hiding a wound that never truly healed. Because we know what this ground was used for. We can trace the path, in our minds, from that 2nd-floor office, down the narrow, creaking staircase, to the absolute darkness of the cellar. This is the geography of the crime. And while the building is gone, the story remains, clinging to this very spot like a ghost. Right here, beneath all this progress, in the silence of a holiday afternoon, the machinery of industry stopped, and a far more brutal machine took over. If you believe the story told in that courtroom, the story that sealed Leo Frank's fate, then this is how the world ended for Mary Fagan. The great machines of the National Pencil Company were silent for the holiday. The only sounds in the cavernous building were the ticking of a clock in the office and the distant pop of celebratory firecrackers in the streets below. Sunlight, thick with floating dust, cut sharp angles through the tall, grimy windows of the 2nd floor. It was in this strange, industrial quiet that the 13-year-old girl walked into her superintendent's office to collect her pay. The exchange, by all accounts, was brief. Leo Frank sat at his desk, a man of ledgers and figures. Mary stood before him, a child of the factory floor. He handed her the small pay envelope containing her $1.20. It was a transaction that had happened 100 times before, in this office, with 100 other girls. A routine moment. She would have turned to leave, her hand clutching the money, her mind already on the parade, the sunlight, the rest of her day. And then, according to the state of Georgia, the silence was broken. Not by a long, drawn-out struggle, but by a single, sharp sound. A cry, cut short. The sudden, ugly noise of a body striking wood, and then the floor. It was a sound that lasted only a second, but it was enough to shatter the afternoon. It was the sound of a line being crossed, of a life being erased in a flicker of brutal, incomprehensible violence. What followed was a terrible stillness. The dust motes continued their slow, silent dance in the sunbeams, but now they settled on a scene of irreversible horror. An overturned chair, a few scattered papers, and on the floor, near the leg of a heavy oak desk, a small pay envelope, its contents still neatly folded inside. The clock on the wall kept ticking, measuring out the seconds of a new, ghastly reality. The world outside, full of music and celebration, had no idea that in this quiet room, a tomb had just been created. "This is the moment," Jim Conley swore, that he was called into the office. He claimed he saw a man not of cold, calculating evil, but of pure animal panic. A man whose carefully constructed world had just been obliterated by his own hands. In the frantic, hushed whispers of that office, a desperate plan was born. The evidence had to be hidden. The body had to vanish. The target was the basement, a place no one ever went, a dark, forgotten hole at the bottom of the world. The journey down was a clumsy, scraping nightmare. The state claimed they used the narrow, hand-pulled elevator, a rickety cage barely large enough for one man, let alone two men and their terrible burden. The descent into the darkness was slow, the ropes groaning under the unfamiliar weight. They reached the bottom with a dull thud. The basement was pitch black, a cellar of damp earth and coal dust, where the only light came from a few frantic, flickering matches. There, in the oppressive dark, the final act was staged. The little body was left in a corner, amidst the filth. By the trembling light of a match, Conley said he scrawled out the clumsy, accusatory notes, the pencil scratching against the paper. The words were meant to be a false trail, a clever misdirection. But they were more than that. They were the final, grotesque punctuation mark on the crime, a calculated lie left beside an unspeakable truth. Then, the match was extinguished, and two figures retreated into the gloom, leaving the basement to its profound and terrible silence. In a quiet room in the state archives, the entire tragedy is flattened, pressed, and bound into thousands of pages of brittle, yellowing paper. This is the official story, the one told in the language of law and procedure. Him looking at the trial transcript, a document thicker than a family Bible, and it feels like reading a ghost story. All the heat, the rage, and the terror of 1913 has been boiled down to a sterile series of questions and answers printed in neat black ink. You can read the coroner's report. It's a clinical inventory of a nightmare. It lists the cause of death as strangulation by ligature and notes the various wounds to the victim's body. The language is precise, medical, and utterly devoid of emotion. It reduces Mary Fagan to a collection of physical facts, a piece of evidence to be catalogued. It tells you how she died, but it cannot begin to tell you what it means for a child to be erased from the world in such a way. Then you turn to the testimony of Jim Conley. On the printed page, his story is a mess. It's a swamp of contradictions. The timeline he gives for the afternoon of the murder shifts and buckles under the slightest pressure. Key details of his story changed multiple times during his interrogations. Reading it now, in the silence of this archive, it seems almost impossible that a jury could have believed it. But this transcript, this cold collection of words, is a liar. It's a liar because it's incomplete. It cannot capture the sweat dripping from the jurors' faces in that sweltering, unair-conditioned courtroom. It cannot make you hear the roar of the mob in the streets outside, chanting for a hanging. And most importantly, it cannot show you the electrifying, charismatic performance that Jim Conley delivered on the witness stand. The jury wasn't reading a document. They were witnessing a confession, and to them, it felt like the raw, unvarnished truth. This is the great paradox of the official record. It preserves the facts, but loses the feeling. The words on these pages are the bones of the story, but the soul of it, the fever that gripped Atlanta and condemned Leo Frank, lived and died in the air of that courtroom. And that fever was about to be given the full force of the law. The trial of Leo Frank began in the suffocating heat of a Georgia July. But the real trial, the one that truly mattered, was happening on the streets outside. Every morning, the jury had to push its way through a massive, hostile crowd that thronged the courthouse square. The air was thick with sweat, tobacco smoke, and a low, guttural anger. The mob wasn't there to watch justice unfold. They were there to demand it on their terms. As the jurors passed, they were met with a chilling chant, a promise and a threat. "Hang the Jew or we'll hang you." Inside, the courtroom was a pressure cooker. The prosecutor, Hugh Dorsey, a man with his eyes on the governor's mansion, put on a masterclass of theatrical outrage. His case rested almost entirely on the shoulders of one man, Jim Conley. For 3 days, Conley sat on the witness stand, and under Dorsey's careful guidance, he gave the performance of a lifetime. He was by turns frightened, remorseful, and defiant. He acted out the murder, mimicking Frank's voice, describing the girl's final moments in lurid, horrifying detail. The defense attorneys hammered at his inconsistencies, but it was like trying to punch smoke. Conley stuck to the core of his story, and the jury was mesmerized. When it was Leo Frank's turn, his lawyers, fearing the cross-examination would play into the public's perception of him as a smug intellectual, advised him to make an unsworn statement. For over 3 hours, he stood before the court and spoke. He calmly, logically, and methodically dissected the state's case, proclaiming his innocence. But in that superheated atmosphere of emotion and prejudice, his calm came across as coldness. His logic felt like arrogance. He was speaking the language of a Cornell classroom to a jury that was fluent in the language of the mob outside. He was trying to solve a math problem while the room was on fire. The jury was out for less than 4 hours. The members could hear the crowd roaring outside, a constant, menacing reminder of the city's will. When they returned, the verdict was a foregone conclusion. Guilty. The sentence, death by hanging. The moment the word was spoken, the city of Atlanta exploded, not in relief, but in wild, triumphant celebration. Justice had been done. The law had bent to the will of the people, and Hugh Dorsey had secured his political future on the life of Leo Frank. Walking through Oakland Cemetery in Atlanta now. It's one of the city's oldest, a sprawling city of the dead, where stone angels weep over the graves of Confederate generals and forgotten pioneers. This is where Mary Fagan was laid to rest. Her grave is easy to find. It's a site of pilgrimage, marked by a handsome stone, etched with a poem calling her a little factory girl whose innocence and faith were her shield and buckler. Flowers are often left here, even now, a century later. She remains a symbol, frozen in time as the eternal victim. To find Leo Frank's final resting place, you have to travel 1,000 miles north to Mount Carmel Cemetery in Queens, New York. His body was brought home, back to the Brooklyn he left behind. His grave is marked by a simple, dignified stone bearing his name, his dates, and the words, "Truth shall spring out of the earth." Unlike Mary's grave, his is a quiet place, far from the land that condemned him. It's a stone of exile. And what of the others? Hugh Dorsey, the prosecutor, rode the fame of the trial all the way to the governor's mansion, just as he'd planned. He is buried here in Atlanta as well, remembered as a statesman. Jim Conley, the star witness, served just 1 year in jail for his role as an accessory. He faded back into the obscurity from which he came, dying of drink and disease decades later, buried in an unmarked pauper's grave. But the most tragic figure in this story of endings might be Governor John Slayton. He's buried here in Oakland Cemetery too, under a grand monument befitting a man of his stature. The stone speaks of his service, his honor, but it doesn't tell the full story. It doesn't mention that for one act of incredible moral courage, commuting Leo Frank's sentence because he believed him to be innocent, his political career was annihilated, and he and his wife had to flee their home state under the threat of death. He now lies just a short walk from the girl at the center of the storm. Enemies and saviors, victims and villains, all of them neighbors now, equals under the silent, watchful gaze of the Georgia pines. The guilty verdict was not an end. It was the beginning of a new war, a 2-year struggle fought in the highest courts of the land. The case of Leo Frank became a national scandal, a raw nerve that exposed the deep divisions between the industrial North and the defiant South. Money poured in from Jewish communities across the country to fund Frank's appeals, a fact that Tom Watson's newspapers used as proof of a vast conspiracy to subvert Georgia justice. With every failed appeal, the public's rage grew hotter, more impatient. The final battlefield was not a courtroom, but the conscience of one man, Georgia's outgoing governor, John Slayton. Slayton was a popular, respected politician at the peak of his power. All he had to do was sign a piece of paper, let the execution proceed, and his future was secure. But he couldn't. He waded through a sea of paper, the 10,000 pages of the trial record, and the inconsistencies of Jim Conley's story screamed at him from every page. He even went to the factory himself and concluded that Conley's story of moving the body was physically impossible. On June 21, 1915, just days before his term ended, Governor Slayton made a choice that would define him forever. He chose his conscience over his career. Citing his grave doubts, he commuted Leo Frank's death sentence to life in prison. He knew what was coming when he said, "I can endure the rabble's fury, but I cannot endure the death of my own conscience." He had committed political suicide to save his own soul. The rabble's fury was instantaneous. An enraged mob of thousands swarmed his mansion, forcing Slayton to declare martial law. The state's highest office became a gilded cage. He and his wife were prisoners, eventually smuggled out of Georgia under armed guard. His political career, once so bright, had been turned to ash. For his own safety, Leo Frank was taken from Atlanta in the dead of night and moved to the remote Milledgeville State Prison farm. But the shadow of the verdict followed him. Soon after arriving, another inmate, a convicted murderer, slashed Frank's throat with a butcher knife, nearly killing him. He survived that attack, but it was a clear message. The state could not protect him. And in Marietta, Mary Fagan's hometown, a group of men decided that if the state would not deliver the justice they demanded, they would deliver it themselves. This was no disorganized rabble. This was a disciplined conspiracy of vengeance, organized by some of the most powerful men in Georgia, lawyers, judges, businessmen, and politicians. They called themselves the Knights of Mary Fagan, and they began to draw up a plan, a military-style operation to finish the job the governor had interrupted. The hanging of Leo Frank on that August morning didn't end the story. It broke it in two, and for over a century those two broken halves have been at war. The event didn't create closure. It created a schism in the memory of Georgia, a wound that to this day has never properly healed. The conflict is no longer about one man's guilt or innocence, but about which version of the past we choose to believe. For a long time, and even now in the quiet corners of this state, one version of the story was held as gospel. It's the story of a community's righteous anger, of good men forced to do a terrible thing because the system had failed them. In this telling, the men who drove to Milledgeville weren't a lynch mob. They were the final jury, delivering a verdict a corrupt, city-slicker governor had tried to steal. To them, Mary Fagan is the only victim that matters, and Leo Frank got the justice he deserved, just a little later than scheduled. It's a legacy of local honor, a grim fairy tale about protecting one's own. But then there is the other legacy, the one pieced together from the flawed trial transcripts, from the tireless work of investigators decades later, and from the gnawing conscience of the state itself. This is the story of a perfect storm of prejudice, where anti-Semitism, class warfare, and tabloid journalism converged on one man, an outsider who was the perfect scapegoat. It views Leo Frank not as a monster, but as a martyr, and the Knights of Mary Fagan not as patriots, but as a well-organized death squad whose members included the community's most powerful men. These two stories cannot both be true. Leo Frank cannot be both a depraved killer and an innocent victim. The lynching cannot be both an act of popular justice and a calculated act of murder. And so, the legacy of this case becomes a choice, and that choice often depends on who you ask and where you ask them. Do you trust the story whispered from one generation to the next, a story of local pride and swift retribution? Or do you trust the story pieced together from dusty archives and a deathbed confession, a story of a horrific, unforgivable mistake? The truth of what happened that day in Frey's Gin has been buried under a century of argument and anger. The case became a mirror, and what different people see in it has always said more about them than it does about Leo Frank. In the mountains and hollows of the South, the ugliest truths don't just get written down in books, they get sung. Before the ink was even dry on the newspapers, the tragedy of Mary Fagan had been smoothed into the verses of a folk ballad. The Ballad of Mary Fagan was soon played on fiddles and sung on front porches from Georgia to Tennessee. The song was simple, heartbreaking, and brutally effective. It told the story of a little girl, an angel of innocence, who went to the city and was murdered by a monster. There was no room for doubt or ambiguity in its verses. For generations of people who never read a single page of the trial transcript, this song was the truth. History had dissolved, and a legend as powerful and unshakable as a hymn had taken its place. But the story of Leo Frank didn't just curdle into a sad song, it mutated into something far more organized and far more dangerous. The disciplined, successful lynching by the Knights of Mary Fagan was seen by some not as a crime, but as an inspiration. 3 months later, on Thanksgiving night of 1915, a man named William J. Simmons took 15 followers to the top of Stone Mountain, a massive granite dome just outside Atlanta. There, under the cold stars, they lit a towering wooden cross, its fiery arms visible for miles around. This ceremony marked the official rebirth of the Ku Klux Klan. The story of Leo Frank was its founding myth, its genesis story. The Klan of the 1920s was no longer just an anti-black organization. It was now virulently anti-Jewish, anti-Catholic, and anti-immigrant. The tale of the innocent Christian girl murdered by the lecherous Jew boss became their single most powerful recruiting tool. The story was no longer a story, it was a weapon. The legend, born from the death of one girl and one man, would now be used to ignite a fire of hatred that would spread across the entire nation, casting a long, dark shadow that would take decades to fade. And so, here we are again, back where we started, on this quiet roadside shoulder just outside Marietta. The cars still rush past, their drivers oblivious, their tires humming on the asphalt. A century ago, the only sound here was the creak of a rope and the collective held breath of a crowd that had gathered to watch a man die. After our journey, this place looks different. It's no longer just a patch of anonymous ground. It's a wound in the earth, a final destination. We can almost see them now, the silent convoy of cars arriving in the pre-dawn light, the grim-faced men, the terrified figure pulled from the back seat. We have followed the whispers from this spot all the way back to their source. A dusty factory floor, a sweltering courtroom, a governor's mansion under siege. We've seen how a city's simmering anxieties about the future could be focused into a burning hatred for one man. We've seen how the power of a printing press could convict a man in the public mind long before a jury ever heard his name. And we've seen how a group of powerful men, convinced of their own righteousness, could take the law into their own hands and call it justice. This story serves as a chilling reminder. It shows us how fragile truth can be in the face of a story people want to believe. It took 70 years for a deathbed confession to surface, for a man named Alonzo Mann to finally break his silence. And it took even longer for the state of Georgia to issue a pardon, not for innocence, but for its own failure to protect a prisoner from the mob. A piece of paper issued decades too late to correct a wrong that could never be undone. So the next time you pass a forgotten spot on a lonely road, a place with no marker to tell its tale, listen. Listen for the echoes, because the oak tree they used is long gone, cut down by souvenir hunters and time. The factory has been demolished, replaced by the monuments of a new century. The people are all gone, turned to dust and memory. But the story remains.